Chapter 1034. The girls in the bath were all inexperienced women. Although they had been trained in this area before, this was their first time, so it was inevitable that they would be a bit clumsy and unpracticed. However, this was just right for Yang Kai. Leaning against the wall of the pool, he closed his eyes and allowed the girls to scrub every part of his body. The maidservant who led Yang Kai in was carrying a flower basket, her jade white hands picking up the petals and scattering them into the water, lightly opening her mouth and saying, "This is a soul-nourishing flower. Its fragrance can nourish one's soul. Using it to bathe can also strengthen one's body. And it can also enhance a man's ability in that regard." As she spoke, her cheeks began to blush red, as if they were about to bleed. Yang Kai casually grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bath as she screamed. The water soaked her clothes, causing her to straighten up and wipe the water stains from her cheeks, turning a somewhat embarrassed look towards Yang Kai. Her wet clothes clung tightly to her body. Her pair of jade peaks were tall and straight. They were much more well-endowed than the other girls. Her entire body exuded a mature and plump charm. "You aren't also a virgin, are you?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. The maidservant's face became even redder as she nodded shyly. "This servant is no longer a virgin, so this servant is not qualified to serve an honored guest like you. Whether or not I am qualified is up to me." Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she took the initiative to remove her clothes before diving into the water and disappearing. Soon, Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Inside the main hall, the sound of wind instruments filled the air as a number of beautiful girls sang and danced, their movements extremely elegant. On a long table, there were many rare ingredients and fine wines. Shin Tu and Yang Kai sat side by side, drinking and enjoying themselves. More and more delicacies were constantly being served by the palace's maids. Yang Kai could barely recognize what these things were, but each of them exuded extraordinary energy, fluctuations. Eating these foods not only filled his stomach, but also enhanced his cultivator's strength. Yang Kai didn't act polite, nor did he act reserved, eating and drinking in a natural manner. The middle-aged cultivator named Jia Long stood not far away, watching Shin Tu receive Yang Kai in such a manner, watching him and Yang Kai happily drinking and chatting. Jia Long suddenly realized that this young man, who was only a second-order saint, had a very high status in Shin Tu's heart. Long ago, Jia Long couldn't help wondering what was so outstanding about this young man that Shin Tu treated him so seriously. The maidservant who had served Yang Kai before stepped forward, leaned over and whispered a few words in Shin Tu's ear before glancing over at Yang Kai with a blushing face and retreating. Shin Tu couldn't help laughing as a strange look appeared on his face, but he didn't point out what had just happened and instead moved closer to Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, where do you want to go from now on? Do you have any plans?" Yang Kai. Shin Tu knew that he had just arrived in Star Territory and likely didn't have a destination in mind, let alone where he should go. Therefore, he couldn't help thinking about recruiting Yang Kai. Watermoon Star was Yang Kai's first stop after arriving in Star Territory, and he had a good relationship with Yang Kai. So Shin Tu believed that as long as he persuaded him properly, Yang Kai would stay in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and his palace. After experiencing a series of events, Shin Tu discovered Yang Kai's potential and ability, and knew that as long as such a person was given enough time, he could grow to a terrifying degree. If you haven't decided yet, there's no need to worry. In any case, you can live here with your brother for the time being. When you're done, we'll talk about it later. Shin Tu didn't directly ask him to stay. This kind of thing still depended on Yang Kai's own intentions. He couldn't treat Yang Kai the same way he treated his subordinates. "Good, I'll let you know when I've decided." Yang Kai smiled lightly, his eyes continuing to cast towards the group of girls below, appreciating their elegant postures. 2 hours later, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shin Tu went back to his room to rest while Yang Kai, under the guidance of a maid, was brought to one of the rooms. The room was quite large and located at the top of a 3,000-meter tall building. Yang Kai walked over to the window and looked out through the transparent window, watching the lights of tens of thousands of homes below, watching the crowds of people, suddenly feeling a sense of loneliness. Even when he came to Tongxian Realm from the central capital many years ago, he hadn't felt this way. That was because the central capital and Tongxian Realm were on the same stars. But now he was somewhere in the vast territory of the Star Territory. Tongxian Realm's location was unknown, and he didn't even know how far away it was from this place. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. His heart was overflowing with thoughts and concerns. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes flashed with surprise, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged on his bed. Immersing his consciousness into his knowledge, see, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar. Then, looking up at the huge star above his knowledge, see, Yang Kai used his divine sense to shuttle through the star, trying to find the location of Tongxian Realm. This star chart was extremely complex, depicting all the large and small stars of the entire territory of Tongxian Realm, and it wasn't static. It was constantly changing under the influence of some unknown force, constantly undergoing subtle changes. These changes were the real changes taking place in Tongxian Realm's territory. It projected the situation of the entire territory of Tongxian Realm. If it was detailed enough, it should show the existence of Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai thought to himself. As his divine sense leapt through the stars, Yang Kai followed his senses and calculated the direction of Tongxian Realm. After an hour, Yang Kai couldn't help showing a tired look as the strength in his knowledge, he was nearly exhausted. He had no choice but to stop and replenish his energy. Repeating this action over and over again, Yang Kai was unable to find Tongxian Realm, but he had gained some understanding of the arrangement of the stars in Tongxian Realm's territory and the existence of some danger zones. Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the mysteries of this star chart. There was no way for him to explore a large area. The range of this star chart seemed to be endless. Yang Kai had spent an entire night exploring only a small area of the entire Tongxian Realm's territory. Compared to the entire territory of Tongxian Realm, such a small area was not even worth mentioning. Yang Kai realized that his strength was not enough. If he was strong enough, the speed of his exploration would become much faster and easier. As the sky brightened, Yang Kai looked dispirited and gave up on studying and exploring the star chart. He planned to wait until he grew up before searching for the exact location of Tongxian Realm. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Yang Kai responded casually. The door was pushed open, and the familiar maidservant stood in the doorway, gracefully bowing before saying with a smile, "Young Master Yang, young Master Shin too asked me to inform you that he has been summoned by the president and may not return for a few days. He asked you to rest here and wait for him to return before we can discuss anything further." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The maidservant didn't rush to leave, her red lips trembling slightly as she shyly asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other requests?" She seemed to be implying something. "If I need anything, I'll let you know." Yang Kai smiled at her. The maidservant blushed slightly before gently nodding, closing the door behind her before leaving. After she left, Yang Kai sat on his bed and frowned. With Shun Tu not here, he didn't know what to do for a while. This feeling of being at a loss made him very unhappy. Tossing a pill into his mouth, Yang Kai began recovering while contemplating. After a while, he suddenly remembered what he needed to do right now: change to a new star shuttle. His star shuttle was something he had discovered in the star field with the leader of the ancient demon clan, Li Rong, a long time ago. On Tongxian Realm, his star shuttle had an absolute advantage. But in this place, his star shuttle had fallen behind. Even Bai Ye's star shuttle was better than his. In addition, Yang Kai also needed to purchase some precious ores. Gui Zhu had said that the 2 pitch-black round stones in his demon mystic tome needed to be properly nurtured, because one day they would bring him a pleasant surprise. What Yonkai needed to nurture these two pitch-black round stones was the essence of ores. What made Yonkai feel regretful was that before Goezu left, he had forgotten to ask him what those pitch-black round stones were. In the end, his relationship with Goezu had eased. So if he had asked, Goezu would have answered his questions, but at that time he had been so shocked by the Star Emperor token that he had completely forgotten about this. Considering all this, Yonkai stood up and strode out. Walking all the way to the bottom floor, Yonkai was about to leave Shentu's palace when the middle-aged cultivator named Jia Long suddenly appeared and asked with a smile, "Does little brother want to go out?" I want to buy something," Yonkai nodded. "Buy something." Jia Long suddenly grinned. "What does little brother want to buy? If it's convenient, can you tell me about it?" "I want to buy a good star shuttle and some ores." "A star shuttle and ores." Jia Long didn't ask Yonkai what he wanted ores for, instead saying, "Little brother is new here and may not be familiar with this place. If you wait a moment, I'll call someone to accompany you." Yonkai smiled happily. "Then I'll have to trouble you." His proposal was exactly what Yonkai had been hoping for. "Little brother is too polite. Before young Master Shentu left, he ordered us to satisfy all your requests. I dare not neglect such an honored guest like you." Saying so, he took out a compass-like artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a while, he took back the compass-like artifact and smiled to Yonkai. "Please wait a moment. Someone will come in a moment." Yonkai waited with him. Not long after, a person flew over from a distance and stopped in front of Yonkai and Jia Long, raising his brow and asking, "What's the matter?" He was burly and had a wild temperament, like a fierce beast, exuding a palpitating aura. His cheeks were covered with thick hair, making him look like a mad lion. Monster race. Yonkai immediately understood and inferred this person's race from the energy, fluctuations emanating from his body. He was definitely a member of the monster race because of the existence of demonic chi in his body. Chapter 1035. Outside Shentu's palace, Jia Long pointed to Yonkai and said, "Young Master Yang wants to go buy some things. You should accompany him and ensure his safety." "Young Master Shentu's guest?" The monster race master turned to look at Yonkai and gently nodded. "No problem." He had obviously also heard of Yonkai's existence. After all, Shentu rarely brought people to his palace as guests, but those he did bring back were all highly valued. "Please come with me," he beckoned to Yonkai. "Many thanks," Yonkai smiled lightly. Following behind this monster race master, Yonkai noticed that he was somewhat taciturn and didn't seem to like talking much. Yonkai had no choice but to take the initiative to ask, "What is this friend's name?" This monster race master was definitely a Saint King Realm master because when Yonkai faced him, he always felt an inexplicable pressure. Only a Saint King Realm master could give Yonkai such pressure. However, since he was one of Shentu's subordinates, Yonkai calling him a friend wasn't excessive. "I wouldn't dare. You can just call me Shui Tong." "Shui Tong?" Yonkai raised his brow. "Which branch of the monster race do you belong to?" "Blood-eyed main master." Shui Tong explained casually. Only now did Kaiyang notice that the color of his eyes was indeed somewhat different. They were light red, but this was only the color of his eyes in his normal state. Once he really started fighting, his eyes would most likely turn crimson red. At that time, he would become violent and ruthless, causing his fighting strength to soar. "You're a human, so why do I feel monster chi from you?" Shui Tong frowned as he stared at Yonkai. "And your bloodline seems to be very pure, even nobler than mine." "That's the aura of a monster emperor. Did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter in the past that is related to the monster race?" "And a bit," Yonkai smiled lightly. The golden dragon and ice phoenix patterns on his body did contain traces of the monster clan's aura, so it was normal for him to sense it. The golden dragon and ice phoenix were both emperors of the monster clan. This was true even in the territory of the Star Realm. "Crimson, I didn't say anything else." But it seemed that Yang Kai's monster Yuan Qi made him feel close to him, and his expression became even more amiable. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a city where blue streaks of light flashed across the sky as many cultivators swaggered forward on their star shuttles. Xue Tong led Yang Kai forward with familiarity, asking as they walked, "What do you want to buy?" "A good star shuttle and some rare ores." Yang Kai replied, "It's not hard to get." Crimson, I pondered for a moment. "Do you want to buy it here or elsewhere? What's the difference?" Yang Kai asked, "This city isn't very prosperous on Water Moon Star, so the grade of the things here isn't too high. If you want a star shuttle, I suggest you get a Saint King grade high rank one. You can barely display the speed of a star shuttle of this grade and won't need to replace it for a long time. Then a Saint King grade high rank star shuttle it is." Yang Kai nodded. "Then we'll have to go to another city, about 30,000 kilometers away from here. That's a bit far." Yang Kai frowned. 30,000 kilometers, even if he used a star shuttle, would take some time to travel. Crimson, I smiled mysteriously. "It's not too far. We can get there immediately." Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions and continued to follow Crimson, I through the city. A short time later, the two of them arrived in front of a building. But before they even entered, Yang Kai noticed a strange fluctuation coming from inside. Sensing it carefully, he immediately understood what this fluctuation was. "It's actually void force." Yang Kai couldn't understand why void force would appear here. Outside the building, there were many Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce guards standing guard. But when they saw Crimson Eye arrive, they all saluted him. They seemed to recognize him as Shun Tu's guard. Crimson Eye walked straight into the building. After passing through several gates, the void force fluctuations became stronger and stronger. After arriving at the innermost part of the building, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he exclaimed, "A space array?" In front of him was a large spirit array. The layout of this spirit array was almost identical to the one Gue Zhu had set up on the floating continent. The only difference was that there were many subtle differences. Gue Zhu's space array arrangement wasn't very proficient, and there were many places where it wasn't perfect. The space array in front of him, on the other hand, was extremely strict, without the slightest mistake. In the center of this spirit array was a mirror-like structure covered with a thick layer of space spirit crystal. At the base of this mirror were several grooves, obviously used to hold Saint crystals. "Can this thing be used?" Yang Kai looked at Crimson Eye in amazement. "Naturally, we can use this space array to reach a more prosperous city. Wasn't it said that this thing had been lost?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed a strange light. "It has indeed been lost. However, there are remnants of space arrays on many cultivation stars. No one knows who or when these space arrays were set up. Everyone can only use them now. We can't understand the mysteries behind them. A few experts might be able to decipher the secrets, but that's not something we can hope for." Hearing his explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that this space array should be a relic from a long time ago. With this kind of thing, wouldn't it be easy to travel back and forth from Cultivation Star? Yang Kai exclaimed. He knew how far apart cultivation stars were, and that a single round trip would take a cultivator a great deal of time. But with a space array, it would be a different story. Crimson Eye smiled and shook his head. "That's impossible. All space arrays can only transport a maximum of 100,000 kilometers. Each cultivation star's space array can only be used on its own star and cannot be connected to other cultivation stars." Saying so, he took out a few high-quality Saint crystals from his space ring and carefully placed them in the grooves on the base of the mirror before beckoning to Yang Kai. "Please come with me." Yang Kai walked over and stood side by side with him. Crimson Eye circulated his strength, and the space array immediately began to move. The mirror in front of the two of them seemed to become as calm as the surface of a lake, rippling as the energy from the Saint crystals embedded in the base rapidly drained away. A moment later, the mirror shattered, revealing a pitch-black hole. "Let's go." Crimson, I shouted and took the lead. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and followed closely behind him. Unlike tearing space and teleporting through a space array, Yang Kai didn't feel anything as he rushed through the mirror and arrived at a different place. Looking back, there was also a space array here, but it was definitely not the one from before. Yang Kai understood that the space arrays in these two places had some special connections and temporarily opened a stable void corridor between the two places, allowing one to instantly teleport tens of thousands of kilometers. These space arrays were all the property of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Crimson Eye smiled and said, "Although space arrays are convenient, no cultivator will use them often. Why is that?" "The Tao of space is too mysterious. If one uses space arrays too frequently to shuttle back and forth between two places, it may cause some unnecessary harm. So, if one is not proficient in the Tao of space, they will only use them once every few months. Most of the time, we will use star shuttles to travel." "Understood," Yang Kai smiled. "So we'll have to fly back later, right?" Crimson, I nodded. "Let's go. I'll take you to a good place. The Grandmasters there refine the best star shuttles on Water Moon Star. You should be able to find a star shuttle that suits you." Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. This city was indeed much more prosperous than the previous one. There were a variety of shops on the streets and countless cultivator-s, all of them belonging to different forces. Yang Kai saw a cultivator from Sword Union and Purple Star here, as well as many other cultivator-s from unknown forces. Because this was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, it was the most frequently traded place in the entire star territory. The major forces scattered throughout the star territory would send people to guard this place. If they needed any materials, they would negotiate with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and have Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce deliver them. A starship loaded with supplies set sail from a certain part of the city, flying towards the star field and gradually disappearing. Yang Kai had completely conquered the star territory, and seeing the prosperity of this place, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Following behind Crimson Eye, the two of them soon arrived at a multi-story shop. As soon as they entered, someone immediately greeted them, cupped his fists, and smiled. "Master Crimson Eye, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Is there something young Master Shin Tu needs this time?" Crimson Eye shook his head. "It's young Master's guest who wants a star shuttle. Please take us to the 3rd floor." The man glanced over at Yang Kai before nodding immediately and bowing. "This way, please." Yang Kai looked around and found that all the things sold in this shop were star shuttles, nothing else at all. Refined star shuttles were placed on display on the counter, and many cultivators were hanging around, haggling with the shop's staff. From time to time, someone would leave satisfied. This is also one of our Chamber of Commerce's businesses. The Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle you want is sold on the 3rd floor. The quality of the ones on the 1st and 2nd floors isn't enough. Crimson, I explained to Yang Kai as he led the way. Yang Kai gently nodded. He also noticed that the star shuttles on the 1st floor were only of spirit grade, and the strength of the cultivator-s who came here to purchase them wasn't too high, most of them being transcendents while a few were saints. Spirit grade star shuttles, whether it was in terms of speed or energy, were at the bottom of the list. Such star shuttles couldn't even leave the shackles of the stars and enter the territory of Starfield. They also couldn't withstand the world energy of Starfield's territory. Seeing the shop assistant enthusiastically lead Yang Kai and Crimson Eye to the upper floor, everyone cast a surprised look, wondering which master had come. The 2nd floor was filled with Saint-grade star shuttles, and the energy fluctuations radiating from these star shuttles were obviously stronger than those on the 1st floor. In fact, these star shuttles were much more outstanding than those on the 1st floor. Clearly, these star shuttles were much better than the ones Yang Kai had. Many martial artists were buying things on this floor. The shop assistants were so busy that they didn't even have time to spare. Chapter 1036. The group of three didn't stop on the second floor. It wasn't until they reached the third floor that the shop assistant stopped and smiled. "Honored guest, please feel free to choose anything you like, just let me know." Yang Kai nodded and began to wander around the counters on the third floor. These refined star shuttles varied in length and size, and even their shapes were no longer the same. It seemed that in order to meet the different needs of different customers, the artifact refiners here had deliberately refined star shuttles into different shapes. But this didn't affect the quality of these star shuttles. The strength of the cultivator who came to purchase star shuttles on the third floor was obviously different. The cultivators who were wandering around the counters were all saints and saint kings, each of them possessing a certain level of status and strength. However, no matter how strong they were all very obedient. In any of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's shops, no one dared to act rashly because this was the Chamber of Commerce's home star, its foundation. The Chamber of Commerce would not allow anyone to obstruct its business. Yang Kai walked around looking for Saint King grade high-rank star shuttles, asking the shop assistant to take out one he was satisfied with, so he could try it out. Xue Tong followed behind him, but seeing him looking for a long time without finding a suitable one, he couldn't help saying, "If you're willing to wait, you can ask the artifact refiners here to tailor one for you." "How long will it take?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. "Even with young Master Shentu's relationship, it'll take at least 1 to 2 months." Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "Forget it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. In any case, this thing will have to be replaced when my strength reaches a certain level. For now, I'll just have to make do with it." Saying so, his eyes suddenly turned to a sleek, fish-like star shuttle on the counter and said to the shop assistant, "Take that out for me to see." The shop assistant nodded and took it out. Yang Kai held the star shuttle and tried to circulate his Saint Chi, his eyes quickly lighting up. Yang Kai's Saint Chi flowed through this star shuttle unimpeded, much better than the previous ones he had tested. Because when refining a star shuttle, the materials added by an artifact refiner might be different, and the spirit arrays they inscribed might also be different. Each star shuttle had its own unique characteristics. Whether or not it could be perfectly integrated with the power of a cultivator was an indicator of its practicality. The item in Yang Kai's hand was undoubtedly very suitable for the power in his body. Not intending to continue looking, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Just this one. How much does it cost?" Hearing this, the shop assistant glanced at Blood Eye. "Crimson," I said. "Let's go with the normal price." "Yes." The shop assistant nodded and said, "Generally speaking, a Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle is worth 10,000 high-rank Saint crystals, but the price varies slightly. The one in customer's hand is the best one on the third floor, valued at 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals." 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that he didn't quite understand the value of Saint crystals here. He didn't know what kind of wealth these 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals were. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Blood Eye. Blood Eye smiled and said to the shop assistant, "Put the bill on young Master Shintu's head. You can go to the palace and ask young Master for payment some other day." "Yes, no need. I have enough Saint crystals on hand," Yang Kai said. "I'll pay for it myself." Yang Kai did have a lot of Saint crystals on hand. These Saint crystals originally belonged to the cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union who had plundered on the floating continent. There was a considerable amount of them, more than enough to pay for this star shuttle. As such, he didn't want to owe Shintu a favor. The shop assistant couldn't help looking at Blood Eye awkwardly. Blood Eye's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything and just nodded gently. The shop assistant breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, then "Please come with me." Following him to the first floor, Yang Kai continued to take out Saint crystals from the demon mystic tome. After a long time, he finished processing the bill, and the shop assistant respectfully escorted him and Blood Eye to the door. Outside the shop, Blood Eye led Yang Kai to several other shops to purchase rare ores. On Water Moon Star, anything one wanted could be bought, as long as one had enough money. Even super large artifacts like starships could be purchased. The starships built by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were the best and fastest in the entire territory of Water Moon Star. So many great forces were willing to order them from Water Moon Star. Yang Kai didn't have any interest in such things for the time being, as he knew he couldn't afford the price of a starship. He didn't know how much Saint crystals were worth, nor did he have any concept of price, so he simply followed behind Blood Eye and began collecting ores. The ores he chose were all Saint King grade, spending all of the Saint crystals he had on hand until he only had a few hundred pieces left. Inside the Demon Mystic Tome, there was a large pile of rare ores placed next to the 2 pitch-black round stones, allowing them to absorb the essence of these ores. It seemed that because Yang Kai didn't force Shin Tu to spend money on him because of his status as a guest, Blood Eye's look towards him became more and more amiable, feeling that this young man was very principled and not trying to become friends with him because of his status as young Master Shin Tuesday. After completing his purchase, Blood Eye acted as the host and invited Yang Kai to the most luxurious restaurant in the city for a drink. It wasn't until the next day that the two of them set off to return. Blood Eye's speed was extremely fast, and his star shuttle's grade was also not low. About 2 hours later, the two of them returned to Shen Tu's palace, and Blood Eye excused himself before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai walked into the palace alone. Garen stood at the door, and when he saw Yang Kai return, he smiled and asked, "Did little brother manage to buy what you wanted?" And Water Moon Star cities are rich in goods and materials. They didn't disappoint, Garen laughed. In the entire territory of Water Moon Star, if there is anything you can't buy on Water Moon Star, you won't be able to buy it anywhere else. Garen's words were filled with pride. "Is Shentu back yet?" Yang Kai asked. "Not yet," Garen shook his head. "Little brother doesn't need to worry. Although the president is a bit strict, he is very good to young Master Shin Tuesday." This time he called him over, probably just to reprimand him a little. Before young Master left, he told little brother not to worry and to stay here for the time being. "If there is anything you need, you can ask us to do for you." "Understood. I'm going into retreat for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me for the time being. I'll tell you when I come out." "Good." Garen gently nodded. Yang Kai returned to his residence, closed the door, and took out the star shuttle worth 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Holding it in his palm, he began circulating his Saint Chi and began refining it. Any artifact had to be refined by a cultivator in order to display its full power. When Yang Kai was on Tongshan Realm, it took him a few months to refine his star shuttle. But at that time his strength wasn't high, and the grade of his star shuttle was Saint grade high rank, so it had taken him so long. But now it was different. This new star shuttle was carefully selected by Yang Kai and was very compatible with his own Saint Chi attribute. On top of that, Yang Kai had already reached the second order Saint realm, so it wouldn't take him long to completely refine it. As soon as Yang Kai pushed his strength, the star shuttle began burning with a layer of black, demonic flame. This demonic flame was hot and cold at the same time, exuding two completely opposite, yet strangely coexisting characteristics. The flames flickered wildly, giving off a terrifying aura. Yang Kai instantly felt that this star shuttle had formed a faint connection with him. His divine sense began circulating the star shuttle, prying into its internal structure and the brand of the star inside. Temporarily forgetting the passage of time, Yang Kai focused all his attention on refining the star shuttle. The entire process went unexpectedly smoothly. After refining the star shuttle, Yang Kai engraved his own soul brand onto it, leaving behind his own life aura, making it more compatible with his own body. Everything went smoothly. After Yang Kai completely refined the star shuttle, he estimated that it would take him less than a month to complete this process. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling somewhat excited, as he knew that this was the most powerful evidence of the improvement of his cultivation and strength. Instead of leaving his retreat, Yang Kai continued to stay in his room, allowing his Saint Chi to nourish the star shuttle while he spied on the star in his knowledge sea. Time passed by, and the sun and moon rose. Yang Kai had been here for some time now, and had spent most of his time in the palace in seclusion. Except for the time when he went to buy something with Xue Tong, he hadn't taken a single step out of his room, nor had he communicated with anyone else. After sitting in silence for so long, Yang Kai suddenly wanted to go out and see the full picture of Water Moon Star. He wanted to see how this prosperous star differed from Tongxian Realm, while also familiarizing himself with his new star shuttle. It would be best if he could gain a deeper understanding of the situation on this star's territory through observation, so he could make plans for himself as soon as possible. Yang Kai still didn't have a clear goal. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai left his room. After finding Jia Long outside and learning that Shin Tu hadn't returned yet, Yang Kai made up his mind. Jia Long didn't stop him and simply handed him a token, telling him that this was a token from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, which would allow him to enjoy some privileges in many places and avoid many troubles. Yang Kai placed the token into the demon mystic tome and flew out on his star shuttle. He didn't have a specific destination and simply flew forward. The Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle was indeed different from the others, several times better than the one he had just obtained. Even when using its full strength, the two couldn't be compared. He flew all the way, stopping here and there. Gradually, he gained a comprehensive understanding of Water Moon Star. This was a star, but it was also a continent, not much different from Tongxian Realm. There were mountains, rivers, continents, oceans, and a variety of races living together. The only difference was that any cultivation star in star territory had a much richer world energy reserve than Tongxian Realm. As the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, this was even more so. Although the world energy here wasn't as good as the floating continent, it was still one of the top cultivation stars in star territory. Chapter 1037. It was precisely because of the lack of world energy that the Saint Realm was the pinnacle of cultivation for cultivators in Tongxian Realm. Since ancient times, only great demon god had broken through this barrier, but unfortunately he had fallen before he could explore the territory of Tongxian Realm, leaving behind only a popular legend. The lack of cultivation and materials made the cultivator on Tongxian Realm not qualified to explore Tongxian Realm's territory and integrate into Tongxian Realm's territory. They could only be trapped there, unable to see the many wonders of Tongxian Realm's territory. However, this also saved Tongxian Realm from the fate of being enslaved. The overall strength of a cultivator on Tongxian Realm was not enough for them to occupy a seat in Tongxian Realm's territory. If they really integrated into Tongxian Realm's territory, they would only be enslaved by a powerful force. Yang Kai's mood was calm as he flew across Water Moon Star, crossing mountains, oceans, deserts, and dozens of kilometers in an instant. He found many cities and places where living beings gathered. These cities were big and small, but they were all very prosperous. Only in some extremely remote locations would the number of living beings in these cities decrease. Similar to the situation on Tongxian Realm, each city had a city lord, and depending on how prosperous the city was, the cultivation of these city lords would also vary. Many city lords were at the Saint King Realm, and in some small places, city lords were only at the Saint Realm. This made Yang Kai realize that there were not many origin returning realm masters in any great force. They were the mainstays of each great force. The world energy in each place was also very different. Some places had rich world energy, while others had thin world energy. These cities all belonged to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and within their jurisdiction, they contributed their own strength to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, gathering wealth bit by bit. Sand gathered to form a tower, creating the behemoth that was Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai looked around casually and no one paid attention to him, nor did he cause any trouble. He heard a lot of interesting things from hearsay. For example, President AIO's promiscuity, the upcoming talent selection of the Chamber of Commerce, and AIO's sons, however. Yang Kai had never heard anyone talk about Shen Tuesday. It seemed that on Water Moon Star, Shen Tu's identity as an illegitimate child was not made public, so it wasn't difficult to explain why Lu Guichin didn't know of Shen Tu's existence. Yang Kai spent 1 to 2 months touring the entirety of Water Moon Star, gaining a deep understanding of this cultivation star and Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. During this time, his newly acquired star shuttle was also perfectly compatible with him, allowing him to command it as if it were his own arm. In the depths of Yang Kai's heart, he still held a little bit of hope that Su Yan would be somewhere on this cultivation star, which was why he spared no effort in flying. However, Su Yan was obviously not here. Since he and Su Yan were connected by heart, as long as they weren't too far apart, they could sense each other's existence. He wasn't disappointed, though, as he hadn't expected to find Su Yan so easily. About 2 months later, Yang Kai returned. This time, he didn't stop anywhere and flew directly in the direction of Shen Tu's palace. On this day, as he passed by a mountain valley, Yang Kai's divine sense suddenly detected a lot of life auras coming from there. Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to them, and in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, he deliberately changed his direction and prepared to detour around them. During this time, Yang Kai had been acting cautiously because he didn't want to incur any grudges with others. While in midair, Yang Kai glanced over casually and found that in the flat area of the mountain valley, there was a small starship anchored. The hatch of the starship was open, and a cultivator was constantly entering and exiting it. Next to the starship, there were a lot of materials piled up. The cultivator seemed to be transporting these materials into the starship. After this period of study, Yang Kai also learned some common sense. For example, there were some materials that couldn't be placed in a space ring. These materials either had extremely harsh storage requirements, so once they were placed in a space ring, they would damage the quality of the material, or they were too large and heavy to be placed in a space ring. At this time, it was necessary to use a starship to transport these materials. Therefore, starships were an indispensable existence in any great force. Using starships to transport materials was fast, could carry a large number of materials, and was relatively safe. The starship anchored in the mountain valley was about 300 meters long, only half the size of the one Yang Kai had seen before. It was probably only a Saint King grade low-rank or mid-rank starship. Next to the starship, a young man in brocade robes stood there, looking gentle and refined as he chatted happily with the person next to him. This young man's appearance was very unique. His skin was delicate, and his face was even more enchanting than a woman's, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Beside him, many female cultivators were secretly staring at him with infatuation, each of their beautiful eyes filled with love. It seemed that as long as this young man said a word, all of them would be willing to offer their bodies and hearts to him and let him toy with them. Yang Kai couldn't help glancing over at this young man. His gaze immediately alerted this young man, causing him to raise his head and stare at Yang Kai across a distance of several thousand meters. Immediately, his handsome face sank as he waved his hand towards Yang Kai's position and whispered a few words. The next moment, several star shuttles flashed and flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, not knowing why this young man was targeting him. Without slowing down, Yang Kai quickly escaped, the streams of light following closely behind him, relentlessly pursuing him. This place was very remote, and within the range of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't find a single living person. Even the world energy aura here was extremely thin, as if no one had settled here. There were many such places on Water Moon Star, and this was just one of them. There were a total of 3 people chasing after him, and judging from the energy fluctuations they gave off, 2 of them were Third Order Saint Cultivator, while the other was a Saint King Realm Cultivator. This Saint King's cultivation shouldn't be too high as Yang Kai didn't feel too strong of an oppressive aura from him, so he was probably just a First Order Saint King. Understanding their cultivation, Yang Kai calmed down, and not only did he not want to run away, he even wanted to stop and fight with them to see just how strong he was now. Since he began transforming the Saint Chi in his body, Yang Kai hadn't fought with a Saint King Realm cultivator yet, so he really wanted to know if his current combat power was comparable to a Saint King Realm cultivator. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai came to a stop and turned around to look behind him. Seeing Yang Kai stop, the three people were overjoyed and quickly rushed over, surrounding Yang Kai from three sides, all of them glaring at him with hostility. "Friends, why are you chasing me? We have no grudges, right?" Yang Kai asked indifferently. "Naturally, we have no grudges." The Saint King Realm Master nodded. "But boy, you saw something you shouldn't have seen. You can only blame your bad luck for passing by this place at this time." Yang Kai raised his brow, suddenly understanding what was going on. Transporting supplies to the starship was probably not a good thing, so they had chosen to do so in such a remote place. How could they have known that an idle person like him would inadvertently pass by and witness everything? Inferring from the other party's demeanor and tone, it was obvious that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. "If you have any last words, feel free to speak. If it is convenient, I will convey them to your family," the Saint King Realm Master said faintly, a look of absolute certainty on his face as he spoke to Yang Kai. Just as he spoke, the Third Order Saint Cultivator standing behind Yang Kai suddenly acted, a powerful energy overflowing from his body as a giant wind blade silently formed and shot towards Yang Kai's back, wanting to cut him in half. The wind blade was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai's body. The cultivator's face filled with disdain, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being killed. With his Third Order Saint cultivation, it was impossible for him to fail in his sneak attack on a Second Order Saint. The wind blade smoothly cut through the young man's body and directly pierced through him. Strangely, however, no blood flowed out, and the young man's figure instead slowly faded away before disappearing completely. The eyes of the cultivator who had attacked shrank as a sense of alarm rose in his heart, quickly retreating without hesitation. "Be careful!" A cry of alarm rang out from the Saint King Realm cultivator's mouth, his eyes bulging as if he had seen something unbelievable, loudly warning his companions. This cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. After all, anyone who had cultivated to the Third Order Saint Realm had experienced countless life or death battles, so their ability to adapt was quite outstanding. The moment he heard this warning, his retreating figure turned around and rushed upwards. Immediately, he saw the looks of horror on the faces of his 2 companions, as if they had swallowed their tongues into their stomachs. Above his head, a panic-stricken energy fluctuation spread out, alternating between hot and cold, making it impossible to defend against. Looking up, the cultivator saw a huge palm strike towards him, one that covered the world and blocked the light in front of him, making it impossible for him to see anything but this palm that seemed to swallow his consciousness. It was a palm burning with pitch-black flames. He had never seen such a strange energy in his life. Heaven-covering hand. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The huge palm had sealed off all his escape routes. Asterisk with a muffled bang. The cultivator was swallowed up by the palm, and a violent force swept through his body. With a pitiful scream, the cultivator fell like a meteor, his bones broken and his body damaged. Clusters of demonic flame burned across his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to extinguish these flames. Yang Kai's attack succeeded, and he quickly condensed a heaven-punishing spear. Taking advantage of the moment when the remaining 2 Third Order Saint Realm cultivators were still in a state of shock, he threw it towards the other Third Order Saint. The other party hurriedly circulated his strength to resist and summoned out a shield-like artifact. This artifact was not low-grade and exuded Saint-grade high-rank energy, fluctuations as it rotated in front of him. Chapter 1038. This artifact had saved this third-order saint cultivator many times from fatal blows, so he regarded it as his strongest defense. Summoning his shield, his heart calmed down slightly, but just as he was about to counterattack, a crisp sound rang out. Looking down in disbelief, he saw that his shield artifact had been punctured by a demonic flame spear, causing it to lose a great deal of its spirituality and its light to dim in an instant. The cultivator couldn't help screaming, Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk, the 3 heaven-punishing spears continued to fly towards Yonkai, shattering his shield artifact as the spears pierced through his body. The powerful body of a third-order saint was as fragile as a piece of paper, as if it was nothing more than a fragile piece of paper. The vitality in the cultivator's eyes quickly faded, and the light in them gradually dimmed as he fell head first to the ground. In an instant, of the 3 cultivators surrounding Yonkai, one was dead and one was injured. The dead man had several bloody holes in his body, and before he even hit the ground, his body was incinerated. Even his soul, which had escaped from his body, was unable to escape the demonic flame, his distorted soul avatar quickly disappearing like a snowflake under the scorching sun. The wounded man was still howling on the ground as the demonic flame swallowed him up, causing his cries to become weaker and weaker until they could no longer be heard. The only remaining First-Order Saint King, Cultivator, narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yonkai with a dignified expression. He couldn't imagine that a young man who was only a second-order saint could be so important, killing 2 cultivators a minor realm above him without any difficulty. He didn't even need to take a breath, as if he had simply crushed 2 ants. At this moment, a look of astonishment also appeared on this young man's face, as if he himself was also a little surprised. A violent and bloodthirsty aura quietly emerged from his body, causing his momentum to climb to a new height in an instant. Looking at this young man's indifferent eyes, this Saint King Realm cultivator couldn't help feeling his heart tremble. He couldn't help feeling like he wasn't facing a second-order saint at all, but rather a master whose strength was much higher than his own. Before the battle had even begun, he already had thoughts of retreating. He wasn't sure if he could beat his opponent. Profound heavenly sword. Yonkai suddenly shouted as a demonic flame, sword condensed in his hand. With a flash of black light, a massive sword wave slashed towards the last cultivator. The other party finally came back to his senses and let out a suppressed roar from his throat. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation burst out from his knowledge sea. This energy fluctuation was quite strange. As it spread out, a behemoth suddenly shot out from his glabella. It was a 50-meter-long golden armored scorpion wrapped in a hard shell. Even in the entire star field, it was a ferocious golden armored scorpion. As soon as the golden armored venomous scorpion appeared, it emitted a thick, dark green miasma, polluting the air within a radius of dozens of miles. Its strong and powerful pincers clamped down, making cracking sounds that could cut gold and break jade, making people shudder. The sword light, burning with demonic flames, struck the hard shell of the golden-armored, poisonous scorpion, but was unable to injure it in the slightest. It only left a shallow mark on the hard shell. The burning demonic flames were engulfed by the dark green miasma and were extinguished in a short while. Seeing that the golden-armored scorpion was able to resist the burning of his demonic flame, the Saint King Realm cultivator laughed and shouted, "Little brat, your courage isn't small, actually daring to kill someone from the Chamber of Commerce on Water Moon Star. Your death is imminent. You're from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce." Yonkai's eyes narrowed. "Enough nonsense. Hand over your life." This man didn't want to say anything to Yonkai at all, and simply pointed his finger, causing the golden-armored poisonous scorpion to fly towards Yonkai. The golden-armored poisonous scorpion's pincers clamped down, and a dark green light shot out from the scorpion's tail, containing a power capable of destroying one's soul. This golden-armored scorpion was extremely terrifying, and anyone who came into contact with it would die. What frightened the cultivator the most was that Its poison could not only harm one's flesh, but also affect one's soul. Therefore, generally the place where this kind of golden-armored scorpion appeared was considered a forbidden area by the cultivator. Only a few powerful cultivators would have any ideas about attacking them. This Saint King Realm cultivator had obviously killed a golden-armored poisonous scorpion in the past and refined its soul into a powerful weapon for himself. Fighting against Yang Kai, he released it without even thinking about it. It was the soul avatar of the golden-armored scorpion, so it possessed all the abilities of the golden-armored scorpion when it was alive. Although it didn't have a physical body, its strong spiritual energy could withstand a lot of damage. Yang Kai's profound heavenly sword failed to achieve anything. Seeing the golden-armored scorpion pouncing towards him like a bolt of lightning, Yang Kai's knowledge erupted with power, gathered it in one place, and blasted it towards the golden-armored scorpion. Seeing this, the Saint King Realm cultivator was not surprised but delighted. Not only did he not stop him, he even watched with interest. This young man in front of him clearly didn't know how powerful the golden-armored scorpion was. Seeing that the golden-armored scorpion was a soul avatar, he wanted to use his spiritual energy to deal with it, but he didn't know that the golden-armored scorpion's poison was not something that could be resisted by spiritual energy. He had already foreseen Yang Kai's ending. When the invisible forces collided, the huge figure of the golden-armored, poisonous scorpion suddenly came to a stop. It swung its pincers violently while its sharp tail kept whipping the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Green light shot out from the tip of its tail and pierced into Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai's face sank as he had an illusion that his consciousness was being paralyzed. He immediately understood that this golden-armored scorpion was not as simple as he thought. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai fully released his conflagrated knowledge sea. The air suddenly became hot, and the space around the golden-armored scorpion distorted, obstructing everyone's line of sight. The Saint King Realm cultivator, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly felt the strangeness of Yang Kai's spiritual energy and hurriedly tried to recall the golden-armored scorpion. But in the next moment, the golden-armored scorpion suddenly trembled and struggled violently, as if it was enduring unbearable torture. Cracks appeared on its golden shell, and Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge drilled into its body through these cracks, igniting it from the inside out. The golden-armored scorpion was set ablaze, and in a flash the golden-armored scorpion, which even the profound heavenly sword could not damage, was incinerated. Impossible! The Saint King Realm cultivator roared as he stared at the spot where the golden-armored scorpion disappeared, his face filled with horror. Even a third-order Saint King Realm master would not be able to kill this golden-armored scorpion in such a short time. Only an origin-returning realm master could accomplish this. He turned to Yang Kai, his eyes covered in a layer of scarlet as his aura became violent. The golden-armored scorpion was a trump card he had painstakingly refined. Every time he used it, he had always been successful. He had also used it many times to turn danger into safety. Just cultivating its soul alone had taken him a great deal of effort. Now that his many years of hard work had been destroyed, he was completely enraged. He wanted to kill this young man who ruined his efforts to vent the hatred in his heart. "Boy, I'll kill you!" he roared in a low voice as he pushed his spiritual energy. One after another, the soul of a strange monster beast appeared and floated around him, glaring at Yang Kai. The Saint King Realm cultivator stood in the middle of these beasts, like a king of beasts. With a single thought, all the monster beast souls rushed towards Yang Kai while he hid among them, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk Yang Kai continued to push his conflagrated knowledge sea, his scorching hot divine sense slamming into these beast souls, causing them to howl miserably as they were incinerated one by one. Covered by the burning beast souls, the Saint King Realm Master quickly approached Yang Kai, a strange and powerful force spreading from his body, suddenly forming a powerful vortex that pulled Yang Kai's body downwards. He sneered as a dazzling divine light shot out from his palm. This divine light gave off a strong energy fluctuation that seemed capable of tearing space apart, as if it had gathered a murderous intent to destroy everything in its path and engulf Yang Kai. Yang Kai's entire body was covered in demonic flames, like a burning fireball, pouring his strength into the vortex at his feet, attacking its domain and territory, pulling him out of it. The next moment, he was enveloped in a dazzling divine light. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he felt the strength of his opponent's strength. He finally understood that the Saint King realm and the Saint realm were not on the same level. With his current strength, he could easily kill a third-order Saint cultivator, but he could not quickly kill a furious Saint King. Even if it was just a first-order Saint King, it was still dangerous for him. When one's cultivation reached this level, their understanding and application of the true essence of their strength had far surpassed his own. Demon God transformation. Yang Kai roared in his heart. One after another, invisible demonic patterns climbed up and disappeared into his flesh and blood, causing his blood essence and life aura to rise at a crazy rate. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk when the divine light hit his body. Yang Kai seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his body swaying left and right as he let out a muffled groan. The Saint King realm cultivator wore a ferocious expression as he sneered in his heart and rushed towards Yang Kai without mercy, intending to give him the final blow. He suddenly discovered that this strange young man was not as strong as he had imagined and regained absolute confidence in his own strength. A violent burst of strength poured out from his palms as he constantly pounded Yang Kai's body, pouring his saint chi into it, rampaging through his body and destroying his vitality. Then he saw Yang Kai's playful eyes and an indifferent expression. Although he seemed to have suffered heavy injuries and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, this young man didn't seem to care. He threw out a punch to resist, and the two exchanged blows, a violent power erupting from their bodies as they engaged in a melee. Blood splashed as Yang Kai's flesh was lacerated while the Saint King realm cultivator didn't fare much better, his body covered in blood. This was not Yang Kai's first time fighting someone above his realm, but this was his first time fighting a Saint King realm master head-on. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai seemed to have stimulated his potential and comprehended many of the mysteries of his strength that he had never been able to comprehend before. The more Yang Kai fought, the braver he became as a crazed light flashed across the depths of his eyes. Not only did his strength not weaken, it actually grew stronger and stronger. Unlike Yang Kai, though, the Saint King realm master's momentum gradually declined after experiencing the initial burst of momentum. He felt that if he continued to fight, he would likely die. His body was covered in wounds. Countless of his meridians were broken, and many of his bones were cracked. The strange clusters of demonic flames burned his body, almost turning him into a ball of fire. He had no choice but to circulate his strength to resist the damage caused by these demonic flames. However, he was unable to resist the alternating hot and cold aura of the Saint King realm cultivator, so he once again wanted to retreat. Chapter 1039. As the battle continued, the Saint King realm master pushed his strength to the limit, using all kinds of secret skills and artifacts he would not normally use, but he was still unable to defeat or kill Yang Kai. During the battle, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back from the pain of his wounds, but his eyes instead flashed with a look of enjoyment. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, fighting an opponent whose strength was on par with his, going all out in a battle where only one of them could survive. This feeling of being on the brink of life and death made him very excited. Seeing his expression being noticed by his opponent, the Saint King realm master finally showed a trace of fear. At this moment, he seemed to understand Yang Kai's real intention, to use this battle to verify his true strength. The two third-order saints he had killed before were just casually dealt with. Realizing this, he finally panicked and shouted silently in his heart, forcing his body to involuntarily move away from this terrifying and abnormal young man. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk as their strengths collided, Yan Kai and the Saint King Realm First Order cultivator were separated, each of them breaking free from the other's domain, both gasping for breath as they stared at each other from a distance of several dozen meters. A series of cracking sounds rang out from Yan Kai's body as his bones and physique squirmed and the Saint Chi in his body began to stir, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. On the other hand, the Saint King Realm cultivator's eyes were dim as blood flowed from his body. He was completely exhausted, like an arrow at the end of its flight. He stared at Yan Kai in horror, watching as the wounds on Yan Kai's body healed under an inexplicable force, then watched as his body was bathed in blood and exuded a dazzling golden light under the scorching sun. This was actually golden blood. The cultivator's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. He didn't know what kind of secret art this young man had cultivated that allowed his blood to become this color, but he felt a kind of vitality and astonishing restorative power from this blood. It was because of this blood that his opponent's wounds were healing so quickly. He immediately realized this. He wasn't this young man's opponent, and he didn't have this kind of abnormal restorative ability. If he continued fighting, he really would die. He still had a trump card and a forbidden technique. He knew that if he wanted to, he could use this forbidden technique to increase his strength and still be able to contend with this young man. But he didn't dare, because once he used this forbidden technique, his condition would worsen. Even his current realm would fall, and he would never be able to improve again. After this battle, he was already half dead. If he really used a forbidden technique, even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, even if he were to activate that forbidden technique, he did not have absolute confidence. Who is this little brat? Why is he so terrifying? Yan Kai's, of Yan Kai of course, Yan of the Saint King of Heaven. So when he met Kai Yang's gaze, he quietly retreated, moving further and further away from Kai Yang, his expression dispirited. But his face was of the saint of his, was be. It wasn't until he had retreated to what he thought was a safe distance that he hurriedly summoned his star shuttle. He shouted, "Boy, you will pay the price for today's actions. There will be no place for you on Water Moon Star." His voice came from afar, but he had already disappeared. Yan Kai's expression was indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after him, just standing in place. She stared at his back, but a wisp of his divine sense broke through the shackles of space and leapt forward. Like a maggot attached to a bone, it clung to that man. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and tore space. 100 kilometers away, the Saint King Realm cultivator was desperately pushing his strength to extinguish the clusters of demonic flames on his body. When he was fighting Yan Kai just now, these clusters of demonic flames had consumed a lot of his Saint Chi to resist them. If not for this, he wouldn't have been so weak. This kind of demonic flame was a power he had never heard of before. It was a combination of cold and hot, yang and evil. It was an extremely contradictory combination that he couldn't extinguish in a short time. All he could do was constantly push his strength to resist its erosion and burning, pushing his speed to the limit, hoping to return to the mountain valley as soon as possible and find the master to help him. Not seeing any trace of that strange young man behind him, Yan Kai thought he had escaped with his life and put all his thoughts on how to explain this failure when he returned. Just as he was contemplating, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Yan Kai thought he had overused his strength and was seeing things. When he looked at it with rapt attention, the distortions in space became even more severe. Like a broken mirror, it burst open. In the next moment, a crack suddenly opened up in front of him. It was as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth, terrifying to the extreme. Inside this crack, a figure stood with a playful smile on his face, waiting for Yan Kai's arrival. Seeing this person's face, Yan Kai's expression changed, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe his eyes. This was the young man he had just fought with. The other party stretched out a hand from the void crack, caught him off guard, and threw him into the void crack. Soon after, the void crack quickly closed, and the young man stood outside, waving at him with a smile. Darkness enveloped Yang Kai, and he instantly fell into an eternal cold nothingness. A strange force flowed around him and swallowed him like a swamp. Yang Kai roared but was unable to escape and could only reluctantly accept his impending fate. Outside, Yang Kai dispelled his demon god transformation and stretched his body, a dignified expression on his face. After experiencing such a battle, he somewhat realized where his limits were. The First Order Saint King realm was his limit, and after using his demon god transformation, he could fight such a master head-on without fear. Yang Kai wasn't clear about Second Order Saint King realm masters. This battle had allowed him to gain a lot, and he had also become more familiar with the use of his new strength and understood the terror of his demonic flame. However, what he was more concerned about was why these 3 people wanted to kill him. What was the problem with the scene he saw? It looked like they were just transporting supplies, although the place they chose was a bit remote. Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, so he didn't bother to think too deeply about it and quickly left the scene on his star shuttle. Half a day later, in the mountain valley Yang Kai had just passed, all the supplies had been transported into the starship. The middle-aged man who had been chatting happily with the handsome young man walked over with a smile. Turning to the young man, he said, "Young Master Shuayu, it was a pleasure to cooperate with you. If such a good thing happens again next time, I hope, young Master Shui, you will remember us. We will definitely pay you a satisfactory price." The handsome young man named Shui Yu smiled and nodded, the smile on his face like a spring breeze, giving off a sense of warmth and intimacy. Wherever his eyes passed, the female cultivator, regardless of their cultivation or age, would fall into his lap. All of them wore infatuated looks on their faces. There was no doubt that as long as Shui Yu beckoned with his finger, these female cultivator would all take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. "We'll be going first. Young Master Shui Yu, please wait a moment," the middle-aged man said with a smile, then beckoned his cultivator subordinates and walked towards the starship. Many of the women who had come with him looked back at him with reluctance, looking towards Shui Yu. At that moment, a Saint King realm cultivator hurried over to Shui Yu's side and whispered a few words into his ear with a dignified expression. The smile on Shui Yu's face stiffened slightly as he asked in a low voice, "Are you sure?" "Yes, 2 corpses were found 500 kilometers away, while the other one is missing. I'm afraid it's a disaster. Young Master, I'm afraid this transaction was seen by that guy who passed by." Shui Yu's pair of clear eyes narrowed slightly. Nodding, he said, "I understand." As he said this, he took a step forward and shouted, "Wait a minute!" The middle-aged man, who was feeling satisfied and preparing to return with a full load, heard this shout and stopped, turning back to look at Shui Yu, asking, "Does young Master Shui Yu have any other instructions?" Shui Yu smiled lightly and said, "Although I feel very sorry, this transaction is over. However, I'm afraid this transaction will have to be terminated. You can't take these resources away." "Terminate?" The middle-aged man frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face as he grinned. "Young Master Shui, you must be joking. Now that the goods and materials have been exchanged, the transaction is complete, you can't terminate it just because you say so, right?" Shui Yu smiled, nodded, and said matter-of-factly, "If I say it's terminated, it's terminated." This extremely arrogant and dismissive attitude seemed to annoy the middle-aged man, and he couldn't help laughing. "Young Master Shui Yu, since the transaction has been completed, I'm not going to return the goods. These things can't be bought with money and are in short supply. Take care, we'll cooperate again next time." "There won't be a next time." Shui Yu slowly shook his head, the smile on his face not diminishing, still giving off a warm feeling. "Leave the materials behind, you too." Hearing this, The middle-aged man's expression couldn't help but change as a sense of unease suddenly enveloped his entire body. A cultivator hidden in a large robe walked out from behind Shuiyu and appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. Raising a hand, this cultivator gently placed a palm on the middle-aged man's head. A strange power invaded the middle-aged man's body, and he instantly felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. His internal organs were also severely damaged, and his vitality was quickly drained from his body. Return to Origin Realm. Staring at the figure in front of him, he cried out in shock before falling to the ground dead. His death caused a great panic, and the battleship was suddenly thrown into chaos as countless screams sounded. The figure in the large robe slowly walked into the battleship and killed one cultivator after another as easily as stepping on a group of ants. After a while, he calmly walked out and reported to Shuiyu in a low voice, 135 people, all dead. Shuiyu nodded slightly and ordered his subordinates, pack everything up and take them away. Young master, what about this battleship? One of his subordinates asked. The items could be packed up, but the battleship couldn't be stored in a space ring. Leaving it here would definitely attract attention. Chapter 1040. Inside Shintu's palace, Yang Kai returned. The guards at the door were all solemn and respectful, bowing respectfully. Brother Yang, you're back? Shintu's voice suddenly sounded from inside, and he immediately walked out with a big smile on his face and greeted him. President AI, finally allowed you to come back? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Shintu couldn't help his mouth twitching as he said with an annoyed expression, Don't mention it. This time I almost lost a layer of skin. Come in, let's talk. He warmly greeted Yang Kai and walked into the palace side by side, asking where Yang Kai had been all this time and why he hadn't seen him for so long. Yang Kai briefly explained his itinerary before frowning. I have something to tell you. What is it? Shintu saw his dignified expression and couldn't help becoming serious. Looking left and right, Kai Yang carefully observed his surroundings. Garen, who had been following Shintu, said, Little brother can rest assured. You don't need to worry about this conversation leaking out. The people in young master's palace are all loyal to him. Shintu nodded, motioning to Yang Kai to speak boldly. Yang Kai then said, When I went out this time, I seem to have killed 3 cultivator from your Chamber of Commerce. And then Shintu asked, There's no then. After killing them, I came back. Shintu grinned. That's not a problem. There are many people in the Chamber of Commerce, and there are often fights on Water Moon Star. People die every day, so if they want to kill someone, as long as their status isn't too high, there won't be any problems. Their status shouldn't be high, because their strength isn't high. Rest assured, I'll handle this for you. Brother Yang, you don't need to worry. Shintu patted his chest confidently, not caring about the 3 dead cultivator from the Chamber of Commerce. Let me finish first. Yang Kai waved his hand. This time, I didn't take the initiative to provoke them. When I was returning, I passed by a mountain valley, and 3 people from a group chased after me. A group of people? Shintu was surprised. And in that mountain valley, there was a starship about 300 meters long, and some cultivator from your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were transporting some materials. It was too far away, I couldn't see what they were, but when I passed by, they discovered me. One of them was a young man about our age who ordered those 3 people to chase after me. They were trading materials in the mountain valley. Shintu's face suddenly, his expression changed. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, Yang Kai's, did you see any characteristics of those people's characteristics? Thinking about it carefully, Kai Yang replied, If we're talking about characteristics, I'm very interested in that young man. He's very beautiful, and very beautiful. As Kai Yang spoke, his expression became very strange. Using the word beautiful to describe a man, he actually felt that it was very appropriate. There was nothing wrong with it. Shintu's expression became more and more dignified as he exchanged a glance with Jialong. suddenly feeling a bad premonition. "Brother Yang, tell me more about that young man." Shintu's voice stuttered. "I didn't see him clearly, I just caught a glimpse of him. His skin was very white and he had a very kind smile on his face. Oh, right, there were many female cultivators around him, all of them very infatuated with him. He was about the same height and age as you and had long hair draped over his shoulders," Yang Kai explained. "No way!" Shintu suddenly groaned. Yang Kai observed Shintu and Garen's expressions and couldn't help asking, "Do you know him?" Shintu's mouth twitched as a look of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "Brother Yang, you're not an outsider, so I won't hide it from you. The guy you saw may be my third brother, Shuiyu." When the word Shuiyu came out of Shintu's mouth, Garen's brow couldn't help twitching, as if he was facing a great enemy. "Your third brother?" Yang Kai froze. "My third brother." Shintu nodded. Garen smiled bitterly and explained, "On Water Moon Star, there are only two people young Master Shintu knows. One is the president, and the other is young Master Shuiyu." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before grinning. "He's your brother. What's there to be afraid of?" Shintu suddenly cried out bitterly, "If he wasn't my brother, I would have tried to get rid of him long ago. Brother Yang, you don't know, just mentioning my third brother makes me shudder. Damn, that guy left so many childhood traumas in my heart. I'm not afraid of him, even though I'm afraid of my father. This young Master Shui, you seems to be quite skilled." Yang Kai couldn't help becoming interested in this strange young man. He had been together with Shintu for a while now and knew that this guy wasn't afraid of the heavens or earth. Being able to subdue Shintu and make him fear him from the inside out, this Shui was quite extraordinary. "Brother Yang, don't make fun of me if the person you saw was really him. Then things will be troublesome." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked seriously. "If I'm not mistaken, third brother should be privately trading with some force for scarce materials in the Chamber of Commerce to amass wealth. This is a big taboo in the Chamber of Commerce and is not allowed. If this matter were to spread, he would be in big trouble. So when I passed by, he sent people to hunt me down." Yang Kai suddenly understood everything. "Yes. Moreover, my third brother is a man who won't give up until he achieves his goals. If he takes a fancy to something or someone, even if there are thousands of obstacles, he will succeed. On top of that, he is a very temperamental person, and no one can guess what he's thinking. I remember one year, he and a senior member of the Chamber of Commerce both took a fancy to a maid, and although that maid was eventually obtained by that senior member, he inexplicably disappeared a month later." Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically. Jia Long nodded in agreement. "I remember, because of this matter, the president was furious for a while, but because he couldn't find any clues, he just let it go. Now, I'm afraid he has set his sights on Brother Yang's life and wants to kill you to silence you." Shintu shouted. "Saying so?" Shintu stood up and turned a worried look towards Yang Kai. "Then shouldn't I hide?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "Even if you hide, you won't necessarily be able to. You don't know how powerful my third brother is. He is the person my father values the most. Many people think he will definitely be the next president. All of Water Moon Star is his eyes and ears. If he wants to find someone, as long as you are still on Water Moon Star, he will definitely be able to find you. Then what should I do?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had just gone out for a stroll and had unexpectedly encountered this kind of thing. It was really bad luck. "Brother Yang, you shouldn't go out for the time being. Stay in the palace. I'll help you investigate the situation and think of a way." Shintu sighed slightly. "Good." After such an incident, Yang Kai didn't want to go out again and instead spent all his time in Shintu's palace, either meditating and stabilizing his current realm, refining pills, or spying on the star and understanding the structure of the star's territory. From time to time, Jia Long would come to report on the situation. From him, Yang Kai learned that the Chamber of Commerce's third young Master Shui was indeed looking for someone during this time. The undercurrents on Water Moon Star were turbulent, and many innocent people had died because of this. Yang Kai thoroughly understood the cruel methods of this Shuiyu. At that time, he had passed by the mountain valley, so he hadn't been able to see what Shuiyu looked like. So it was likely the other party hadn't seen his appearance either. Looking for such a person on a star was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if Shuiyu had the power to mobilize his forces, it would still be very difficult for him to find Yang Kai. Therefore, those cultivators who were similar in size to Yang Kai and had similar strength had all suffered. Shui, you would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go. He was much more courageous than President Aio and his brothers. He was a decisive person. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that someone like Shui Yu could be so cruel and merciless. At that time, he had seen this person from afar and felt that not only was he beautiful, but he also had a unique and warm temperament. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and knew that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Shui Yu's inner savagery was completely covered by his outer appearance. Once Yang Kai fell into his hands, there would be no good end for him. So Yang Kai obediently hid in Shen Tu's palace and cultivated in peace. The fierce undercurrent lasted for 2 months, and more than 2,000 people on Water Moon Star lost their lives because of it. It wasn't until 2 months later that the situation gradually subsided. Jialong also reported the latest developments to Yang Kai so that he didn't have to worry. It wasn't until 2 months later that Shen Tu came to Yang Kai with a helpless expression and got straight to the point. Brother Yang, although I would like to keep you here so that you and I can work together to make a name for ourselves, if you stay here, you will eventually be found by my third brother. Once he finds you, even I won't be able to protect you. What do you mean? You have to leave, Shen Tu sighed. Now that the situation has stabilized a little and third brother's attention is no longer here, I can arrange for you to leave secretly. Saying so, he paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, this is up to you. If you're willing to stay, this Shin Tu will be very grateful. I don't have many friends, but Brother Yang is one of them. So I'd like to spend more time with you. But even if you do stay, you can only hide in the palace and not leave. Then I'll leave. Yang Kai smiled lightly. In fact, if there wasn't such a thing, I wouldn't have stayed here for long. I appreciate Brother Shen Tu's kindness, but I still have my own matters to attend to. Shin Tu was startled for a moment before his expression relaxed greatly, smiling as he said, So Brother Yang already had plans. Huh, what a pity. I originally wanted you to participate in the Chamber of Commerce's talent selection. With your strength, you would definitely be able to stand out among the saints. But now it seems that won't be necessary. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Then you make some preparations. I'll see if there are any suitable starships leaving in the near future. I'll let you know when the time comes. Good. Yang Kai didn't have any objections. If he wanted to leave Water Moon Star, he would naturally have to board a starship. Flying a star shuttle would not only take a long time, but it would also consume a lot of his strength. Yang Kai waited patiently. 10 days later, Shen Tu suddenly rushed over and informed Yang Kai that everything had been prepared and that they could set off. Yang Kai didn't have anything he needed to take with him, and simply followed Shen Tu out of the palace. Chapter 1041. Outside the palace, Shen Tu said apologetically, Brother Yang, this is as far as I can send you off. My identity is too sensitive. If I were to send you off now, I will definitely attract unwanted attention. Please take care. Xue Tong will accompany you and explain everything to you along the way so as to ensure your safety. Garion waved to the side, and the monster race cultivator who had brought Yang Kai to buy his star shuttle and ores came over and grinned at Yang Kai. Young Master Yang. Many thanks. Yang Kai knew that this was Shen Tu's goodwill, so he didn't refuse. Brother Yang, until we meet again. Shen Tu cupped his fist solemnly. Yang Kai returned the courtesy, and under Xue Tong's guidance, the two of them flew forward on their star shuttles. Water Moon Star starships were basically used to transport supplies. The various great forces in the Star Territory would place various orders with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce through their branches on Water Moon Star. After the Chamber of Commerce was ready, the starships would transport the supplies to the home stars of these forces within a set time. On the way, according to Xue Tong's explanation, Yang Kai understood that the starship the two of them were about to board was heading to a star called Emerald Star. Emerald Star was the home star of a great force called Raging Flame. This force wasn't very strong, but it wasn't weak either, ranking mid-tier in the entire Star Territory. It controlled 2 cultivation stars, one of which was Emerald Star. The total journey time would be about half a year, and along the way, they would pass by some cultivation stars belonging to other great forces. Young Master Yang, you can choose which cultivation star to stop at or follow the starship directly to Emerald Star, Xue Tong explained. Understood. I'll see for myself when the time comes, Yang Kai nodded. Following Xue Tong carefully, Yang Kai passed through the space array he had used before and arrived at another city, entering a heavily guarded area surrounded by cultivators. This was a huge square, so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. In this square, there were large and small starships docked one after another, and countless cultivators were busy transporting supplies in an orderly manner. These boxes of supplies exuded rich energy fluctuations, many of which were extremely high-grade items. Xue Tong led Yang Kai here. Yang Kai looked around and was secretly shocked by the wealth of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Just these dozens of large and small battleships were already a shocking amount of capital, not to mention the countless cultivators and materials in the battleships. A great force was truly a great force. The two of them hadn't walked far when several Saint King realm cultivators appeared in front of them. Clear murderous intent radiated from their bodies as they stared vigilantly at Xue Tong and Yang Kai, one of them raising his hand and shouting, "Halt!" Xue Tong paused, but his expression didn't show the slightest panic as he took out a token from his space ring and handed it over. The cultivator took it and carefully examined it before gently nodding and not asking any more questions, waving his hand to signal Xue Tong and Yang Kai to hurry inside. Young Master Shen Tu has arranged everything. We'll be leaving with a master he knows, Xue Tong said in a low voice. Shuttling through the starship square, Xue Tong's eyes lit up and he pointed forward. Off to the side, a Saint King grade high-rank starship was quietly moored. Its hatch was open and many cultivators were carrying supplies inside. Outside the starship, a burly man stood with his hands crossed behind his back, a pair of eagle-like eyes flashing brilliantly and a dignified expression on his face. All the people transporting supplies involuntarily moved away from him, seemingly afraid of him. When Xue Tong and Yang Kai walked over, this man's eyes instantly locked onto them. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, feeling like he was being pricked by needles. Master Xian Rui. Xue Tong stepped forward and cupped his fists. Is that him? The burly man called Xian Rui swept his eyes over Yang Kai and snorted. Young Master Shen Tu wants me to take him away. Yes. Xue Tong nodded. He's not from the Chamber of Commerce? Xian Rui looked at him. Xue Tong shook his head. He's a friend of young Master Shin Tuesday. Oh! Xian Rui's eyes flashed. Shin Tu actually has a friend? That's quite rare. You can take him away. But remember, on my starship, you can't act recklessly and must obey the rules. Otherwise, I'll throw him into the starship territory and let him fend for himself. Don't worry. Young Master's friend won't cause any trouble. Xue Tong smiled, not caring about his threat. Xian Rui curled his lips disdainfully. If he didn't cause any trouble, why would Shin Tu be so anxious to send him away? Just look at him. He doesn't seem to be an obedient person. Xian Rui shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, as if he had noticed something, but he didn't ask anything, simply snorting, "Go in." "Many thanks." Xue Tong smiled, beckoning to Yang Kai and leading him into the starship. Inside the starship, there were many cultivators running about, and everyone was very busy. Shuai Tong didn't ask anything, and simply continued to shuttle through the corridor with Yang Kai, eventually finding 2 rooms that were next to each other to settle in. Young Master Yang, if you're not satisfied with this room, I can help you change it, Shuai Tong asked for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai stood by the window and looked out at the scenery, shaking his head as he said, "No need, this room has a wide view. I can enjoy the scenery when I'm bored." "As long as you're satisfied. That Xan Rui, what's his relationship with Shen Tu? Why is he helping Shen Tu?" Yang Kai asked. "Master Xan Rui." Shuai Tong thought for a moment before replying. He should be young Master Shen Tu's uncle. Uncle? Yang Kai was surprised. "Yes." Shuai Tong smiled. Master Xen Rui's younger sister is young Master Shen Tu's mother. The president and Master Xen Rui's younger sister have known each other for many years, but in the end, for various reasons, the 2 were unable to get together. Forget it, there's no need to explain. It's definitely another bad debt. Yang Kai waved his hand. Shuai Tong also smiled bitterly. "Yes, it's a bad debt that can't be sorted out. If young Master Yang has no other instructions, I'll go rest first. After an hour, this starship should set sail." "Go." Shuai Tong immediately withdrew. Yang Kai stood by the window, looking out at the crowd below, his mood fluctuating as he once again felt a sense of loneliness and desolation. The starship territory was vast, seemingly endless, but here he was just an outsider. He had no relatives or friends, no familiar affairs, and everything felt strange. Everything here seemed to be far away from him. Wandering here alone, he subconsciously thought of the warmth of his little senior sister, the tenderness of Su Yan, and even the beguiling demon Queen Shanqing Luo and Qiu Yimeng. Familiar faces flashed through his mind, causing his always strong heart to soften. I wonder if they're still happy and healthy. Have they encountered any difficulties? She wondered if they were also thinking about her. Yang Kai's thoughts flew back and forth, suddenly feeling a bit sour. However, when a figure appeared in front of his eyes, all his thoughts and feelings were disrupted, and his eyes couldn't help narrowing as his expression became gloomy. In the huge square, there was a group of 3 people walking towards him. The leader of the group was a handsome young man with fair skin that would make any woman jealous and exclaim in admiration. His black hair draped over his shoulders, making him look elegant and elegant. There was a warm and genial smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Wherever he passed, the female cultivator who was transporting supplies stopped and stared at him with infatuation. He was actually walking in the direction of this starship. "Shuai, Yang Kai quickly left the window, ran out of his room, and went next door, closing the door behind him. Shuai Tong seemed to be meditating on his bed, but when he saw Yang Kai suddenly arrive, he couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. "Young Master Yang, is there anything else you need?" Yang Kai stared at him deeply and lowered his voice. "Tell me honestly, did Shen Tu sell me out?" The confusion on Shuai Tong's face became even stronger as he frowned. "Young Master Yang, what do you mean by this?" "Look outside for yourself." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shuai Tong stood up and stared out the window, his eyes narrowing as he muttered, "Young Master Shuai? How could he be here?" "You're asking me, but who should I ask?" Yang Kai sneered. "Did Shen Tu tell him something?" Shuai Tong's expression became serious. "Young Master Yang, if you think so, then you're looking down on young Master Shen Tu too much. He truly regards you as a friend. How could he sell you out? Moreover, young Master Shuai, you should have left Water Moonstar yesterday. It's because of this that young Master Shen Tu chose to arrange for you to leave today." "Left yesterday?" Yang Kai frowned, his eyes staring intently at Shuai Tong, not letting go of any change in his expression. "Yes, young Master Shuai was on a mission and should have left yesterday." Shuai Tong nodded heavily. "And some people saw him board a nearby starship and leave Water Moon Star." "Then how could he appear here?" What's more, it just so happened to find the starship. Yang Kai muttered. Shui Tong smiled bitterly. I don't know, but young Master Shin too absolutely didn't betray you. He wouldn't do such a thing. Yang Kai stared at him intently for a moment before finally saying, Good, I believe you. Can we disembark now? That's too risky. There's a chance he'll see us. Shui Tong quickly waved his hand. If young Master Shui you really wants to board the starship, you'd better stay here and not let him discover you. Hopefully he's just here to talk to Master Xan. That's probably not possible. Yang Kai slowly shook his head as he listened carefully. Shui Tong's room was not far above the cabin door, so even if he didn't circulate his strength, he could still hear some of their conversation. From the conversation between Shui Tong and Xan Rui, Yang Kai knew that Shui Tong had indeed come for the starship and would board it just like him. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became extremely bad. Chapter 1042. Young Master Shuiyu, as far as I know, you should have left yesterday. How could you appear here today? Beside the starship, Xan Rui asked suspiciously. Shuiyu smiled lightly. I had some matters to attend to yesterday, so I couldn't leave. So I let the starship leave first. Uncle Xan Rui is going to Emerald Star, so I thought it wouldn't be a problem to hitch a ride on your ship. In any case, you will pass by Rainfall Star, so I decided to leave from there. Xan Rui couldn't help frowning. Shuiyu looked at him and continued to smile. Uncle Xan Rui shouldn't be inconvenienced, right? You just wanted me to hitch a ride. Is there something on this starship that you can't let me see? Xan Rui's attitude made him suspicious, and he couldn't help glaring at him. Xan Rui laughed. Young Master Shui, you must be joking. This starship only has the materials ordered by Raging Flame Sect. How could there be anything I can't let you see? Young Master Shuiyu, please. As he spoke, he turned his body to the side. Many thanks, Uncle Xan Rui. Shuiyu took advantage of this opportunity to lead his two subordinates inside. All the cultivators who saw him bowed respectfully. Check if there are any materials on this starship that can't be transported out. Shuiyu's smile never faded as he sent a message to his two subordinates with his divine sense. Does young Master suspect that Xan Rui is smuggling supplies? One of them replied, He shouldn't do such a thing, but his attitude makes me a little concerned. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Subordinate will investigate as soon as possible. The group of 3 shuttled through the hull and soon found an extremely luxurious room to live in. This kind of room had always been only available to those with the highest status. The room Yang Kai and Shui Tong lived in was just an ordinary room for an ordinary cultivator of the Chamber of Commerce. Outside the starship, after Shuiyu and the others walked in, Xan Rui looked up and saw 2 extremely ugly faces standing by the window. He's come in. Yang Kai's face sank as he stared at Shui Tong. Shui Tong's face twitched. He never thought that he would meet Shuiyu at this time, and even board the same starship as them. Young Master Shui, you wants to go to Rainfall Star. That is a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my Chamber of Commerce. It will only take about 2 months. Young Master Yang, please endure for a while until young Master Shui leaves. Shui Tong comforted. That's the only way. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. Although he had never met Shuiyu in person, at that time he could vaguely see Shuiyu's face, so Shuiyu should have remembered his appearance. If he were to appear in front of Shuiyu at this time, he would undoubtedly be throwing himself into a trap. In order to keep the secret of the private exchange of precious materials, he had already killed 2,000 innocent people, so he definitely wouldn't mind killing one more. The 2 people next to Shuiyu were definitely masters he couldn't compete with. Yang Kai felt a huge pressure from them. He knew that Shui Tong was telling the truth and that this was the best way. Young Master Yang, take this thing. After pouring your divine sense into it, you can communicate with me. If you need anything, just use this to notify me, Shui Tong said as he took out a compass-shaped artifact and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and played with it for a while, quickly understanding its function and purpose. Yang Kai had seen this compass-shaped artifact many times before. The people from Purple Star and Sword Union all used it to communicate, but now that he had one, he couldn't help feeling a little curious. Good, then I'll go back first. Yang Kai said, put away the compass-shaped artifact, and walked out. Just now he had heard the footsteps of Shui Yu's group pass by outside and knew that they had already gone far away, so there was no problem in leaving at this moment. Young Master Yang. Shui Tong suddenly called out from behind. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked back at him. Shui Tong hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Master Shin Tu sincerely wishes to befriend you and will not do anything to harm you. Yang Kai looked at him deeply and gently nodded. I understand. He suspected that Shen Tu had betrayed him because this time's events were too coincidental and anyone would be suspicious. However, from the conversation between Shui Yu and Xan Rui just now, Yang Kai had learned that it was just a misunderstanding. When Shen Tu learned that he had killed 3 cultivators from his Chamber of Commerce, he didn't pursue the matter at all. From this, it could be seen that he really cared about their friendship, otherwise, he would have at least shown some displeasure. But Shen Tu didn't. He didn't care about the deaths of 3 cultivators from his Chamber of Commerce. Returning to his room, Yang Kai closed the door and sat down cross-legged on his bed to cultivate. About an hour later, a humming sound suddenly came from inside the huge starship, and the entire starship seemed to sway. The shaking only lasted for a moment before stabilizing. Immediately, the starship slowly rose into the air and turned around, its speed growing faster and faster. After reaching a height of several thousand meters, it suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the vast star field. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked around, only to see the scenery outside the window rapidly receding and the entirety of Water Moon's star gradually becoming smaller. Passing through the thick clouds, the starship arrived in the starry sky and headed towards Emerald Star. After learning that Shui Yu was also on this starship, Yang Kai had been careful not to leave his room. Even when he was cultivating, he didn't release his strength to avoid attracting Shui Yu's attention. From the information he obtained from Shui Tong, Yang Kai learned that Shui Yu lived in a luxurious wing on another floor, which had nothing to do with the cabin-like rooms on this floor. But Yang Kai still didn't relax his vigilance. After so many years of wandering the outside world, caution was the foundation of his survival. The Saint King grade high-rank starship was extremely fast, several times faster than Yang Kai's star shuttles. Compared with star shuttles of the same grade, a starship would always have the advantage in speed. Although it was massive, the countless spirit arrays engraved inside could provide it with a great boost in speed, and the same crystals that served as its energy source could provide it with the necessary power. Inside the star field, there are countless asteroids drifting about. These asteroids drifted in an irregular pattern. Some are large, some are small, some are scattered, and some are gathered together, forming a massive asteroid sea. When the starship moved through the star field, it would carefully avoid these asteroids to avoid causing any unnecessary damage to the hull. If it couldn't avoid them, the starship's cultivator would move ahead of time to change the trajectory of these asteroids or destroy them directly. Along the way, Yang Kai remained in his room, cultivating and comprehending, from time to time going out to enjoy the enchanting scenery outside to relax his nerves. On this day, he suddenly took out his artifact compass and poured his divine sense into it to establish contact with Shui Tong. What orders does young Master Yang have? Shui Tong quickly replied, the 2 people following Shui Yu, what kind of cultivation do they have? One of them is an Origin returning realm master, while the other should only be a 3rd order Saint King. Origin returning realm. Yang Kai was shocked as he understood what kind of position Shui Yu had in President AIO's heart. The strongest guard in Shen Tu's palace was Jia Long, a 3rd order Saint King, but Shui Yu actually had an Origin returning realm master by her side. In President AIO's heart, Shui Yu's status was obviously higher than Shin Tu's. What about Shui Yu herself? Yang Kai asked. She broke through to the Second Order Saint King realm 10 years ago. I don't know how she is now. Shui Tong's tone was somewhat sad. Young Master Shui Yu's talent is quite outstanding. Among President Aio's sons, her cultivation is the highest, while young Master Shin Tu can only be ranked second. Amazing. Yang Kai praised sincerely. Besides a master by Shui Yu's side, there isn't any other origin returning realm cultivator on this starship, right? And there really isn't. After all, masters with such strength are not very common. On each cultivation star, there aren't many origin returning realm cultivators. These origin returning realm masters are scattered throughout the territory of each cultivation star, acting as the mainstay of each great force. Generally, they won't bother with trivial matters such as transporting materials. Only when transporting extremely valuable items will an origin returning realm cultivator be dispatched to escort them. Shui Tong explained, pausing for a moment before continuing. Is young Master Yang worried about the safety of the starship? If that's the case, you can rest assured. The Chamber of Commerce's business is spread throughout the entire territory of the starship and has dealings with various great forces. Even those bandits hiding in Galaxy Ridge, an abandoned lair, won't easily target our Chamber of Commerce's starship. They also have a need for the Chamber of Commerce. Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were two of the most evil forces in the entire starship territory. Yang Kai had learned a little about them from Shin Tu before, and knew that these two forces hated the entire starship territory. They ran amok throughout the territory of the Starship Alliance, robbing passing starships, plundering their supplies, and abducting their personnel. Men were treated as slaves, while women were slaves. Their methods were extremely cruel. Any starship would avoid these two places as far as possible. In the past, the great forces of the starship territory had joined forces many times to encircle and annihilate them. But these two places were very dangerous and were protected by extremely powerful natural spirit arrays. Every time they were encircled and annihilated, the great forces suffered heavy losses. Although they were able to temporarily suppress Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair's arrogance, it wouldn't be long before these two forces would return to wreak havoc on the starship territory and retaliate even more fiercely. After a few rounds of torment, no one dared to try such a thankless task again. As long as a starship bears the Chamber of Commerce's logo, no one dares to touch it, and no one will touch it. Shui Tong's tone was faintly filled with pride. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Bored, he chatted with Shui Tong for a while to pass the time before finally severing contact with him. Immersing his divine sense into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai manifested his soul avatar and looked up at the mysterious star chart above his knowledge sea. When he was chatting with Shui Tong just now, Yang Kai had deliberately inquired about Rainfall Star and Emerald Star and learned that these two stars were cultivation stars with good world energy auras. Rainfall Star was Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home stars, while Emerald Star was Raging Flame's home star. Yang Kai began searching for the locations of Emerald Star and Rainfall Star on this chart. Chapter 1043. Yang Kai's divine sense was like a bolt of lightning, shuttling back and forth across the star that adorned his knowledge sea. Soon, according to Shui Tong's introduction, Yang Kai found a cultivation star the size of a silver plate. At this moment, this cultivation star was split in half by sea and half by land, almost the same size as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star. This was Rainfall Star. Around Rainfall Star, there was an even larger sun star, as well as several smaller moon stars. These moon stars were constantly revolving around Rainfall Star under the influence of the gravitational field, while Rainfall Star was also revolving around the Sun Star under the influence of the gravitational field. The two were completely unrelated to each other, yet they were inextricably linked. The territory of this star looked extremely mysterious, and the rules of operation implied the principles of the Great Tao, causing one to be fascinated. Sun stars and moon stars were two types of stars that were bound to exist around a cultivation star. Sun stars emitted sunlight, providing nutrients for the plants and creatures on the cultivation star, while moon stars emitted a holy brilliance, bathing in the cool moonlight, calming one's mind. After finding Rainfall Star, Yong-kai began to try to use his understanding of the star territory to sketch out various safe routes. Soon, he was surprised to find that using his consciousness as a pen and his divine sense as ink to sketch out routes on the star, he was able to improve his understanding and utilization of spiritual energy. This unexpected discovery made him somewhat ecstatic. Yong-kai spared no effort to simulate a star, inscribing each safe route into his star shuttle. Gradually, Yong-kai forgot the passage of time and immersed himself in this mysterious territory. Inscribing and copying star consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, so Yong-kai immersed himself in this process for many days, inscribing countless safe routes from one cultivation star to another. Some star routes were extremely long. Even if he took a starship, it would still take him several years to travel from one cultivation star to another. Some star routes were so close to each other that it would only take him a few months to travel back and forth. Yong-kai's understanding of the star territory grew deeper and deeper, and his understanding and utilization of his conflagrated knowledge also grew more proficient. From the inside out, Yong-kai felt as if his soul had been baptized and sublimated. However, Yong-kai didn't know how much of a star territory these stars he had drawn would be able to play, whether or not he would really be able to travel without encountering any dangers. Of these questions would have to be answered in practice. He began to re-examine the route of the warship and compared it to the star chart he had drawn. Soon after, Yong-kai found that the safe of the star route he had researched was exactly the same as the starship's route. He immediately rejoiced, as if he had been inspired, filled with confidence in himself. Yong-kai began to observe the route ahead, wanting to see if there would be any dangers ahead. After this observation, he immediately found something wrong. If this starship continued to sail forward for another day or two, it would enter a cold and silent star territory. There were many asteroids in this vast area, forming a dense sea of asteroids. The surrounding stars were all dim and lifeless, without a trace of aura. These stars were actually all dead stars. Yong-kai told his discovery to Xue Tong through the compass. Xue Tong quickly replied, "Young Master Yang doesn't need to worry. That is a notoriously cold and dead territory. We will indeed pass through there." "Is there no problem?" Yong-kai confirmed with some concern. "There's no problem. Every starship from Rainfall Star to Water Moon Star will pass through there. Nothing has ever happened." Xue Tong seemed to think that Yong-kai was making a fuss over nothing and secretly laughed. After a pause, Xue Tong suddenly asked in surprise, "How does young Master Yang know that we will pass through the cold and dead territory?" With his understanding of Yong-kai, it was impossible for Yong-kai to be proficient in this area, so Xue Tong couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Yong-kai didn't explain, instead cutting off the connection with Xue Tong and continuing to concentrate on drawing the of the star, improving his ability to use his spiritual energy. In another luxurious room of the battleship, Xue sat on a comfortable chair, his body and mind relaxed as he held a wine cup in his hand. The cup was filled with blood-red wine, and he gracefully took a sip as he listened to the Origin returning Realm Old Man's report. "Young Master, I have checked all aspects, and there is no problem with the materials transported on the starship. It is indeed what Raging Flame ordered, and there is nothing that is not allowed to be transported." "Nothing is missing?" Xue Yu asked softly. "Nothing. I even caught a person and spied on his memories, but I didn't find any problems." "Oh!" A thoughtful look appeared on Xue Yu's face as his slender fingers casually twirled around his hair, gently playing with it as his brow furrowed slightly. This action of his was purely unintentional, but when it was seen by the other subordinate standing nearby, It caused his body to shake violently as he stared at Shuiyu with an infatuated look in his eyes. His breathing suddenly became heavy as he stared at Shuiyu, his eyes gradually turning red, like a starving wolf staring at a delicious meal. Obvious fluctuations of power pulsed from his body, as if he wanted to rush toward Shuiyu regardless of anything else. Young master, the Origin returning realm master, instantly realized that something was wrong and called out in a low voice. HM? Shuiyu suddenly came back to his senses and saw the ugly state of his other subordinate. His pair of clear eyes couldn't help showing a trace of disgust as he shouted, "Get out!" The Third Order Saint King cultivator also finally came back to his senses, his face instantly turning red as he wished he could find a hole to crawl into and run away in shame. After he left, the Origin returning realm old man smiled bitterly. "Young master, you have to pay more attention. What happened just now wasn't his fault." Shuiyu snorted. His mental fortitude is so poor. "Next time something happens, don't let him follow me." "I know," the old man gently nodded, sighing in his heart. Just now, if it weren't for his profound strength and age, he likely would have fallen for the aura Shuiyu unintentionally emitted. Suddenly, he understood that this monstrous young master was indeed, like the rumors said, capable of killing both men and women. What he usually showed was only his attractiveness to women. However, the flirtatious aura he unintentionally revealed was enough to captivate men, making them unable to control themselves. If such a person were to grow up, who would be able to resist his charm? There's no problem with the supplies. Then what is Xian Rue hiding? A faint smile appeared on Shuiyu's face as he suddenly said, "Forget it. I don't want to waste my time thinking about this. You can withdraw." "Yes." The Origin returning realm old man respectfully withdrew. The starship's sailing speed suddenly slowed down a lot, as if it was trying to pass through the icy cold territory and avoid the irregular asteroids. Soon, the enchanting scenery outside the window disappeared and was replaced by a dark, cold, and desolate void. The starship seemed to have entered a purgatory abyss. Occasionally, some rays of light would appear, but they would disappear in a flash. Passing through the sea of asteroids, the huge starship moved forward smoothly, unaffected by anything. This route wasn't dangerous. It was just a bit bumpy. Every starship of the Chamber of Commerce had passed through this place countless times, and none of them had ever encountered an accident here. As such, the cultivator on the starship didn't have the slightest worry. However, as the commander and leader of the starship, Xian Rue was constantly paying attention to his surroundings, not daring to relax in the slightest. He knew that the slightest accident could cause unexpected losses. 2 days later, a sea of asteroids appeared in front of the starship again. Xian Rue carefully steered the starship into this sea of asteroids to avoid being hit by the asteroids. When the starship broke into the sea of asteroids, for some reason, Xian Rue suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was facing the aura of death. The last time he had this feeling was many years ago. At that time, he was being hunted down by an Origin returning realm cultivator. It was because of this unique intuition that he was able to survive until today. He trusted his intuition very much. As such, Xian Rue immediately looked out the window to see if there was any danger approaching. Suddenly, he saw a dot of white light in the dark and cold territory of death. This dazzling white light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, and like a chain reaction, no less than 20 dots of white light lit up around the starship, scattering around the asteroids like fireflies. Xian Rue's pupils shrank as he shouted, "Leave this place at full speed! It's star-shattering flash! Someone has set up a trap!" His roar spread throughout the starship, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. The cultivators in the power room all paled, and in an instant the starship's speed was raised to the maximum, desperately trying to escape from this place. However, it was too late. As the white light bloomed, it emitted a subtle energy fluctuation. Just as Exenrue finished speaking, the white light suddenly became as dazzling as the sun. The light shot into the depths of the starry sky, illuminating the entire icy dead zone. Every corner of the icy dead zone was bathed in dazzling light. An earth-shattering energy fluctuation was emitted from the white light. Ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out. More than 20 white lights and more than 20 ripples, layer upon layer, collided with each other. It seemed as if there was no end to it, bringing with it a deathly aura that made people despair. The space in the cold, dead territory instantly distorted and collapsed. Countless asteroids were reduced to dust at this moment, disappearing without a trace. Wherever the ripples passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. The Saint King grade high-rank starship had just accelerated when it was swallowed up by these ripples. The hull of the starship, which was so strong that it could travel freely through the star territory, was as fragile as tofu, and like the asteroids, it was reduced to dust, exposing its interior. Each of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator went pale, a look of horror filling their faces, their eyes filled with the horror of death and reluctance to part with life. As the ripples passed through their bodies, no matter how high their cultivation was, they all burst into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 1044. When Xien Rue's voice sounded, Yang Kai was still immersed in his study of the star field. Sensing that something was wrong from the anxious and panicked roar, Yang Kai immediately withdrew his divine sense. Then he felt violent energy, fluctuations coming from all directions. The intensity of these fluctuations gave him the illusion that he was about to die. The compass vibrated and Xue Tong's voice came from it. "Young Master Yang, hurry!" Before he could finish his words, there was no response. The room suddenly collapsed and the piece of material disappeared, exposing Yang Kai's body to the star field. Turning his head to look around, Yang Kai saw a cloud of blood mist exploding and saw one Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator after another struggling to escape. But none of them could avoid being swallowed by the ripples. The ripples spread across their bodies like the sharpest knife, cutting them into powder. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong and quickly gathered his strength, grabbing towards the void, trying to tear space and escape. But what made him despair was that his successful attempt to tear space did not work this time. The void crack did not form smoothly, and the ripples had already affected a large area of the space territory, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. Yang Kai couldn't tear space. A series of black, hole-like cracks appeared around the starship, opening and closing like a fish's mouth, swallowing everything nearby. Yang Kai paled and instantly used his demon god transformation, pushing his strength to its maximum, and without hesitation, he fled in the opposite direction from where the ripples were spreading. The aura of death behind him was like a maggot, chasing after him relentlessly. The bursting space was like the fiercest space weapon, cutting every inch of Yang Kai's skin, causing him to be covered in a golden light. Enduring the pain, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to condense one grand, heavenly shield after another to protect himself. The silver leaf artifact he hadn't used for a long time was also summoned, transforming into a silver river that wrapped around his body, leaving no room for escape. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the Space Force continued to cut at Yang Kai, causing the silver light to rapidly fade. This saint grade high-rank silver leaf artifact quickly lost its spirituality and shattered. This artifact had been directly destroyed. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly as the grand heavenly shield condensed by Yang Kai could not resist the power of the Space Force, shattering as soon as it was formed, giving Yang Kai no chance to breathe. His whole body was in excruciating pain, and Yang Kai almost suspected that he was going to die. His speed had already been raised to the limit. He roared angrily and recklessly shot into the distance, wanting to rush out of here and carve out a path of survival. At that moment, a roar came from the side. "Young master, run. I'll buy you some time." Yang Kai took a moment to glance over and saw an old man come to a halt and open his arms, as if he was hugging something, staring at the ripples approaching from behind with a dignified expression. A strange and inexplicable energy fluctuation spread out from this old man's body as the aura of an origin returning realm master spread out. Using his own strength as a support, this old man forcibly opened a void crack that was about to close and tore it even wider. As the ripples spread out in front of him, this old man put on a look of defiance and remained motionless. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power landed on his body, causing him to bleed profusely, his clothes to be torn apart, and his flesh to be torn apart. However, because of this old man's efforts, a large amount of the destructive power was drawn into the void crack. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten and was overjoyed. Not far from the old man, there was a devilishly handsome young man with his hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were about to split open as he stared at the old man who had sacrificed himself for him. He wanted to save the old man, but was powerless to do so. He clenched his teeth and took out a set of armor. The armor was fiery red and dazzling. The armor covered his entire body and made him look valiant and formidable. He and Yang Kai glanced at each other before fleeing in the same direction. "Shuiyu!" Yang Kai cursed in his heart, wishing he could stop right now and strangle this guy to death. The other party's sorrowful eyes lit up, obviously recognizing his identity, but at this critical juncture, he had no time to pay attention to Yang Kai. His fists were clenched together, revealing the helplessness and anger in his heart. Yang Kai glanced back again, imprinting the scene of the old man's body being torn to shreds into the depths of his eyes, hiding this hatred deep in his heart before fleeing without looking back. The old man with an origin returning realm cultivation only managed to delay them for less than 3 breaths of time before the void crack he had forcibly opened was destroyed, and a series of ripples spread outwards without slowing down. Soon, the ripples spread to Yang Kai and Shui Yu's location. Yang Kai felt his entire body sway as if he had been struck by thousands of fists. Every inch of his skin cracked open, and his knowledge was in turmoil. Soon after, the world spun around him and he lost consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, he saw the armor on Shui Yu's body being stripped away piece by piece. His clothes were also torn to shreds, revealing his perfect snow-white, flawless body. Yang Kai's pupils dilated at that moment as he felt like he had just seen something incredible. This guy's 2 sets of chest muscles seemed to be a little out of the ordinary. Yang Kai thought to himself for a moment before losing consciousness. Inside the cold and dark star territory, there was nothing but desolation. The asteroid sea that originally existed nearby had been swept away by the explosion. The huge St. King grade high-rank starship was nowhere to be found. The hundreds of cultivator aboard it were nowhere to be seen, and all of its supplies had been lost. It was as if all of this had never existed, leaving behind no trace at all. In the silence, Yang Kai's bloody figure floated quietly across the star territory, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep, and no one knew when he would wake up. A golden light enveloped him as the powerful restorative power of the demon god, Golden Blood, once again played its role, causing his flesh and blood to wriggle and heal rapidly, and new flesh and blood began to grow in the places he had lost. Yang Kai's fingers suddenly twitched as he struggled to open his eyes. His gaze was blank, as if he had not yet reacted. The scene before he lost consciousness flashed in front of his eyes as desperate screams and roars echoed in his ears. Yang Kai immediately realized what had happened to him. Quickly getting up, Yang Kai came to an abrupt stop, his body stiff. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been disassembled and his body was covered in scars. Lying down again, Yang Kai used his divine sense to examine his condition. His condition was very bad. He was missing a lot of his flesh and blood, his meridians were severely damaged, and his strength was not circulating smoothly. Currently, he was not even half as strong as he was at his peak. Even with his powerful physique and the demon god golden blood flowing through his veins, it would take at least half a month for him to completely recover from such injuries. After sorting out his current situation, Yang Kai took out a saint pill from the demon mystic tome and stuffed it into his mouth to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little relieved. At that time, if it weren't for the origin returning realm old man beside Shuiyu delaying him, his injuries would have been even more serious, and he would most likely have fallen in this disaster. That origin returning realm master had already died. So what could a mere second-order saint like him do? What about Shuiyu? Was he dead? Recalling the scene he saw before he lost consciousness, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Thinking about it carefully, he determined that what he saw was not an illusion. This famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce third young master from the Star Territory was actually hiding such a big secret. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but did not detect any life nearby. Even if Shuiyu was not dead, he was likely in a very bad condition. He had inadvertently seen the other party's secret, and since the other party had intended to kill him before, it was even more impossible for him to give up now. Yang Kai had already regarded Shuiyu as his enemy. Xue Tong. Thinking of another person, Yang Kai quickly took out his compass and poured his divine sense into it, trying to contact Xue Tong. But to his disappointment, no matter how he called out, Xue Tong did not respond. Before the disaster, Xue Tong had used his compass to send a message to Yang Kai to escape, but before he could finish, the connection was cut off. Probably at that time, something had happened to Xue Tong. Yang Kai sighed softly and put away his compass, feeling a little sad. Xue Tong's fate was likely to be grim. This monster race cultivator was quite good, and if Shin Tu hadn't asked him to take him away, Yang Kai would not have encountered this unexpected disaster. He was really unlucky who had set up a trap in the asteroid sea to destroy one of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starships. What kind of trap would have such destructive power? Was it for revenge, or was it targeting someone? Yang Kai didn't know. He only remembered that before the disaster, Xi and Rui had shouted, star-shattering flash, but he didn't know what that meant. Yang Kai secretly decided to investigate all of this, not only because he had almost died, but also because he needed to give Shin Tu an explanation for Xue Tong's death. Suddenly, a suction force pulled Yang Kai's body downwards. Turning his head with difficulty, Yang Kai looked down and found that there was a small dead star a few thousand meters below him. This suction force was formed by the gravitational force emanating from this dead star. Yang Kai let himself fall. 2 hours later, just as Yang Kai was about to hit the ground of this dead star, he circulated his strength to stabilize his body and descended. Looking left and right, this Death Star was indeed worthy of its name. It was deathly still, just like a desolate desert where not even a blade of grass grew. There was no sign of life, and there were only bumpy mountain ranges everywhere. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing next to a huge crater, completely naked. His clothes had been destroyed in the explosion. After this period of recovery, Yang Kai finally felt much better. Just as he was about to take out a set of clothes from the demon mystic tome and put them on, his expression suddenly changed and he released his divine sense. Immediately afterwards, he noticed a wisp of life aura not far away from him. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 1045. About 1,000 meters away from where Yang Kai was standing, there was a huge crater. At this moment, inside this crater stood a beautiful woman with snow-white skin who was also completely naked. She stood in the crater, gently stroking her forehead, slowly massaging it as she looked around blankly. She was in the same state as Yang Kai just now. Because of the disaster, she was still muddle-headed and didn't understand what had happened. She stood there, her snow-white body blooming with an alluring luster, like porcelain. Her breasts were as straight as mountains, full and bouncy. Her beautiful legs were slender and white, and the beauty between them was enough to make any man's blood boil. Streaks of dark red blood spread across her body, giving her a different kind of allure. Her entire body was in extreme pain, and even the slightest movement would cause a stifled moan to emerge from her throat, like the most enchanting notes that echoed between the heavens and earth. Rubbing her forehead, she gradually understood her situation and recalled what had happened before. Her beautiful eyes shrank as a cold, knife-like murderous intent flashed from the depths of her pupils, causing her tender body to tremble slightly. Clenching her teeth, she took a deep breath, her full breasts rippling in an enchanting arc as she calmed herself down. She then wiped her space ring, took out a fragrant pill, and stuffed it into her mouth to restore her injuries and strength. She then took out a pair of snow-white underwear from her space ring. These small underwear were delicate and lovely, almost the size of a palm. She didn't know what material they were made of, but there were many exquisite patterns carved into them. She lifted her foot and bent down, preparing to put on these clothes first. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from above, and a piece of gravel slid down from above. Hearing this noise, her beautiful face couldn't help paling as she quickly looked up. She then saw a man standing at the edge of the crater, his eyes wide open as he stared in her direction. His eyes seemed to be blooming with a brilliant light, and his gaze was extremely wanton. Like a knife, his gaze lingered on the most private and secret parts of her body, imprinting everything into his eyes. She instantly remembered this man's face. It was him who had passed by the mountain valley a few days ago, forcing her to give up on that deal. It was because of him that he had spent 2 months searching for him and had killed 2,000 people. It was him who had fled with him when the battleship was destroyed. He was actually naked from head to toe, without any clothes on. His exposed muscles were firm and powerful. That man's majesty was so blatantly exposed, like the trunk of an elephant, tarnishing her pure eyes and piercing into her flawless heart. Then she realized that she was also not wearing any clothes. At this moment, she was bending her waist, her chest was trembling, and her beautiful legs were slightly raised, like the most licentious woman trying to please her lover. She took the initiative to display all kinds of beautiful things. She was ashamed and resentful. "You're looking for—" she shouted, but before she could finish her sentence, her face suddenly turned pale, and she coughed violently. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth as she covered her chest with her small hand and staggered a few steps. Her injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been displaced. Although the protection of the fiery red armor made it seem like she didn't have many serious visible injuries, the various internal injuries were the most serious. "Die." She squeezed out these words with difficulty before glaring angrily at Yang Kai, gnashing her teeth, as if she couldn't wait to swallow him alive. No man had ever seen her naked body before, and besides the few closest to her, no one knew her secret. But now, this little character who had popped out of nowhere had seen her naked body. His eyes were filled with a sense of judgment. She couldn't help feeling like she had been blasphemed. "Young Master Shuiyu." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, not caring about his naked body at all. Not only did he not try to cover it up, he even took a step forward to make his figure clearer. Then he said in amazement, "I didn't expect young Master Shuiyu to be a woman. This is really a big surprise." The woman at the bottom of the pit was 70 to 80% similar in appearance to the Shuiyu he had seen before, but there were many subtle differences. It was these subtle changes that allowed the male Shuiyu to be reborn, turning him into a stunningly beautiful woman. Her beauty was difficult to describe with words. Her appearance and body could be described as perfect without the slightest flaw. It was as if the Creator had gathered all the advantages on her body. Every part of her was captivating and intoxicating, unable to extricate themselves. Her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely clear, sparkling and translucent like crystals. There was always a mysterious mist swirling around them, as if it wanted to suck in one's soul, making it impossible for one to break free and willingly work for her, giving her everything they had. Yang Kai had just walked over, and when he saw her for the first time, he couldn't help but tremble, his heart filled with a strong sense of intoxication. He wished he could freeze time and space at that moment, so that he could forever watch this woman bend over and put on her clothes. Her entire being was like a dream, the most beautiful dream, and those who were intoxicated by it would never be willing to wake up. Yang Kai had seen many women along the way, many of whom were exceptionally beautiful, but when he compared them carefully, none of them could reach the same height as this woman. None of them were as perfect as her. In all fairness, even Su Yan and his little senior sister were lacking something when compared to her. For a person to be born like this was nothing short of a miracle. This was simply a gift from the Creator. She should have fallen unconscious during the disaster and then been drawn here by the gravitational force of this dead star. Moreover, she should have only woken up a short time ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had time to put on her clothes. She killed 2,000 people just to find his existence, just to keep that little secret. Whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had become her enemy. But at this moment, Yang Kai didn't know whether he should attack her to protect his own interests or not. After all, no matter what, this woman was still related to Shin Tu by blood. She was Shin Tu's older sister. Moreover, Yang Kai was a little reluctant to attack her, secretly feeling that bullying such a beautiful woman was a bit inappropriate. This thought made him vigilant, and he quickly stabilized his mind, not allowing himself to be influenced by Shueyu. Shueyu wasn't using any kind of seductive technique, nor was she deliberately using any kind of secret technique to influence his judgment. She simply stood there and glared at him angrily, not bothering to conceal her disgust and murderous intent. But the invisible impact she gave off made Yang Kai's heart soften involuntarily. What a terrible woman! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Obviously, he knew that she harbored ill intentions towards him and wanted to kill him, but he still couldn't immediately act. This was the first time Yang Kai had encountered such a woman. What do you want to do? Shui, you also seemed to know that her current state was very bad and didn't rush to find trouble with Yang Kai. Instead, a 7-colored divine light suddenly burst from Huey's body and shrouded her, covering her private parts and covering her exposed body, not giving Yang Kai a chance to pry into her private parts. However, it was unknown whether it was because she was too weak, but the rainbow divine light was not too dense. Instead, it was like a translucent veil that covered her body. She had suddenly become even more alluring. This kind of hazy beauty fiercely impacted Yang Kai's mind, giving him a strong visual impact. Compared to when she was completely naked, this scene was even more alluring. Shui Yu's expression became uglier and uglier as her suppressed anger and grievance finally erupted. With a wave of her hand, a 7-colored light shot towards Yang Kai, binding him while Yang Kai was still immersed in this hazy beauty. Then, Shui Yu pulled Yang Kai in front of her and punched out with her delicate little fist, sending out a shocking energy, fluctuation towards Yang Kai's heart. She wanted to kill this man who had spied on her beautiful body and protect the biggest secret of her life. Facing this murderous intent, Yang Kai seemed to be indifferent, his eyes still roaming over Shui Yu's body. The 2 red dots on her chest and the lush green grass between her legs had become a deadly vortex, attracting his attention and making it impossible for him to extricate himself. A look of disgust appeared on Shui Yu's pretty face, and the energy fluctuations around her fist became even stronger. Kong, her delicate fist successfully smashed into Yang Kai's chest, and a fierce force penetrated his body, wantonly destroying Yang Kai's internal organs. Yang Kai, who should have immediately died or even exploded, suddenly smiled strangely at Shui Yu, a smile full of ridicule as he opened his arms and hugged her. Shui Yu's face instantly paled and she screamed. She felt her plump breasts being squeezed against a sturdy chest, changing shape. That chest emitted a shocking amount of heat, and the heat rushed into her body like lightning, causing her delicate body to tremble, making it difficult for her to breathe and unable to think normally. She stretched out her hands and tried to push Yang Kai away, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't muster any strength. The explosion of that punch just now had completely drained her, who was already in a bad state. She patted Yang Kai's shoulder and constantly twisted her tender body, trying to break free from Yang Kai's embrace. But not only did it not have any effect, it only made this scene look ridiculous, like a couple flirting with each other. "Don't move!" Yang Kai roared, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he threatened fiercely. Shui Yu ignored him and cursed Yang Kai for being a shameless bastard, a rogue, and a scoundrel as she continued to struggle even harder. "Ayo!" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as a strange sound burst from his throat and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This constant rubbing of their bodies allowed Yang Kai to fully feel the softness and tenacity of Shui Yu's body and the elasticity of her pair of jade peaks. Yang Kai's eyes were burning hot, and he could hardly contain the desire in the depths of his heart, his body immediately reacting as a man should. "You." Shui Yu's face was as white as a sheet of paper. She felt as if there was a monster between her legs that was quickly raising its head, becoming as hot and hard as a soldering iron. That monster's head was slowly invading her lower body. Chapter 1046. Kai Yang hugged her tightly, his two arms exerting so much strength that it was as if he wanted to break her tender body in half. Shui Yu's beautiful face changed color. The hot, iron-like thing between her legs was invading her heart. She immediately realized what was going on. Her delicate body started to tremble, and fear and horror appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together, clamping the monster's head between them, not letting it get close to her pure region. Yang Kai shivered, and his expression became even more joyful. Shui Yu's beautiful legs, her skin white and smooth. This kind of clamping brought him unimaginable pleasure, causing his killing intent to stagnate. I'll kill you." Shui Yu had never suffered such humiliation before and screamed hysterically. At this moment, she no longer had the calm and elegant demeanor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's third young master. Instead, she was like a madwoman, her eyes bloodshot as she viciously sent out two palms towards Yang Kai, seven-colored light bursting from her palms. Asterisk pung pung, asterisk Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood onto Shui Yu's face. Yang Kai's condition was also not good. In order to numb Shui Yu before, he had taken a blow from her in order to approach her. But now that he had been bombarded twice, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. Under these two palms, the injuries he had just recovered from had become serious once again. Shui Yu seemed to have gone mad as she used all her strength to dig her fingertips into Yang Kai's flesh, tearing off strips of flesh as she opened her mouth again. Biting down on Yang Kai's shoulders and chest, Shui Yu struggled as hard as she could, seemingly wanting to perish together with Yang Kai. Shui Yu was at least a second-order Sane King, and although she was unable to display even 30% of her usual strength because of the disaster, this kind of fight was still somewhat difficult for Yang Kai. In an instant, he was covered in blood, and his body was covered in strange bite marks, courting death. Yang Kai roared as he sent out a punch towards Shui Yu's pretty face, not showing the slightest bit of tenderness towards her. This punch landed. Shui Yu's head was immediately knocked to the side, her cheeks seemingly swollen from the force of this punch, causing both Yang Kai and Shui Yu to fall to the ground. Before they even hit the ground, though, Yang Kai suddenly turned her body so that her back was facing him. His hands were still tightly hugging her, restraining her arms to prevent her from scratching and biting his body. Shui Yu used strength to resist Yang Kai's hand. Constantly in Yang Kai and Yu, she's trying to escape. Asterisk hong hong hong, Asterisk the two people's shui yu. Their fists and feet collided with each other in the tightest of positions, yet they fought as if they were mortal enemies. Dust flew everywhere, and from time to time, 1 or 2 rays of light bloomed. But no matter who it was, their bodies gradually became weaker until they were no longer able to move. Panting violently, the two of them maintained a posture where their chests were pressed against each other as they lay in a certain part of the pit. Motionless, both of them were looking up at the cold and dark star field. I don't know when. Yang Kai's 2 hands had crossed and covered Shui Yu's 2 peaks. The amazing feeling from his palms shook Yang Kai's spirit, as if he could immediately become a dragon and a tiger. When Shui Yu was a man, Yang Kai couldn't see that she was so full, but after holding these peaks in his hands, he couldn't help but sigh at this woman's wealth. Yang Kai's hands were quite large, but even so, 1 palm couldn't cover a jade peak. The small and delicate protrusion rubbed against Yang Kai's palm. The jade peak was hot, soft, and amazingly elastic. Yang Kai couldn't help but use a little more strength and firmly hold it. A charming sound came from Shui Yu's throat. Her head was slightly raised, as if she was a little uncomfortable being pinched. But more than that, she was ashamed and angry. Yang Kai didn't care about her, and instead felt the stimulation from her smooth back and perky buttocks. Although Shui Yu's body was covered in scars and blood, her skin was white and tender, like a newborn baby with an attractive luster. In the rolling just now, Yang Kai fully felt the charm of her plump and perky buttocks. Those 2 round buttocks were constantly pressing against his vital parts, making Yang Kai excited and unable to calm down for a long time. His high and ferocious head had been clamped between her buttocks. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai moved his body, he could break through that layer of blockade and completely possess this woman. This kind of ambiguous position caused their private parts to be close together. A drop of warm liquid suddenly rolled down Yang Kai's arm, and Shui Yu began sobbing softly. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai was speechless. In the middle of a life or death struggle, this woman had actually cried. He didn't know if this was her true feelings or just acting. From childhood to now, no one has ever treated me like this. Not even a few people know my true gender. You dared to molest me like this? I'll remember you and make you pay the price, Shui Yu said through clenched teeth. We'll talk about that after you survive, Yang Kai grinned. Just wait until I recover. Then I'll first rape you and then kill you. You can try. Shui Yu remained unmoved and continued to argue with Yang Kai. You're not in a good state right now. Before you arrived, I already took a Saint King high-rank pill. It won't be long before I have the strength to escape from you. When that time comes, who knows who will be the one to die? She no longer cried and instead grinned. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you taste all the torture in the world before slowly torturing you to death. Yang Kai blew a breath of hot air into her delicate earlobe, causing Shui Yu's complexion to change again. Her tender body couldn't help trembling as she held her breath, afraid that Yang Kai would bring her an even more humiliating experience. Then let's see who can recover first, Yang Kai declared confidently, as if victory was already in his grasp. When it came to recovery ability, he didn't fear anyone. Although Shui Yu had taken a Saint King high-rank pill, Yang Kai still had the demon god golden blood. So after a short while, the flesh that had been bitten off by Shui Yu began to heal, and the condition of his 5 viscera and 6 organs also improved. The two of them no longer spoke and simply hugged each other, their skin touching, like a man and woman in love, enjoying this moment of warmth and tranquility. However, under this surface of warmth and tranquility, murderous intent was surging. Suddenly, a ray of 7-colored light bloomed, and Yang Kai held in pain, his expression changing greatly as he ground his teeth. Slut, you're actually so insidious. Huh? Shui Yu laughed triumphantly. Against someone like you. What's the point of being insidious? Hurry up and let go of me. Otherwise, I'll break your dantian and cripple your cultivation, making it impossible for you to cultivate for the rest of your life. One of Shui Yu's jade white hands wrapped around her waist at this moment and actually pierced into Yang Kai's abdomen, clamping down on Yang Kai's abdomen muscles. Her fingertips pulsed with energy, seemingly capable of invading Yang Kai's dantian and destroying its source of strength. Yang Kai didn't know when she had accumulated this kind of strength. Perhaps she had been hiding it from the very beginning. He finally understood that this woman was different from other women. Even if she was subdued like this, she would still try her best to resist and gain the upper hand. Are you going to let go? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths, you will... You, what are you doing? Shui Yu's calm tone suddenly became chaotic as she screamed in horror. Her face pale. Stop, don't move any more. While Shui Yu was threatening him, Yang Kai actually didn't retreat, but instead moved forward, allowing Shui Yu's little hand to penetrate deeper into his abdomen. However, because of this movement, Yang Kai's erect and ferocious expression gradually pressed against the narrow tunnel between Shui Yu's legs. His erection was almost at the entrance of the corridor. Shui Yu panicked in an instant, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai kept his dantian at his waist as he stuck out his tongue and licked Shui Yu's delicate earlobe. You bastard! Shui Yu cursed, her tender body trembling. Curse all you want. There's a saying that even if you die under a peony, you'll still be a playboy even if you become a ghost. I don't care what you do to my dantian, but if you dare touch me, I'll immediately take away your chastity. Yang Kai chuckled. In any case, I'm a loner with no ties to the world, unlike young Master Shui Yu who has a high status. TSK, TSK. When you get married in the future and your husband discovers that you're not a virgin, things will become interesting. For a small character like me, if I can possess someone like you, it'll be worth it. Madman, madman, you're crazy. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with panic. She was really frightened by Yang Kai's desperate actions, and the hard thing between her legs made her feel even more helpless, causing her to completely collapse at this moment. This man was more terrifying than the bandits of Galaxy Ridge and more vicious than the villains of Abandoned Lair. I am crazy, but since things have come to this point, either you die or I die, there's no other way. Before I die, I'll enjoy your taste so I can savor it in the Yellow Springs. Saying so, Yang Kai gradually exerted strength in his waist and began to move forward. He seemed to really have the resolve to die under a peony and didn't care about his own life anymore. Wait a minute. Shui Yu tightened her tender body and moved forward, trying to keep her tone calm. I think we can talk about this, right? Talk? Yang Kai stopped his aggressive movements and asked with interest. What do you want to talk about? And what do you want to talk about? There's no great enmity between you and me. There's no need to make things like this, right? Shui Yu lightly opened her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred. But for the sake of her chastity, she had no choice but to compromise. You mean we can turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? What's wrong with that? Shui Yu tilted her head, her snow-white face immediately pressing against Yang Kai's lips. She couldn't help feeling bitter and immediately moved away, cursing this bastard for actually trying to take advantage of her, wishing she could immediately burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Chapter 1047. After listening to Shui Yu's words, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Are you so naive? If you think I'm a 3-year-old child, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I've already treated you like this, yet you're still going to swallow your anger and pretend nothing happened? You're the son of Hung Luo Business Association's president, while I'm just a nobody. If I let you live this time, I'm afraid I won't have a good time in the future. I'd rather take you now, have my cultivation crippled, and then be beaten to death than be deceived by your flowery words. Flowery words? Shui Yu shouted. I'm a woman. How can I use flowery words? Isn't this a man's specialty? In any case, I don't believe you. Whatever you say is nothing but fart. Yang Kai snorted. Can you not be so unreasonable? Shui Yu laughed angrily. Since I proposed this, I will certainly show some sincerity and promise not to settle accounts with you. Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at her deeply. Speaking of which, both he and Shui Yu were now wary of each other, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Shui Yu's cultivation was much higher than his, but her injuries were more serious and her recovery ability was not as good as his, so he was able to maintain a stalemate with her. However, continuing like this was not a solution. In the end, it would only lead to a life and death struggle, which was not something either of them wanted to see. Yang Kai was not willing to give up his cultivation in order to take a woman's chastity, and Shui was even more unwilling to be defiled by someone like Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he should listen to what Shui had to say. Speak, I'm listening. Yang Kai nodded to her, his hand still clenching her jade peaks, unwilling to relax in the slightest. There is no great grievance between you and me. In the final analysis, it's just that you bumped into my transaction in the mountain valley. Yes, because of this you killed more than 2,000 people. Yang Kai sneered. You are such a vicious woman. How could I possibly trust you? Aren't you safe and sound? Shui Yu asked. Did you care about any of those 2,000 people? Did it have anything to do with you? No, it didn't. Then shut up. Shui Yu coldly snorted. My proposal, if you let me go, I won't cause you any trouble, but you can't reveal anything about that transaction. And you can't tell anyone about what happened here. Oh. Saying so, her face turned red. Just now, she had been fighting with Yang Kai and had completely ignored the humiliation she had suffered. But now that she was discussing conditions with Yang Kai, it seemed that her shame as a woman had been awoken. Shui Yu, Shui Yu. Shui Yu quickly dispelled the Shui. T, S-U. T to be to Shui. T, is I you to. You is you to be to. You, die T to you. It's good you know. Shui Yu took a deep breath, her plump breasts bulging in Yang Kai's palm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she helplessly said, I have an artifact refined by a grandmaster from the Chamber of Commerce. It was originally prepared for me in times of danger, but now it's yours to take advantage of. What kind of artifact? Yang Kai asked curiously. Soul chains. Shui Yu grit her teeth and said, This artifact can link our soul brand and life traces together. If either of us dies, the other will die as well. Is this enough of a guarantee? Live and die together? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned strangely. Beauty, we aren't that close yet, are we? Although you and I have always treated each other with sincerity, isn't this kind of progress a bit too fast? Moreover, I already have 2 wives, 2 of them. Can't you be serious? Don't be so glib. Don't you know how annoying you are right now? Shui Yu scolded. Do you think I'm willing to link my life to yours? You're just a second-order saint cultivator. If you encounter even the slightest danger, you may die. If I really do this, I'll have to protect you at all times in the future. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he carefully sensed her breathing and soul fluctuations. After a while, he asked, Should I believe you? I've already made concessions to this extent. If you don't believe me, then we can only fight to the death. That's not the ending you want, is it? You and I both have a bright future ahead of us. Both of us have beautiful tomorrows. Who would want to die on this dead star? Yang Kai grinned. Why do I find that your desire to survive is much stronger than mine? Shui Yu's pretty face sank and she no longer spoke. Let me ask you one more time. Can the function of that artifact be removed? I don't want to be tied to you for the rest of my life. Even though Shui Yu's temperament was quite good, she was still almost driven mad by Yang Kai's words. Who is the one who doesn't want to be tied to the other? It's as if I'm the one who's shameless enough to force him to be tied to me. You bastard. Should be honored to be tied to me. Shui Yu silently cursed in her heart as she replied, It can be removed, but only if both of us are willing. If either of us refuses, the function of that artifact cannot be removed. Good, Yang Kai smiled, thought for a moment, and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement, right? We have an agreement. I want to take out that artifact. Release me a little. I can't move. Shui said weakly, struggling slightly. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he slowly loosened his grip on her, but he didn't relax his vigilance. Instead, he moved his mouth close to Shui Yu's ear and whispered, Don't try to play any tricks. As long as I use a little strength, you'll be mine. I know. Shui Yu grit her teeth and responded bitterly. Hugged by Yang Kai, one of her hands still stuck in Yang Kai's abdomen, Shui Yu brought her other hand to her mouth and poured her divine sense into the space ring. With a flash of light, a chain-like artifact appeared on the ground. This is it. Yang Kai's eyes moved quickly, and he quickly grabbed this artifact, causing Shui Yu to miss it. The function of this artifact is quite strange. Why did the grandmasters of your business association refine this kind of thing for you? As I said, this is something prepared for when I am in danger. If I encounter an enemy I can't defeat, I can use this artifact to connect my life to it. It's a life-saving measure. Yang Kai nodded lightly before pouring his divine sense into this artifact to investigate it, quickly discovering that there were some unknown spirit arrays engraved inside it. There was also a very strange energy inside this artifact that was so strong that Yang Kai couldn't help paling slightly. There was no doubt that this energy was poured into this artifact by a master who had reached the Origin King realm and contained some of their soul's mysteries. Yang Kai immediately understood that it wasn't this artifact that played a role, but rather the divine technique of that Origin King realm master. This artifact was just a carrier that sealed this divine technique. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed, and he said, I'm worried about you. Tell me how to activate the power of this artifact. Shui Yu angrily said, How can you be so narrow-minded? Are you still a man? Whether I'm a man or not, do you want to verify it? Yang Kai snorted. No need. Shui Yu was shocked and quickly said, Pour your divine sense into it and open the seal. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into this artifact and found that the seal wasn't strong and could be easily broken. The next moment, a shocking spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from this artifact, and a purple halo spread out from it, covering Yang Kai and Shui Yu's bodies. This purple light was pervasive and seeped into Yang Kai and Shui Yu's pores, quickly being absorbed by the two of them. Both of them couldn't help closing their eyes and feeling the effects of this spiritual energy, their bodies trembling slightly as an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. It was as if they had become a part of each other, as if they were connected by blood. Shui Yu moaned softly. The seductive notes suddenly woke Yang Kai from his stupor. With a strange expression on his face, Yang Kai loosened his grip on Shui Yu's arm, one of his hands still holding onto her thighs, kneading and squeezing them wantonly while his other hand moved down, caressing her waist and reaching her buttocks, feeling the softness and fullness as he gently caressed her skin. Shui Yu's moans became more and more strange as her tender body squirmed, blood dripping from her red lips as a strange red glow appeared on her skin. Yang Kai's rough hands rubbing against her buttocks made her involuntarily feel ashamed. She didn't seem to want to resist, and instead took the initiative to cooperate with Yang Kai, allowing him to do as he pleased. Her brow furrowed, and her expression became one of struggle and resistance. She then bit the tip of her tongue fiercely, the sharp pain waking her up, and like a frightened rabbit, she jumped out of Yang Kai's arms and glared at Yang Kai from a few dozen meters away, gritting her teeth as she shouted, Shameless! You still want to take advantage of me? Are you still not satisfied? Yang Kai licked his lips and rubbed his fingers together, feeling a sense of loss. When Shui Yu jumped away, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of loss. Why do I feel like you've become much more amiable? And why are you so much less vigilant than before? Is this also the effect of the divine technique sealed in this artifact? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Yes. Shui Yu crossed one hand in front of her chest to cover her breasts, while the other covered her lower body to prevent Yang Kai's prying eyes. Pursing her lips as she said, "Our soul brand and life auras are connected. So whether you and I are willing or not, we will involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. In other words, we will treat each other as if we are very important to each other." Is it really so magical? Yang Kai frowned. Also, I don't think you're as annoying as before, Shui Yu said somewhat unwillingly. Yang Kai grinned, wanting to laugh but fearing that she would become angry. He held back his laughter with great difficulty. "Turn around. I want to put on my clothes. Don't peek." Shui Yu shouted, "I've already hugged you and touched you. I know your entire body like the back of my hand. What's wrong with taking a few glances?" Yang Kai sneered disapprovingly. Shui Yu squatted down angrily, picked up some gravel from the ground, and threw it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately covered his head and fled. Chapter 1048. On the Dead Star, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, restoring his strength and recovering his injuries. *Chi*. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from in front of him. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's face lit up. At this moment, Shui Yu was standing not far in front of him, wearing a fiery red dress that shone brilliantly. At a glance, it was obvious it was an extraordinary artifact. This dress was woven from some unknown material, but it was soft and clung to her tender body, accentuating her perfect curves and alluring curves, making her look like a dazzling goddess. Her long hair, which had always been scattered over her shoulders, was tied up in a bun with a hairpin that seemed to contain a dense mist. Her delicate arms seemed to be able to squeeze water out of them, making people want to pounce on them and take a bite. She wore 2 jade bracelets on her wrists, and a small part of her beautiful legs were exposed. Her exquisite jewelry set off her noble and elegant temperament. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of infatuation as he stared at her in a daze, unable to turn his eyes away. Yang Kai secretly warned himself not to be confused by this woman, but he still couldn't resist her beauty. It seemed that as long as she beckoned, he would be willing to go through water and tread on fire for her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai finally woke up and bit his tongue secretly to sober up. Shui Yu squinted her beautiful eyes and observed Yang Kai triumphantly, seemingly aware of his current state. Her pretty face was filled with a happy smile as a sense of satisfaction filled her. This was the kind of satisfaction a woman felt when she dressed up for the man she loved. After Yang Kai broke free from her aura, Shui Yu couldn't help frowning, looking a little surprised and a little disappointed. She turned around, revealing her allure and beauty. Then she asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Beautiful." Yang Kai praised sincerely. "Thank you." Shui Yu smiled even more happily. "You look good without any clothes on," Yang Kai added. Shui Yu's pretty face sank. She rolled her eyes at him. "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Remember, everything that happened before wasn't real. You're not allowed to tell anyone that I'm a woman. Otherwise, our agreement will be voided. I'll commit suicide first, and then let the soul-linking chains end your life." "I know." Yang Kai gently nodded and tilted his head to look at her. He grinned and said, "Why do I feel that you seem to be enjoying yourself right now?" While Shui Yu was speaking, she kept looking down at herself, observing the jewelry and clothes she was wearing. The more she looked, the happier and more satisfied she was. "Of course I enjoy it." Shui Yu pursed her lips. "From the time I can remember, I was raised as a boy. I've never worn women's clothes since I was young. I've kept these things in my space ring for many years, and now I finally have a chance to use them. Are you happy? Why did President Io raise you as a man? Why hide the secret of your true gender? He still has other heirs, and even without you, he still has a successor. Is there a need to be so strict with you?" Yang Kai fired a barrage of questions, his heart filled with doubts. Shui Yu's expression became solemn as she pondered for a while before faintly saying, "He has his reasons, and I'm used to it." She did not answer directly. Yang Kai did not force her. Thinking about it for a moment, just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. "Someone is coming this way." Shui Yu was stunned. Looking at him suspiciously, she asked, "How did you know?" "They've entered the range of my divine sense," Yang Kai said solemnly. Shui Yu was even more confused. "Did you release your divine sense? Why can't I feel it?" Her strength was much higher than Yang Kai's, although both of them were in a weakened state at this moment. However, if Yang Kai had really released his divine sense, she would have been able to detect it, but she knew nothing about this. "I also have my own secrets. Just trust me," Yang Kai said seriously. Shui Yu nodded without hesitation. "How many people? What's their cultivation?" "There are quite a few of them, several of them Saint Kings. The pressure they give off is even stronger than when you were at your peak." Shui Yu's expression changed as she shouted, "Then didn't they discover you spying on them?" Those who appeared in ice-cold death territory at this time must have something to do with the previous trap. Perhaps they were the ones who arranged it and are now looking for survivors to kill them all. "I think so too, but they can't detect my divine sense." Yang Kai shook his head. After studying the true meaning of space on the floating continent, Yang Kai's divine sense was able to break through the shackles of space and leap forward. Unlike other people's spiritual energy, which was continuous and continuous, Yang Kai's divine sense was able to break through the shackles of space. This kind of leaping divine sense was very difficult to detect, and even if someone did spy on it, they would not be able to trace it back to Yang Kai unless that person's strength was much, much higher than Yang Kai's. It was for this reason that Shui Yu knew nothing about Yang Kai's divine sense. This dead star is filled with death qi, without the slightest trace of world energy. Once they come here, they will definitely discover our existence. Shui Yu's expression was ugly. "My strength hasn't even been restored to half. If they really find us..." She didn't dare imagine what kind of treatment she would encounter. If she was still Shui Yu's third young master, she could still negotiate terms with this unknown enemy, but at the moment, she was just a stunning beauty. What kind of fate awaited a beautiful woman if she was captured? Shui Yu knew better than anyone. It was a fate of eternal damnation, of being defiled and humiliated. "Let's get out of here. Let's avoid them for now." Yang Kai didn't panic, summoning his star shuttle and standing on it, extending his hand toward Shui Yu. "Are you sure you can avoid their detection?" Shui Yu asked in a deep voice. "No, but it's better than waiting for death here." Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Yu bit her red lips and nodded, taking the initiative to step onto Yang Kai's star shuttle. Yang Kai hugged Shui Yu in front of him, resting his head on her shoulder, and with a single thought, the star shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew away from the dead star. "Don't move. Although I don't hate you right now, there's still a voice in my heart screaming for me to kill you. Don't let my hatred for you take over." Shui Yu's neck glowed red, and her delicate earlobes also became extremely red as she whispered softly. Being hugged by a man like this was the first time she had ever been hugged like this. Previously, when she had faced off against Yang Kai on the Dead Star, she had been desperately trying to seize the initiative and kill Yang Kai, so she hadn't had much time to feel the changes in her body. But now, through the connection of the soul chains, her body had become extremely sensitive to Yang Kai's touch, and even the hot wind blowing by her ear seemed to make her tender body feel hot. "Do you really not trust me?" Yang Kai laughed. "I'm very honest." "Oof, you're not," Shui Yu said, grabbing Yang Kai's hand that seemed to inadvertently touch her flat belly and gripping it tightly. Yang Kai didn't seem to have any interest in her, his expression gradually becoming serious as he controlled his star shuttle to shuttle back and forth in the cold and dark star field without any pattern. Although Shui Yu didn't dare release her divine sense to investigate, lest she expose the two of them, she also knew that Yang Kai should be avoiding some unknown enemy. She couldn't help becoming curious about Yang Kai's spiritual energy, wondering what kind of fortuitous encounter this little second-order saint had that allowed him to cultivate his spiritual energy to such an extent. Moreover, she didn't know why, but being held in Yang Kai's arms, Shui Yu felt an inexplicable sense of security. It was as if even if there were tens of thousands of pursuers, as long as she hid in this person's arms, she wouldn't be discovered. When this thought appeared in her mind, Shui Yu's heart became chaotic. She knew that this was a side effect of the soul chains, making her subconsciously feel that this man had become more cordial and reliable. A trace of fear appeared in the depths of her heart, fearing that she would sink deeper and deeper into this feeling, making her want to break free from the soul chains as soon as possible. Not daring to say anything else, Shui Yu closed her eyes and focused on restoring her strength. A few moments later, another dead star appeared in front of the two, and Yang Kai controlled his star shuttle to fly straight towards it. This dead star was slightly larger than the previous one, but it was also filled with a death chi, devoid of vitality. The dead star was filled with strong winds, and the weather was extremely harsh, the wind blowing up clouds of dust that made it almost impossible to see anything within a 10-meter radius. Yang Kai flew around the dead star for a while before finding a cave-like place and bringing Shui Yu inside, sealing the entrance to prevent any dust from flowing in before taking out some illuminating stones and placing them around the cave. The cave wasn't big or deep, so the two of them hid in the innermost part. Whether it was intentional or not, Shui Yu sat far away from Yang Kai, as if she was afraid he would take advantage of this opportunity to attack her again. Those people aren't searching in this direction. We can hide for a while. Yang Kai took back his divine sense and said to Shui Yu, "Let's wait for them to approach before we leave." "Good, you can decide," Shui Yu nodded. Shui Yu nodded lightly, not objecting, taking out a piece of high-quality Saint crystal, holding it in her palm as she began to meditate. While meditating, she secretly paid attention to Yang Kai's movements. She thought that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to bear the loneliness and would try to entangle himself with her. After all, she was the heir of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president. Her cultivation was profound and her status was respected. On the other hand, Yang Kai was just an unknown little cultivator. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was an honor for him to be able to establish a relationship with her, so he definitely wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to be alone with her. He would definitely try to win her over and hold some unrealistic expectations. As such, Shui Yu took the initiative to meditate, making it clear that she didn't want to talk to him. Chapter 1049. Shui Yu had secretly calculated everything in her heart and was preparing to teach Yang Kai what it meant to be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. She was also preparing to take this opportunity to get rid of the knot in her heart and make him realize the gap in status between them, so she could draw a clear line between them. Everything was ready. All she needed was one final push. She was waiting for Yang Kai to take the initiative to answer. But after waiting for a long time, things didn't progress as she had imagined. She couldn't help opening her beautiful eyes and turning to look at Yang Kai, her expression immediately becoming strange. This man, who had previously taken advantage of her and touched her all over, was now sitting there calmly, holding a piece of Saint crystal in his hand as he circulated his secret art to absorb the energy from it to restore his strength. He was actually meditating and cultivating. A strong sense of frustration rose in Shui Yu's heart, causing her to grit her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai hatefully. She took the initiative to speak, trying to make her voice sound calm. "There are some things I don't understand. Can you explain them to me?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared at her deeply for a moment before suddenly grinning. "I also have some things I don't understand." "I'll ask first," Shui Yu shouted. "Then you ask first." Yang Kai was extremely generous, not bothering with her on this issue. Shui Yu was startled for a moment before asking, "What's your name and where are you from?" She still didn't know Yang Kai's name, but thinking back to all the previous encounters, she suddenly felt like she had suffered a big loss. "Yang Kai, you probably don't know where I was born. It's a low-level world. I was the first person to escape from that world and successfully enter star territory. Yang Kai replied honestly, a low-level world. Shui Yu looked at him in surprise before asking with interest. Then what is the strongest person on that world? Third Order Saint. I think there was a Saint King Realm cultivator before, but he fell before he could enter star territory. But that was several thousand years ago. Only a Third Order Saint. It really is a low-level world. And after I came here, I learned that above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm. Above the Saint King Realm is the Origin Returning Realm, the Origin King Realm. You're really ignorant and ignorant. Shui Yu covered her mouth and giggled, teasing him. But, short General Liba, it's quite difficult for you to reach this point. You must have suffered a lot along the way, right? She seemed to be concerned about Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she realized that it was inappropriate, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. I'm all right. I just accidentally barged in. Say no more. I don't care about that. Shui Yu interrupted him with a cold face. Let me ask you, why couldn't I find you on Water Moon Star before? Where were you hiding? Did someone provide you with some help? Oh, I live in Shentu's palace. You probably didn't go there to look for me. Yang Kai replied casually, not feeling the slightest sense of betraying Shentu. Shui Yu muttered under her breath before suddenly smiling sweetly. So it was him who made trouble for me. Humph. After a few days of not being taught a lesson, he actually dared to oppose me. Just wait until I return. I'll show him what he's made of. She had a vicious expression on her face, her silver teeth clenched as if she wanted to tear Shentu to pieces. Was he also the one who arranged for you to board the starship? Shui Yu continued to ask. Yes, he thought you had left Water Moon Star the day before yesterday, but he didn't expect that you hadn't left at all. As soon as I boarded the starship, you followed me. Beauty, don't you think this is fate? He looked at Shui Yu with a grin. Who has fate with you? Shui Yu glared at Yang Kai in a flirtatious manner, causing his heart to skip a beat. Involuntarily, the scene of him rolling around on the dead star with her suddenly appeared in his mind, as well as her soft and supple body, causing his gaze toward Shui Yu to suddenly change. What are you thinking about? Shui Yu's face suddenly flushed red, as if she could see through Yang Kai's dirty thoughts. Under Yang Kai's aggressive gaze, she quickly changed the subject. What's wrong with your spiritual energy? I've been paying special attention to it these past few days. But why does your spiritual energy give me a very strange and erratic feeling? What are the mysteries of your divine sense? This is because I'm proficient in... Yang Kai didn't even think about it before opening his mouth to answer. But halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed as he frowned. Isn't the power of these soul chains too strong? I don't seem to be on guard against you. Whatever she asked, he was actually willing to answer, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of foreboding, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Seeing Yang Kai actually wake up, Shui Yu couldn't help muttering under her breath, seemingly cursing him, her pretty face filled with annoyance. She had been so close to understanding the mysteries of Yang Kai's divine sense, but now she had failed at the last moment. The soul chains are a divine technique cultivated by a senior elder of the Chamber of Commerce. Of course its power is incredible, but you were actually able to resist it, which surprised me a little. Shui Yu looked at him in amazement. Are you planning to take this opportunity to force me to confess everything? Yang Kai sneered. Of course. Think about what you've done to me. Of course, I want to find out everything about you. If you give yourself to me, even without the power of the soul chains, I'll be honest with you. In your dreams. Shui Yu snorted, feeling ashamed of Yang Kai's shameless rascals. Good, now it's my turn to ask you. Yang Kai smiled gently, not giving Shui Yu time to think before asking. What method did you use to disguise yourself as a man? I know there are some artifacts that can change one's appearance, but you even changed your body shape. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? The male surname Shuiyu and the female surname Xue, you were somewhat similar in appearance. But their physiques were as different as heaven and earth, especially those perky round buttocks and full breasts. Kai Yang really couldn't understand how she managed to hide them. It's also the effect of an artifact. Shuiyu replied reluctantly. One of our Chamber of Commerce's grandmasters specially refined an artifact for me. It's unique. But in that disaster, that artifact was damaged, so I can only maintain my current appearance. That's good. I also think it's good. Shuiyu responded with a smile. She seemed to like her cross-dressing self very much. What's your current cultivation? Yang Kai asked again. Shuiyu frowned, not wanting to answer, but still saying, Third Order Saint King. I only broke through a year ago. This is a secret. Don't reveal it. Yang Kai put on a serious expression, quickly calculating with his fingers. Doesn't that mean you're a minor realm higher than me? Shuiyu giggled. Do you realize the gap between us now? If I hadn't been seriously injured before, I would have been able to pinch a little character like you to death with a single finger. How could I allow you to act so recklessly? How old are you this year? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Shuiyu's pretty face sank as she grit her teeth and spat. None of your damn business. Didn't anyone teach you not to ask a woman's age? Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. There's one more thing I find very strange. Shuiyu's expression suddenly became serious. In that disaster, I relied on an origin-grade artifact armor to survive, but even so, I almost lost my life. You're only a second-order saint. How did you survive? I was just lucky. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, suddenly remembering that when the disaster happened, Shuiyu did summon a fiery red artifact armor, but that artifact armor had been peeled off piece by piece. I don't think you were just lucky. Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully. I caused a lot of damage to your body before, but now it seems that those injuries have all healed. Also, the blood in your body is golden and contains a powerful vitality and resilience. Just how many secrets do you have? Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, her pretty face filled with curiosity. In her opinion, in that kind of disaster, even she had almost died, so there was no reason for someone like Yang Kai to survive. My resilience are really strong, which is probably the biggest reason I was able to survive. Yang Kai smiled lightly and changed the subject. Do you know what happened this time? I don't. Shuiyu shook her head, a trace of sadness appearing on her face. I don't know if that trap was set for the Chamber of Commerce or me. But what I'm certain of is that someone from the inside colluded with outsiders. No matter who it is, I will investigate everything and make them pay with blood. Saying so, a cold light flashed across Shuiyu's beautiful eyes as her murderous intent surged. It was as if she had become a completely different person, a ruthless, cruel, and cold-blooded Shuiyu, third young master, who, in order to find Yang Kai, didn't hesitate to kill 2,000 cultivators. Moreover, the star-shattering flash arranged in that trap is a weapon developed by our Chamber of Commerce and has never been sold to the outside world. As long as we trace this source, I think the truth will soon come to light, Shuiyu sneered softly. Yang Kai grinned, secretly worrying about the person behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Shuiyu was free, this matter would definitely set off a bloody storm. It was very likely that the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would be shaken. As they spoke inside the cave, the two of them didn't feel the passage of time. As their understanding of each other deepened, whether it was Yang Kai or Shuiyu, both of them felt that the other party had become much closer. Her wounds had not yet healed, and she still had to worry about the enemy outside searching for her. Shui, you didn't have the abnormal resilience of Yang Kai. So after talking for a while, she felt tired and fell asleep leaning against the mountain wall. After an unknown amount of time, Shuiyu suddenly heard Yang Kai call out to her softly. She quickly straightened up and frowned as she stared at Yang Kai, who was right in front of her. Turning her head to look at the big hand on her shoulder, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you hugging me?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "It was you who leaned over." Shui Yu blushed, not knowing how to explain. "It's time to go. They're heading towards this dead star. If we don't leave now, we'll be discovered." Yang Kai said hurriedly, standing up first, pushing aside the obstacles at the entrance of the cave, summoning his star shuttle and beckoning to Shui Yu. Shui Yu rushed over angrily and stood on the star shuttle, snorting. "Next time, even if I lean over, don't hug me. That wasn't my intention." "Good. From now on, I won't care if you live or die," Yang Kai simply replied. Chapter 1050. For nearly 2 months, Yang Kai and Shui Yu had been hiding on various dead stars in the ice-cold dead territory. Regardless of who had set the trap to blow up Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship, Yang Kai was deeply aware of their cautiousness. There were constantly cultivators wandering around the ice-cold dead territory, looking for something, and it wasn't until a few days ago that they gradually stopped and withdrew. It took them 2 months to confirm that no one had survived the disaster. "I feel like this time it seems to be directed at me." "On a dead star," Shui Yu said thoughtfully. "I think so too." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. At the beginning, neither of them understood whether the trap was directed at Shui Yu or the Chamber of Commerce's starship. But now, both of them had the same conjecture. That trap was directed at Shui Yu. It was to bury her in it. "Oh," Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she was considering him. "Why do you think so? Tell me your reasoning, and let's see if it is the same as mine." Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense and said, They spent too much time searching for survivors. There were no important people or materials on that starship, so if it was a trap set for the Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't have taken so long to find it. For them to be so cautious and search for 2 months in a row, it can only prove that they are very afraid of someone who may retaliate against them. So this time, the matter should be directed at you. The Chamber of Commerce's warship was just implicated. Saying so, Yang Kai stared at Shui Yu with scorching eyes. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes lit up as her red lips squirmed. "Your thoughts are very clear. I underestimated you." Yang Kai's conjecture was basically the same as hers. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai was actually a diamond in the rough. Smiling lightly, she asked, "If one day the soul chains between us are unlocked and I don't want to kill you, would you like to stay by my side?" "Are you trying to win me over?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. "You could say that, but it's very likely that I'll kill you the moment the soul chains are released." Shui Yu said those words in a soft voice. She had a smile on her face and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "Forget it. I won't be controlled by you. If that day really comes, I'll kill you before you do anything." "What arrogance!" Shui Yu curled her lips. "I want to see what ability you have to kill me." "You'll see when the time comes." Yang Kai crawled out of his hiding place, turned his head, bent down, and extended his hand in an inviting gesture. "But shouldn't we leave this damned place now?" Shui Yu pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she also stepped out, placing her jade white hand into Yang Kai's palm, allowing him to summon his star shuttle and carry her forward. After 2 months, no matter who it was, all of their injuries had healed, and Shui Yu had returned to the peak of the Third Order Saint King realm. However, she was still willing to share the same star shuttle as Yang Kai. She enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. She had to remind herself over and over again that this was a side effect brought about by the soul chains. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have any feelings for such a man, but at this moment, any care he showed her was enough to warm her body and mind. The star shuttle flew off like a bolt of lightning, and short time later, the pair flew away from the dead star. Inside the star field, Yang Kai stopped and asked, "Where should we go now? Back to Water Moon Star?" "No, the journey back is too far. The ice-cold dead territory is about 1.5 months' journey from Water Moon Star, so it would take at least 3 months to return by star shuttle. Let's go to Rainfall Star. Rainfall Star is closer to here, and I originally wanted to go there anyway, but now that I'm in this state, it's a bit troublesome. Good. Yang Kai didn't object. In any case, he was just going with the flow and didn't have any particular destination in mind. Let me think about where Rainfall Star is first. In this damn ice-cold, dead territory, there isn't even a trace of starlight, so it's impossible for me to tell the direction. Shui Yu's brow furrowed as she glanced around, trying to balance her sense of direction. While she was complaining, Yang Kai had already steered his star shuttle in a certain direction. Do you know the way? Shui Yu called out worriedly. If you don't, it's easy to get lost in the star field. My star shuttle just happens to have a star that leads to Rainfall Star. Yang Kai smiled lightly. That's great, Shui Yu rejoiced, letting go of the worry in her heart. The star in Yang Kai's star shuttle was something he had personally carved into it. It was the best route he had found from the huge star above his knowledge sea, so now was a good time to verify it. What are you going to do on Rainfall Star? As they flew, Yang Kai couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, My father sent me there to deal with some matters, Shui Yu replied casually. What matter is so important that it actually requires you to go in person? Don't ask so many questions. Shui Yu's pretty face became bitter. I wanted to tell you, but you should know that this is a secret of the Chamber of Commerce and can't be easily divulged. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? She actually began to plead in a soft voice. Fine, I won't ask. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he felt a bit overwhelmed. He had to admit that once a woman like Shui Yu acted coquettishly, she was absolutely unstoppable. Kai Yang had thoroughly experienced her charms. These days when he was with her, he was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. Every day he had to constantly remind himself, lest he accidentally fall under her pomegranate skirt. It was also because of this that he was able to maintain enough clarity of mind and not be completely enslaved by the soul chains. Yang Kai believed that Shui Yu was also struggling to cope with the power of the soul chains, but the two of them had a tacit understanding and refused to talk about it. It seemed that because of what had just happened, Shui Yu felt a little guilty. So after flying for a while, she suddenly asked, What attribute do you cultivate? Is it yang or fire? That day when she had been entangled with Yang Kai, she had gained some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, but she wasn't clear about the specifics. Why do you ask? Yang Kai was a little vigilant. I was thinking that if you are willing, I can help you find a master to teach you how to cultivate, how to use your strength, and how to understand the true essence of your strength, Shui Yu said sincerely. On the road of cultivation, having someone to teach you is completely different from having no one to teach you. Since you are the first person from your continent to enter territory, there shouldn't be anyone who can teach you this kind of knowledge before, right? Find a master? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. There are many foreign masters in the Chamber of Commerce who are proficient in the true essence of various strengths. It won't be difficult to find a master who matches your strength. Don't look down on me. I also have several masters who can teach me. Forget it. There probably isn't anyone who can teach me. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. This won't do you any harm. There really isn't anyone who can teach me. My strength is a bit special. Special? How special? This time it was Shui Yu's turn to be surprised. Yang Kai frowned, but in order to interrupt her strange thoughts, he could only reach out and summon a mass of demonic flame. The raging pitch-black flames emitted a different kind of charm. It was like a blooming black rose that wanted to devour one's soul. It seemed like it could even burn everything in the world. Shui Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light as she froze. She carefully sensed the mysteries contained in this mass of demonic flame and couldn't help calling out in alarm. How could there be such a contradictory strength? That ball of demonic flames alternated between hot and cold. Yang and evil coexisted. All kinds of contradictions were perfectly combined together. mutually reinforcing each other and helping each other's arrogance. It had already completely evolved into a unique, one-in-a-million type of power. Shui Yu had never seen such a strange strength before. She found it difficult to imagine how a cultivator could resolve or resist such a strength if it invaded the body of a cultivator. She couldn't think of a good solution. From the depths of her beautiful eyes, a trace of panic, shock, and joy appeared. She was shocked by the uniqueness of this demonic flame, but also excited by Yang Kai's great potential. This man was now just a second-order saint cultivator, so his unique strength probably wouldn't be able to play much of a role. But if he could be cultivated into a Saint King realm or even an Origin returning realm master, the role this demonic flame could play was simply unimaginable. His strength attribute gave him a natural advantage that others could not hope to reach. Once he was allowed to grow, it would be difficult for him to find an opponent in the same realm, unless his opponent also cultivated a very special strength. Is there anyone in your Chamber of Commerce who possesses this kind of strength, like me? Yang Kai asked. No. Shui Yu shook her head honestly, dismissing the idea of hiring a master for him, but her beautiful eyes flashed a different light as she called out, Yang Kai, how about we discuss something? Discuss what? When the day comes that we break the soul chains, I won't do you any harm. Everything that happened before will be written off. Moreover, I will provide you with the best cultivation environment and the best resources to help you increase your strength, allowing you to grow at the fastest speed possible. So good? Yang Kai's face didn't even twitch as he grinned meaningfully. Tell me, what are your conditions? How about you follow me? Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. I said I won't be controlled by you. Being controlled and following are two different things, Shui Yu cried out. You can't understand it that way. To me, it's the same thing. At most, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Shui Yu's face flushed red as she bit her thin lip, seemingly making a great concession. Yang Kai's strength was so special that she really wanted to win him over. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Shui Yu's face was still red as she became angry. Your identity to the outside world is Shui Yu's third young master. If I don't pursue you, I'm afraid no one in this world will pursue you, right? Do you have to be so lonely? You bastard! Shui Yu cursed. Chapter 1051. Flying his star shuttle through the star field, with a stunning beauty like Shui Yu by his side, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest boredom. On the contrary, he actually enjoyed the journey. Shui Yu seemed to have experienced a completely different life. For a long time, she had maintained the identity of Shui Yu's third young master in front of others, living in the image of a man. She had lived like this for countless years, and only a few people in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce knew her true gender. She had never been able to show her true face. This time, a series of coincidences allowed her to put aside all disguises and use her womanly side to get along with Yang Kai. Because of the soul chains, she didn't have much vigilance towards Yang Kai, feeling that this man was very kind and intimate, as if he was a very important part of her life. Shui Yu was in a very good mood, and her already beautiful face became even more radiant. Her pretty face was always filled with an intoxicating charm. Time flew by, and after more than a month of shuttling through the star field, the two of them finally arrived at a colorful star, Rainfall Star. Yang Kai had thought that this star had such a name because of its drizzling rain, but it wasn't until he saw it in the star field that he realized Rainfall Star was not what he had imagined it to be. This star wasn't very big, only about a third the size of Watermoon Star, but it was filled with vibrant vitality. The colorful light that enveloped the entire stars gave it a dreamy glow. The brilliance of a huge nearby sun star was refracted by this colorful light. This made Rainfall Star appear even more enchanting. Shui Yu's beautiful eyes obviously showed a look of fascination as she stared at Rainfall Star in a daze. Even Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the beauty of these stars. When my strength is enough, I will become the Star Master of Rainfall Star and bring these stars under my control. Shui Yu exclaimed, setting a grand goal for herself. Then you'll have to work hard, at least have the ability to defeat the current Star Master. Yang Kai smiled, not taking her words seriously, thinking she was just acting like a young girl. Shui Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed into crescents as she covered her mouth and giggled. Rainfall Star doesn't have a Star Master. I know you come from a low-level world. But don't pretend you know what you don't. No Star Master? Yang Kai heard this and was stunned. Why is there no Star Master? Does your Chamber of Commerce have masters? Yang Kai knew that Yang Kai stars, and although there weren't many masters at this level, every great force, Great Star had at least 1 or 2 masters. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a famous force in the star field. It was impossible for there to be no Origin King realm masters. Yang's master Star Master. Their strength was enough to serve as Rainfall Star Masters. But how should he put it? Becoming a Star Lord of a cultivation star wasn't something that could be accomplished just by being strong enough. Instead, he needed to imprint his life imprint into the cultivation star's star source. This process is accompanied by great danger, and even Origin Kings may suffer a backlash from the star source and lose their life. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Shui Yu continued to explain patiently. There aren't many Origin Kings, and some of them would rather live in seclusion than take the risk of integrating with a star source. Moreover, once one becomes the Star Master of a cultivation star, it is tantamount to entrusting one's life to that cultivation star. If one day the cultivation star suffers a drastic change or is destroyed, the Star Master will die as well. Similar things have happened before, and because of the destruction of a cultivation star, the Star Master perished. Like you and me, if one dies, all die? Yang Kai exclaimed. More or less, but this kind of involvement is only one-sided. So in star territory, there are some cultivation stars without a Star Master, and Rainfall Star is one of them. Then why do you still want to become a Star Master? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Shui Yu smiled and said, although there are many inconveniences, there are also great benefits after becoming a Star Master. Otherwise, why would any master be willing to become the Star Master of a cultivation star? Everything has its pros and cons. It all depends on how one thinks. She seemed to be very open-minded, and Yang Kai also felt this was the case, unable to help thinking back to the floating continent he had encountered before. At that time, under Gue Zu's coercion, while searching for a way to leave, his divine sense strands inadvertently broke into the deepest part of the floating continent, and there he felt an extremely powerful energy. This energy nourished his soul and divine sense strands, causing them, which were about to dry up, to become rich and powerful in an instant. That massive energy was somewhat similar to the star source of stars, but unfortunately, even after asking Gue Zu about it in a roundabout way, Yang Kai hadn't been able to obtain any concrete information. Now that he was talking to Shui Yu about this, Yang Kai was vaguely certain that it was the star source of stars. Do you know how to fuse with the star source of stars? Yang Kai asked. Why are you asking about this? Shui Yu glanced at him in surprise. Just asking. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, pretending not to care too much. Shui Yu's expression was suspicious, obviously not trusting him, but she didn't ask any more questions and instead revealed some of the information she knew. She felt that even if she didn't say anything, Yang Kai would figure out these things one day, so it didn't matter if she told him. Yang Kai secretly committed her words to memory while maintaining a calm expression on his face, preparing to return to the floating continent when he had time in the future to confirm whether his guess was correct or not. If that massive energy was really the star source of stars, he could try to fuse with it. After all, if he could succeed, he would obtain huge benefits. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the thick clouds and arrived above Rainfall Star. Let's go that way. Shui Yu pointed to the area with the richest world energy aura, our Chamber of Commerce's branch is located there." Yang Kai gently nodded and silently flew off with her on his back. A few hours later, a series of rolling mountains appeared in front of the pair's eyes. Among these mountains, countless palaces stood quietly. In the center of the mountain range, there was a large square. In the square, there were warships flying in and out, transporting resources. Most of these starships were branded with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's logo, but some were from other great forces that were here to purchase goods. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this and simply followed Shui Yu's instructions as they flew through the mountains. Shui Yu seemed to have been here before and was quite familiar with the terrain. Following her guidance, the two of them soon arrived in front of a large hall. Shui Yu jumped off her star shuttle briskly, beckoned to Yang Kai, and walked straight into the hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were several martial artists dressed as guards. They wore majestic armors and held silver spears in their hands. Their expressions were solemn. When they saw Shui Yu, the eyes of these guards obviously lit up, all of them involuntarily puffing out their chests and acting mature and reliable. Shui Yu's mouth curled into a grin, seemingly very satisfied with this scene. She had never had the opportunity to conquer strange men with her feminine side before, so the performance of these guards greatly satisfied her vanity. "Lady, please stop. What business do you have?" One of the guards stepped forward and blocked Shui Yu's path, putting on a businesslike appearance. "I want to see Branch President Ha Li Ka." Shui Yu flipped her delicate jade hand and summoned out a token. The guard stared at it for a moment before his expression became solemn as he exclaimed, "So it's the master from the Home Star!" The moment he saw this token, the way he addressed Shui Yu immediately changed. No longer daring to intentionally or unintentionally show off his masculinity, because this token was the highest level of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's token, something only the honorable masters of the Home Star were qualified to possess. This kind of status was not something a little guard like him could hope to achieve. "Branch President Ha Li Ka has been waiting for a long time. Please come in, master." The guard quickly stepped aside and made way. Shui Yu nodded with satisfaction and motioned to Yang Kai before walking in together. The expressions of the several guards were as solemn as ever, with a trace of respect for Shui Yu, but at the same time there was some doubt in their eyes. They didn't know why Yang Kai was following behind this female master. This little brat's cultivation was about the same as theirs, so obviously he could only be a guard. But this master's attitude towards him seemed to be quite easygoing. What kind of dog-shit luck did this little brat have? How could he have such good fortune to follow behind such a master? The several guards couldn't help cursing in their hearts. They had seen Yang Kai and Shui Yu arrive together on the same star shuttle, looking so intimate that they couldn't help wishing they could take their place. Inside the hall, Yang Kai and Shui Yu had just walked in when they heard angry reprimands coming from the other side. A short time later, several cultivators ran out, each one looking more distressed than the last. Shui Yu pursed her lips and smiled before softly explaining, "The temper of the branch president here is not very good. He will often beat and scold his subordinates, so his popularity is very poor. Don't speak nonsense, so he won't cause trouble." "I know, I won't say anything," Yang Kai nodded. The main reason he had come to Rainfall Star this time was to accompany Shui Yu. He didn't know the specific reason and wasn't prepared to intervene. "Who are you? Don't you know it's not a good habit to talk about people behind their backs?" A cold snort came from inside, clearly very displeased. Shui Yu couldn't help spitting out her tongue, her entire temperament changing, becoming resolute and decisive as she stepped inside. Yang Kai followed, closely behind. Inside there was an old man in a purple robe sitting upright on a chair, coldly looking in their direction. His expression was calm and dignified like a mountain. Just sitting there, he was like a mountain peak, an invisible aura and pressure spreading out from his body. Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when he felt as if his feet had been filled with 10,000 kilograms of force making it difficult for him to move. Shui Yu's brisk pace seemed to have suddenly become sluggish, her brow furrowing slightly as she struggled to move her tender body. Because of Shui Yu's words just now, Branch President Ha Li Ka obviously didn't like the two of them and deliberately wanted to embarrass them. Chapter 1052. Inside the hall, Kai Yang struggled to even move, the pressure weighing down on him like a mountain. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and his muscles were twitching uncontrollably as he resisted the pressure coming from all directions, silently cursing in his heart. This woman Shui Yu had always been aloof, and no one dared to be rude to her. She obviously didn't know what it meant to cause trouble with words, causing Yang Kai to be implicated as well. Feeling the aura deliberately released by Ha Li Ka, Shui Yu's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. At her waist, a jade pendant flashed and summoned a number of strange beasts. These strange beasts roared silently as they formed a sole defensive barrier around Shui Yu, blocking the impact of Ha Li Ka's attacks. A series of ripples spread out, and the sound of something breaking rang out. Shui Yu's originally labored steps suddenly relaxed as she raised her head slightly and walked forward briskly. Even Yang Kai, who had been unable to move, was no longer under the pressure he had just experienced. It seemed that under the defensive barrier formed by these strange beasts, Ha Li Ka's momentum was instantly disintegrated. Yang Kai suddenly became relaxed and couldn't help glancing over at Shui Yu's slender waist, secretly thinking that this was the heiress of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, so she was wearing an extremely high-grade artifact, an origin-grade soul-type artifact. Ha Li Ka, who was sitting in his chair and staring over coldly, couldn't help frowning slightly, retracting the momentum he had been releasing as a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. Not just anyone could possess such a high-grade, soul-type artifact. Ha Li Ka immediately realized that Shui Yu's origins were extraordinary, but before he could figure out her identity and purpose, he didn't dare act rashly again. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, Ha Li Ka didn't put him in his heart, instead turning to Shui Yu and asking, "What is this girl's name?" Shui Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Shui." Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help twitching as he quietly stood behind her, pretending to be her guard. "Lady Shui." Ha Li Ka gently nodded. "Then what business do you have with me?" Shui Yu didn't answer. She took out the token from before and handed it over. Ha Li Ka took it, his expression changing greatly as he finally stood up from his chair and cupped his fists. "So, it is young Master Shui Yu's people. Young Lady Shui. Please forgive this old man's eyes for failing to see just now. Please forgive him." With that said, he respectfully handed the token back to Yang Kai. "You're too polite, Branch President." Snow Moon accepted the gift, looked around, and then walked to a chair and sat down. Ha Li Ka stood in place with a puzzled expression, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Sister Shui, when will young Master Shui Yu arrive?" "He won't be able to come," Shui Yu said with a smile. "He has some things to deal with, so he can't leave for the time being." "Young Master Shui Yu can't come?" Ha Li Ka froze for a moment before hesitating. "Then this matter," he said, "that I'll be in charge of everything here. The branch leader only needs to cooperate with me," Shui Yu said in an overbearing and bossy manner. "You'll be in charge?" Ha Li Ka couldn't help frowning, looking at Shui Yu with some distrust. "This old man is being nosy, Sister Shui." To young Master Shui Yu, "What is your relationship?" Shui Yu smiled and said flirtatiously, "He handed over such an important matter to me. Who do you think I am to him?" Ha Li Ka couldn't help showing a look of understanding, his expression suddenly becoming ambiguous as he stared at Shui Yu. He couldn't help sighing in his heart, thinking that young Master Shui Yu had finally become like an ordinary man and was attracted to a woman. He had never heard of young Master Shui Yu being interested in a woman before. Even if she was a woman whose beauty could cause the downfall of a nation, he wouldn't spare her more than a few glances. Many of the older generation in the Chamber of Commerce were worried about young Master Shuiyu, wondering if he had some kind of physical or psychological problem. Now, it seemed that he simply hadn't met a woman to his liking. But why did the sister Shui look so similar to young Master Shuiyu? This girl couldn't be the fruit of President AIO's womanizing outside, right? If that was the case, then the true relationship between her and young Master Shuiyu was all kinds of thoughts flashed across Li Ka's mind, causing him to shiver, his expression becoming more and more awkward. Sister Shui, about the ancient. Li Ka was about to give her a detailed report on the progress of the matter, but was interrupted by Shuiyu. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I just arrived here and I'm tired, so I'll rest for the night. It won't be too late to deal with this matter tomorrow. Li Ka thought about it for a moment before nodding. Very well, I'll have someone lead Sister Shui to rest. Saying so, Li Ka called out, and a short time later, the guards outside the door came in, and Li Ka gave them a few instructions before bowing and escorting Shuiyu out. Yang Kai remained silent as he followed behind Shuiyu, a thoughtful look on his face. Although Li Ka hadn't finished speaking just now, he did hear the word ancient, which made him a little curious. He didn't know what had happened on this cultivation star that involved the ancient era and required Shuiyu to personally come here to deal with it. However, no matter what it was, it couldn't be a trivial matter. Shuiyu didn't let Li Ka continue, obviously not wanting Yang Kai to hear the secret. She felt a sense of familiarity with Yang Kai, but in the end, this was the Chamber of Commerce's secrets and couldn't be divulged at will. Yang Kai was well aware of all this, but he didn't point out. Following the guard through the mountain range, it wasn't long before they arrived at a beautiful place. This place was far from the noisy center of the branch, making it a good place to rest. This was an independent loft, exquisite but not lacking in grandeur. Outside the loft, there was a small bridge over flowing water and a natural hot spring for bathing. When Shuiyu arrived here, her eyes lit up, as if she suddenly remembered that she hadn't bathed in a long time. These past few months, she and Yang Kai had been flying through the star territory, hiding on the dust-covered dead stars. Even though the two of them had good cultivations, they were still covered in dust. Seeing this natural hot spring, Shuiyu's tender body couldn't help feeling a little itchy. After the guard left, Shuiyu walked around the loft, rubbing her palms together as she smiled. This Li Ka really knows how to handle things, arranging such a good place for me. I didn't think he was so clever before. Yang Kai curled his lips. If you continue to live in this appearance, you will discover many things you couldn't before. Hearing this, Shuiyu thought about it seriously and agreed. You're right, one identity, one life, it's really wonderful. But unfortunately, I can't live in this appearance forever. Once I'm done here, I'll return to Water Moon Star and restore my identity as Shuiyu's third young master. As long as she could find the Grandmaster who had refined this artifact and help Shuiyu refine an artifact that could conceal her identity, she would be able to return to her previous life. Enough. Shuiyu seemed to suddenly become a little dispirited, twirling around elegantly. I'm going to take a bath and wash away the dust of this journey. You're not allowed to peek if I find out you're plotting something. Saying so, Shuiyu clenched her fists and waved them fiercely at Yang Kai before walking towards the natural hot spring outside. Arriving at the hot spring, Shuiyu gently undressed while secretly keeping an eye on Yang Kai's movements. According to her observations during this period of time, she discovered that Kai Yang was not an honest person. He was definitely capable of doing things like secretly peeping on others. As such, she decided to warn him in advance. However, to her surprise, even after she had submerged her soft and plump body into the steaming hot spring water, Yang Kai didn't move at all, seemingly standing in place without moving. Shuiyu was a little surprised, thinking that she had misjudged Yang Kai and had misunderstood his surname, thinking that he was really an honest man. Just as she was thinking this, though, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared above the hot spring and immediately fell straight down. Before he even entered the hot spring, He had already taken off all his clothes. Put on, the hot spring water splashed everywhere, and the already misty hot spring became even more misty, making it impossible to see anything. Yang Kai! Shui Yu grit her teeth and shouted murderously. Yang Kai leaned against the stone wall on the other side of the hot spring and said casually, I also want to wash away the dust of this journey, and I didn't peek. He looked towards the direction of Shui Yu. Shui Yu was extremely annoyed, cursing this shameless rogue as she submerged herself into the hot spring water. Her perfect body was shrouded in a faint 7-colored glow in the white mist, making it impossible for anyone to see her clearly, but this only served to make their hearts itch even more. They couldn't help wanting to get closer and see just how beautiful her body was hidden in the mist and light. You and I are only one step away from being intimate. What's there to be shy about bathing together? Yang Kai spat disdainfully, unable to understand what this woman was thinking. Don't say it, Shui Yu shouted, shooting a water arrow over, but Yang Kai's head missed. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off. I'm not talking nonsense, I'm telling the truth. Yang Kai smiled strangely. Shui Yu didn't answer. Only the sound of bubbles blowing could be heard. Yang Kai no longer tried to provoke her and simply enjoyed the warmth of the hot spring. After a while, Shui Yu suddenly said, Tomorrow I'll be going out with branch president Li Ka to deal with some matters, so I won't be able to take you with me. I know. Your strength is too low, so you may be in danger if you go, so you don't need to explain it to me. Yang Kai shook his head. I know my limits and won't inquire about secrets I shouldn't know. Some things, the less one knows, the safer they are. As long as you understand, Shui Yu smiled faintly, I'm going to rest. Yang Kai stood up, circulated his Saint Chi to dry himself, put on some clothes, and walked towards the loft. Looking at Yang Kai's back through the mist, Shui Yu couldn't help feeling an impulse to tell Yang Kai everything. This made her beautiful face pale as she felt that the influence of the soul chains on her was becoming more and more serious. Chapter 1053. The next day, early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight emerged from behind the mountain range. As the sunlight passed through the mountain range, it seemed to be magnified infinitely. Although it was only a single ray, it was as dazzling as gold. Bathed in this morning's light, the beautiful mountain range glowed with a dazzling golden light, inspiring awe. Countless cultivators looked up towards the mountain peak with solemn expressions. An awe-inspiring aura overflowed from the huge mountain, making the undulating mountain range look like a divine dragon crawling on the ground. On the second floor of the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes for meditation and released his divine sense, quickly discovering that Shui Yu was no longer here. Instead, there was another strange life aura waiting outside. Yang Kai turned his head to look outside and found that it was a cultivator dressed as a guard. The cultivation fluctuations coming from this cultivator's body were slightly higher than his own, so he should be a third-order saint. This man stood there in boredom, looking a little impatient and displeased, as if he had been given a task he didn't like. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai jumped down from the second floor and landed in front of the man, asking casually, Friend, do you need something? The man heard the movement and turned around, cupped his fists reluctantly, and asked, Are you the guard of Master Shui? Yes, Yang Kai gently nodded. Master Shui said that today she will be working with Li Ka to deal with some matters and may need some time. She said you are unfamiliar with this place and asked me to entertain you. Entertain me? Yang Kai raised his brow. My rainfall star has many places to have fun. I promise you I won't let you down. As he spoke, he looked Yang Kai up and down, really unable to understand why this young man was Shui-er's guard. Why didn't he stay by his master's side to protect her? Instead, he asked the beautiful Master Shui to take care of his feelings. Why? If all guards could receive such treatment, it would be too fortunate. He was also a guard, but had never encountered such a good thing before. He felt indignant and wanted nothing more than to follow Shui, our master, and serve her faithfully. Listening to him, Yang Kai suddenly understood that Shui was afraid that he would be lonely, so he wanted him to find something to do. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and shook his head. "Friend, thank you for your kindness, but I don't like lively places, so I don't want to have fun." The man looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if he hadn't expected him to be so serious. Nodding slightly, he said, "There are also places that are not noisy. By the way, the branch is holding a large-scale auction these days. There will be many rare treasures. If this friend is interested, you can go take a look." Auction? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yes, about half of the items are provided by the Chamber of Commerce. There are also many foreign cultivators who will take out the rare treasures he obtained from his adventures and let the Chamber of Commerce auction them on his behalf. This kind of grand event is held once every few years, and sometimes some very rare treasures will appear. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai showed a joyful expression. He had never participated in this kind of event before. When he was in Tongxian realm, he had heard about it many times and knew that it was an important way for cultivators to purchase rare treasures. Rainfall Stars auction is held for many days each time. At the auction, only St. Crystals are accepted, but after the auction, there will be a private trade fair. This trade fair depends on one's personal preferences. You can trade St. Crystals or barter. The man saw that Yang Kai seemed to be interested in this and couldn't help explaining a few more words before asking, "Does this friend want to take a look?" He could tell that Yang Kai didn't seem to have seen much of the world, but since he was valued by Master Shui, he had to treat him with respect. "How many St. Crystals do I need to prepare to participate?" Yang Kai asked. The man smiled and said casually, 500,000. Otherwise, you may not even be eligible to participate. 500,000. Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly. Yang Kai had collected a lot of St. Crystals from Purple Star and Sword Union on the floating continent, but it wasn't a lot. On top of that, after purchasing the Star Shuttle and ores, Yang Kai only had a few hundred St. Crystals left. 500,000 was a number that he couldn't afford no matter what. It was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him right now. Yang Kai had a lot of Origin grade and even Origin King grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines. If these things were to be sold, each of them would be worth a lot, but Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so these herbs could provide him with great help in his alchemic Tao, so he wasn't prepared to sell them. "Friend, what do you think?" The man urged impatiently. He had been ordered to bring Yang Kai to have some fun, but Yang Kai was actually thinking too much, making him very unhappy. "Forget it, I won't go." Yang Kai waved his hand. Going to the auction alone was too boring, and he had nothing urgent to buy right now. "Then, friend, please help yourself." The man no longer spoke to Yang Kai, cupped his fist slightly, and left directly. Bathed in the warm sunshine, one would feel warm all over, especially for someone like Yang Kai who had cultivated a yang attribute, secret art, or martial skill. Sunlight would always give people a warm feeling. Standing in front of the loft, Yang Kai's hundreds of millions of pores opened up and thousands of rays of sunlight turned into fluorescent light that penetrated into his limbs, flesh, and bones. Yang Kai was in a good mood, and his mind had also opened up a lot. Although he had refused the cultivator's hospitality, Yang Kai still wanted to go out for a walk. He didn't know when Shui would return, so there was no point in him staying here. On top of that, he couldn't wait to find a way to safely lift the soul chains. As long as he and Shui were willing, the soul chains could be unlocked at any time, but that wasn't a guarantee. Yang Kai had never thought that he and Shui you could really get along well. That was all an illusion created by the soul chains. He had to make sure that after unlocking the soul chains, Shui wouldn't act against him. Otherwise, once the shackles disappeared, Shui would most likely immediately attack him. Yang Kai had no choice but to guard against this and had been secretly thinking hard, but he couldn't come up with a good solution. Summoning his star shuttle, Yang Kai flew off. Like a meteor, Yang Kai shuttled through the clouds, drifting with the wind without a specific destination, his divine sense spreading out infinitely as he flew. The last time Yang Kai was on Water Moonstar, he had spent 2 months circling around it, firstly to familiarize himself with the structure and customs of the cultivation stars in its territory, and secondly to hold out a glimmer of hope that he could find Su Yan. This time, coming to a different cultivation star, Yang Kai also wanted to try his luck. Rainfall Star wasn't big, much smaller than Water Moonstar. It took Yang Kai only 20 days to travel across the entire Rainfall Star, but he didn't find Su Yan's aura. Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. After all, the star territory was too vast, and there were countless cultivation stars. Even if Su Yan had come here with ice sex people, he certainly wouldn't know which star she was residing on, so it wasn't something he could find in a short time. Yang Kai stopped at the top of the mountain and looked down. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a huge mountain valley in the distance. This mountain valley covered a large area and seemed to have been expanded by someone. The mountain valley shouldn't have been so big, but someone had used a divine technique to naturally expand it. At this moment, this mountain valley covered an area of about 100 kilometers. In the very center of this mountain valley, there was a palace, and around this palace were several acres of exquisitely tended medicine fields. These medicine fields were filled with a variety of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, each of them colorful and brilliant. Kai Yang stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. He felt that there should be a large array arranged around the medicine field. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into the mountain valley, causing the entire mountain valley to be shrouded in clouds and mist. The world energy was extraordinary. Even though he was far away, Kai Yang could still smell the medicinal fragrance that made him feel relaxed and happy. Inside this mountain valley, there must be an alchemist. Kai Yang concluded in his heart. Yang Kai set off to fly over, intending to visit this alchemist to pass the time. But just as he flew over the mountain valley, he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. This feeling came from the corner of his eyes. Pausing, Yang Kai once again stared seriously at the medicine fields, comparing them with what he had just seen. Then his eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood where the discordant feeling came from. The medicine fields scattered throughout the mountain valley were obviously different from what he had just seen at the top of the mountain. There seemed to be some subtle changes between the rows. Yang Kai observed more carefully, releasing his divine sense to perceive the peculiarities of these medicine fields. Soon, Yang Kai was surprised to discover that beneath these medicine fields, there was a very special force flowing, one that seemed to conform to some principles, causing him to be shocked. It was this strange force that changed the distance between the herb fields, causing each herb field to change its structure according to a complicated pattern. As the structure of the herb fields changed, the world energy that flowed into the herb field seemed to be more easily absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs, causing the spirit grasses and spirit herbs to thrive. Yang Kai's body shook as his attention was drawn to these exquisite and extraordinary medicine fields. Stopping midair, he released his divine sense to perceive the hidden mysteries of one of these medicine fields. Inside the palace, there was a short, crazy-looking old man. This old man was busy in front of a series of large and small pill furnaces, each of which was filled with a mixture of different herbs. This old man was not young, and his hair and beard were all white. Apparently due to years of exhaustion, his eyes were sunken and his skin was wrinkled. There was not much flesh on his body. Only his eyes were filled with excitement. Almost all of his attention was devoted to the dozens of pill furnaces of various sizes, constantly sending rare herbs flying out of his space ring and into the pill furnaces. He was busy with dozens of pill furnaces, refining dozens of different pills at the same time without making the slightest mistake. Chapter 1054. When Yang Kai broke into the mountain valley, he was instantly noticed by the old man who was in the middle of performing alchemy. The old man couldn't help frowning as a terrifying aura surged from his thin body. The mountain valley he was in was a restricted area on Rainfall Star. No one was allowed to approach it, and no one dared to. But today, this old man's peace had been disturbed by a little brat who didn't know his limits. The old man was furious and didn't want to give up, wanting to take Yang Kai's life directly and use Yang Kai's death to warn others of the consequences of disturbing his peace while he was performing alchemy. And nobody like Yang Kai wasn't worthy of his attention. But just as he was about to begin, one of the pill furnaces placed around him suddenly made a strange noise. The old man's expression couldn't help becoming bitter as he quickly poured his Saint Chi into the pill furnace to stabilize the chaotic medicinal liquid inside, muttering to himself, "Pills are difficult to refine. Fine, fine. I'll let you play around for a while. I can't let you ruin my furnace of pills. Damn it, pills are really difficult to refine." Muttering to himself, Yang Kai continued to form a series of hand seals as he poured his Saint Chi into the various pill furnaces. The space ring on his hand continued to glow as Yang Kai placed the herbs he had prepared in advance into the pill furnaces, one after another. The quantity, heat, and timing of each of these herbs were all meticulously calculated. More and more pill furnaces began to make noises. But the old man's expression was still indifferent, not showing the slightest sign of nervousness, his movements actually becoming faster and faster. An hour later, the old man's sunken eyes flashed with a brilliant light. All of the pill furnaces began to hum at the same time, and a series of crisp sounds came from within. A thick pill fragrance wafted through the air. With a wave of his hand, the old man opened several dozen large and small pill furnaces and poured out pills of various sizes and colors, all of which were filled with rich aura, into the nearby jade bottles like raindrops. Ding, ding, dang, dang. A pleasant sound rang out as the 3 jade bottles were filled to the brim. The old man wasn't tired in the slightest. On the contrary, he seemed quite excited. He rubbed his withered hands and rushed to the jade bottles. He picked them up and carefully examined the pills that had just come out of the furnace. Nothing, nothing, still nothing. Every time the old man checked a pill, he would mutter to himself. The look of expectation on his face gradually disappeared, and he became more and more disappointed. Even after he finished inspecting the nearly 40 pills in the 3 jade bottles, he still couldn't find what he was looking for. As if he had received a huge blow, a disheartened look appeared on the old man's face as he sighed heavily. Alchemy is really difficult to refine. Why are there no pill veins? Could it be that this old man's method of winning by quantity is wrong? That can't be. As he spoke, he casually threw these jade bottles to the side, as if he had thrown away something worthless. He didn't even look at them. In the corner of the room, there were a large number of jade bottles piled up, at least 100 of them. Each bottle was filled with pills, and the grade of each bottle was no lower than St. King grade. There were even some Origin grade pills. The old man sat down sadly, thinking about the gains and losses of his alchemy, trying to find the root cause of his failure to refine pill veins. While thinking, he scratched his head, causing his already dense white hair to become even thinner. He sat in place for 3 days and 3 nights, like a dead man, not moving at all. Only his eyes were gloomy and filled with contemplation. Suddenly, a subtle energy fluctuation came from the medicine field outside, interrupting his thoughts. The old man raised his head unhappily and stared towards the medicine field. Only then did he remember that an uninvited guest had come to his place 3 days ago, but he hadn't had time to deal with him at that time, so he had completely forgotten about him. He hasn't left yet. The old man showed a look of surprise as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate the situation. In the next moment, he let out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something extremely interesting, and began to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. Inside the medicine field, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. Strand after strand of thought went deep into every inch of the herbal field, prying into the wonders of these herbal fields. These herbal fields were not casually cultivated. Every row of them contained the mysteries of spirit arrays. Every herbal field was a different spirit array. With the help of the spirit arrays, they gathered the world energy and promoted the growth of the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the herbal fields, shortening their lifespan. If a single herb was planted here for 50 years, it would have a medicinal age of 100 years or more. Yang Kai didn't know who had arranged this, but it should have been the master of the palace, the alchemist hidden inside. Fully immersing himself in the medicine field, Yang Kai began deciphering the hidden spirit arrays, completely forgetting himself. Yang Kai had learned many spirit arrays from the true alchemic way, and on Tongxian realm, these spirit arrays had been of great help to him in alchemy. However, the true alchemic way was only a product of Tongxian realm. Inside Star's territory, there were also unique spirit arrays belonging to Star's territory. Both of them had their advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai studied the hidden spirit arrays in the medicine field while comparing them with the ones he had mastered. Removing the wheat from the chaff, the harvest was huge. Seeing this scene, the old man in the palace suddenly understood what Yang Kai was doing. Thinking about it for a moment, he restrained the murderous intent in his heart and chuckled. "Fine, you can do as you please. You're a promising talent." He remembered the hardships he had gone through to learn alchemy in the past. In order to learn different spirit arrays, he had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to visit famous masters. Often he would be ridiculed, rejected at the door, and swept out the door was a common occurrence. Those outstanding alchemists all regarded the spirit arrays they had mastered as treasures and would not easily teach them to outsiders. Even if they were teaching their own apprentices, many of them would not be willing to teach them, let alone someone like Yang Kai who had come here to learn. When he was Yang Kai's age, he was also obsessed with alchemy, vowing to walk his own path in the alchemic way and impress the world. But now he knew that he had been wrong. Alchemy was not to change the world's opinion of him. It was his lifelong pursuit. Yang Kai's serious concentration reminded him of the past, and his original intention to kill Yang Kai suddenly changed, no longer paying attention to him, allowing him to spy on the various mysteries of the medicine field. Time passed by, and the old man in the palace began to perform alchemy. As usual, several dozen pill furnaces were activated at the same time, and herbs were thrown in one after another. Outside the palace, Yang Kai was like an old monk in meditation, a thick layer of dust covering his body as he eagerly studied the spirit arrays. One old and one young. Neither of them had anything to do with each other, each of them busy, each immersed in their own thoughts. Every once in a while, after the old man finished performing alchemy, he would observe Yang Kai, only to find that he was still sitting there. He couldn't help admiring this little brat's patience and perseverance. Young people were full of vigor, and few could do anything without any distractions. It was really good that this little brat could be so focused. Yang Kai could also sense that the owner of the palace would sweep over him with his divine sense from time to time, but since the other party didn't drive him away, he could only continue to sit in place. Yang Kai was planning to wait until he finished studying the spirit arrays here before paying a visit to express his gratitude. He didn't intend to steal the spirit arrays here. He was just doing it on a whim. His peaceful life continued. On this day, Yang Kai was studying the spirit arrays hidden in one of the medicine fields, comparing them with what he had learned before, when a sense of alarm suddenly rose in his heart and a sense of panic rose from the depths of his heart. Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes and swept his surroundings with his divine sense. Soon he frowned because he didn't sense any danger approaching at all. Within a radius of a few 100 kilometers, apart from him, there was only the master of the palace. There wasn't even a single bird. Yang Kai thought he was having some kind of illusion, but just as he was about to calm down and continue studying, the sense of uneasiness grew even stronger. It was as if his life was being threatened and he was about to die. Yang Kai suddenly got up, his expression calm. At his level of strength, his senses were quite keen, so this kind of uneasiness and alarm could not have arisen for no reason. There could only be two reasons for this feeling. Either there was a master lying in ambush, waiting for an opportunity to take his life, or for some other reason. His safety was being threatened. The former was unlikely. Although young Kai didn't know what the cultivation of the owner of the palace was, he could conclude that the other party was a master. If there really was a master lying in ambush, it was impossible for the owner of the palace not to notice. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that there shouldn't be anyone targeting him. After all, he hadn't formed any grudges with anyone during this time, so there shouldn't be anyone targeting him for no reason. The only one he had a grudge with was Shuiyu, but because of the soul chains she had developed a sense of intimacy with him, so it was impossible for her to act against him. Thinking of Shuiyu and the soul chains, Yang Kai's expression changed as a guess appeared in his mind. Could something have happened to Shuiyu? Because of the soul chains, the two of them were connected as one. So if Shuiyu's life was at stake, it was very likely that his feelings would be affected. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt it was possible and didn't dare to stay any longer, immediately summoning his star shuttle and flying towards the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce Branch. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He had thought that Shuiyu's strength wasn't low, and with Ha Li Ka, an Origin returning realm master accompanying her, there shouldn't be any problems, so Yang Kai had been handling his own affairs with peace of mind. But now that something like this had happened, he was extremely annoyed. Is he leaving? Inside the palace, the old man glanced in the direction Yang Kai left and slowly shook his head, no longer paying him any attention. For him, the arrival of Yang Kai was just a small stone thrown into his unchanging and peaceful life. The ripples it caused couldn't affect him in the slightest, so whether Yang Kai stayed or left, he didn't care. The old man continued to focus on the several dozen pill furnaces around him, constantly forming hand seals and injecting his Saint Chi into them to control the temperature of each furnace. Chapter 1055. Yang Kai pushed his strength without reservation, pushing the speed of his Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle to its limit. The uneasiness and sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Half a day later, Yang Kai arrived at the mountain range where the branch was located and went directly to the loft arranged by Ha Li Ka. From a distance, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the loft was the same as when he left, with no trace of anyone having been here. Shuiyu was also not here. Immediately turning around, Yang Kai flew towards the branch. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the palace where he had met Ha Li Ka. Several guards who were guarding the gate of the palace saw him rushing over and couldn't help frowning, wondering what had happened to make him so nervous. They had met Yang Kai last time and knew that this young man had come with Shui Master from the Homestar and was one of her personal guards. However, his strength was somewhat low, causing these guards to look down on him, secretly thinking that those from the Homestar were nothing special. Has Branch President Ha Li Ka returned? Yang Kai landed in front of them and didn't speak any nonsense, asking directly, "What business do you have with Master Ha Li Ka?" One of the guards asked instead of answering, "Has he returned?" Yang Kai roared, his expression fierce, as if he was about to swallow someone whole. The guard froze up and couldn't help feeling a trace of fear as he shook his head, subconsciously. "Do you know where he went?" Yang Kai asked again. The guard, who had just shaken his head, seemed to have become angry out of shame and coldly snorted. "Who do you think you are to ask about the master's whereabouts? Who do you think you are?" Even if this guard was from the Homestar, he was just a second-order saint, so his tone and attitude were really unpleasant. Yang Kai glanced over at this guard and secretly felt that asking them was a waste of effort. These people's status wasn't high, so they shouldn't know too many secrets. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and flew off towards another palace. In that palace, there was the aura of an expert who was at the return to Void Realm. He should know something. Fuck, this kid. The guards couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. They stared at Yang Kai's back hatefully. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the main planet, they definitely wouldn't have let Yang Kai off so easily. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the palace not far away. He landed and walked directly to the guards at the entrance, saying, "I want to see the master inside." "What's the matter?" one of the guards asked. "Something must have happened to branch president Halika." The guard's expression changed. He sized up Yang Kai and asked in disbelief, "How did you know?" "Master Halika is an origin returning realm master, one of the top masters on Rainfall Star. What could possibly cause him to? Can you go in and report?" Yang Kai impatiently interrupted him. "Let him in." A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out from inside. The commotion here had clearly been transmitted inside, and the experts inside had sensed it. As soon as these words were spoken, before the guard could respond, Yang Kai rushed into the palace like a gust of wind. Similar to Halika's palace, inside this palace, a middle-aged man was sitting on a chair, handling the branch's affairs. Seeing Yang Kai rush in, this middle-aged man couldn't help looking up at him and asking, "Are you the guard who followed Master Shui from the main star?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "I am the branch's Lin Mufeng." The middle-aged man coldly snorted. "I don't care if you're from the main star or which master you're following. I am the one in charge here." Yang Kai didn't say a word. "Why do you say something must have happened to Halika?" Lin Mufeng was very satisfied with Yang Kai's cooperative attitude and asked, "As far as I know, you aren't qualified to participate in this secret operation. Since you didn't participate, how did you know?" Yang Kai frowned, a flash of inspiration appearing in his mind as he took out a compass-like artifact. "Master Shui sent me a message saying they have encountered great danger." "What kind of danger?" Lin Mufeng paled slightly, somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai shook his head. "I can't contact Master Shui right now. You can try contacting Branch President Halika and ask him." Lin Mufeng pondered for a moment before taking out a compass-like artifact and pouring his divine sense into it, trying to contact Halika. A moment later, his expression became dignified as he muttered, "Sure enough, something has happened." Not receiving any response, he immediately knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. "Come with me." Lin Mufeng beckoned to Yang Kai and hurried out. Outside the palace, Lin Mufeng summoned his star shuttle directly and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai following closely behind. While flying, Lin Mufeng took out his compass-like artifact and constantly communicated with someone, issuing various orders. A moment later, from all directions, streaks of light flashed and quickly gathered. These people were all cultivators from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce who had been summoned by Lin Mufeng. They gathered around Lin Mufeng and followed him as he flew forward. They didn't ask what had happened. Yang Kai secretly observed and was slightly surprised. Many of these cultivators were Saint King Realm Masters. The number of Saint Realm cultivators was small, and there were even a few Origin returning Realm Masters. "Mufeng, what happened? Why did you call us here in such a hurry?" A middle-aged woman approached Lin Mufeng and asked. "Halika and the others seemed to have had an accident. No matter how I called out, I couldn't get a response." Lin Mufeng said anxiously. The middle-aged woman's face changed as she exclaimed, "Is there really some kind of danger in those ancient ruins?" "I don't know. When we found those ruins, we reported them to the home star and didn't dare investigate them privately. This time, Master Shui came here to investigate the ruins. So it wouldn't be surprising if there really was some kind of danger." "What about Master Shui?" the middle-aged woman asked again. "She's with Halika." Lin Mufeng's face was extremely ugly, glancing towards the middle-aged woman for a moment before whispering, "She seems to be Shui Yu's third young master's woman." The middle-aged woman's face suddenly went pale as she quickly realized that the problem was more serious than she had thought. If it were someone else, and they had an accident because of this unknown danger, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Branch President Halika was also involved, something the branch didn't want to see happen. But if Master Shui was young Master Shui Yu's woman, things would be different. No one dared to bear the wrath of young Master Shui Yu. If things went wrong, the entire branch would be purged. When that time came, rivers of blood would flow and countless people would die. No one could bear such a responsibility. Everyone knew that Shui Yu's third young master was ruthless and merciless. While the two were talking, Yang Kai remained silent. They didn't try to conceal anything, so Yang Kai naturally heard about the ancient ruins and understood why Shui Yu had come to Rainfall Star this time. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would definitely be interested in the ancient ruins, but right now his mind wasn't on it at all. The more they flew, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt. He didn't know what had happened to Shui Yu, but what he was certain of was that Shui Yu wasn't dead. Because the two of them were connected, if Shui Yu died, Yang Kai would also die. Yang Kai secretly decided that this time, no matter what, he had to unlock the soul chains. Regardless of whether Shui Yu would find trouble with him afterwards, this feeling of not being able to control his own life was terrible. After flying forward for a long time, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman suddenly descended. Down below, there should be a mine that produced some unknown ores. The ground was filled with large holes, many of which were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. A group of several dozen people all landed on the edge of the largest hole. A nearby Chamber of Commerce cultivator immediately greeted them and cupped his fists. "Master Lin, Master Qi!" Lin Mufeng nodded lightly and asked, "What happened here?" The cultivator was stunned by this question and was puzzled. Nothing happened. He didn't seem to understand the situation. Lin Mufeng shook his head and no longer asked, taking out his compass artifact and trying to summon Halika, but he still couldn't get a response. "Branch President Master, did something happen?" The cultivator finally saw something wrong from Lin Mufeng's expression and asked in surprise. Lin Mufeng nodded. "Probably I'll take some people down to have a look. Wait for me to contact them." Saying so, he prepared to fly down. But at that moment, the middle-aged woman, surnamed Qi, suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's coming up?" Lin Mufeng's expression became serious as he quickly released his divine sense. At the same time, Yang Kai was also investigating the situation. Inside the hole, there were several fluctuating life auras that were rapidly rising. Judging from their life auras, they should have encountered some danger and suffered some injuries. One of them was even gasping for breath, his flames of life flickering, as if he was about to die. "It's Ha-Li-Ka!" The middle-aged woman shouted as she noticed Ha-Li-Ka's aura. Lin Mufeng's face lit up as he waited silently. A moment later, several blue lights shot out from the hole, as if there was some kind of danger chasing after them, shooting into the sky. Without exception, these blue lights all flickered. Obviously, the star shuttles had been damaged inside and had become unstable. More than a dozen cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce, who had followed Lin Mufeng, rushed up and caught their companions. One of them was covered in a cold aura that curled up like a cloud of smoke. A Chamber of Commerce cultivator caught him. In an instant, this cultivator's entire body trembled violently as a cold aura visible to the naked eye spread across his body. In just a moment, this cultivator's entire body stiffened, unable to move. The two cultivators seemed to have been frozen together as they fell from the sky. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Their flesh shattered like ice, and the two cultivators died at the same time. "Don't get close to them!" A roar rang out as Ha-Li-Ka fell from the sky with difficulty, his face pale. Hearing his shout, the cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce, who were preparing to rescue their companions, all stopped, not daring to approach. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman stared at Ha-Li-Ka, and after seeing his current state, both of their eyes shrank as a chill ran down their spines. Yang Kai also saw Ha-Li-Ka's state, and his expression became dignified. Chapter 1056. To be able to become a branch president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Ha-Li-Ka's strength was at least at the third order origin returning realm. the strongest cultivator below the Origin King realm. Even so, Hali Ka was in an extremely difficult situation at the moment. His left arm had been frozen into ice, and no matter how hard he pushed his strength, he was unable to dissolve the coldness in his arm. Instead, this cold seemed to have a mind of its own and was spreading to other parts of his body, soon surpassing his shoulder. Hali Ka's eyes bulged as a trace of panic and determination flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, he pushed his strength and roared. With a deafening roar, Hali Ka's frozen arm was suddenly cut off and blood gushed out like a fountain from his severed arm. Hali Ka's face suddenly went pale as he staggered back. He had actually cut off his own arm. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he was shocked by Hali Ka's decisiveness, but also by the cold energy he had just sensed. Being able to force a third-order origin returning realm master to cut off his own life to save his own, no matter what this cold energy was. It definitely possessed shocking lethality, and was not something Hali Ka could resist. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman hurriedly rushed up to stop Hali Ka's bleeding while stuffing a large number of healing pills into his mouth. The other cultivators who had escaped with Hali Ka saw the branch president's actions and could only grit their teeth, pull out their weapons, and cut off their frozen bodies. In an instant, severed limbs flew out and blood flowed freely, causing several of these cultivators to howl in pain. Hali Ka sat cross-legged on the ground and silently circulated his secret art to stabilize his injuries, gasping for breath as a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. What was that? Lin Mufeng asked nervously. Profound sunflower water. Hali Ka grit his teeth and replied, Profound sunflower water. The middle-aged woman screamed. It was actually profound sunflower water? There was actually such a treasure in those ancient ruins. Even Lin Mufeng couldn't help feeling excited as he showed a look of fascination. Profound sunflower water was an Origin King grade supreme treasure. Any cultivator, as long as they could successfully refine a drop of profound sunflower water, their strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. If his strength was slightly lower, he could even directly skip a realm. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was focused on business, so its research on the world's treasures was unmatched by any other great force. Lin Mufeng, the middle-aged woman, and the others naturally knew the great value of profound sunflower water. If they could safely collect the profound sunflower water from the ancient ruins, it would definitely be a great merit. Perhaps they could even be transferred to the home star, Water Moon Star, where they could enjoy a better cultivation environment and receive better treatment. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare. It had extremely harsh requirements for the environment in which it was produced, and it took tens of thousands of years to produce. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had several cultivation stars under its jurisdiction, countless medicine stars and ore stars, and countless cultivators. But even after collecting for so many years, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had never seen a supreme treasure like profound sunflower water. So when Hali Ka mentioned the words profound sunflower water, whether it was Lin Mufeng or the middle-aged woman, both of their eyes couldn't help shining with excitement. How could there be profound sunflower water under this mine? Lin Mufeng still couldn't believe it. Perhaps it was owned by some great sage in ancient times and was eventually left here. We found it in a space ring that was about to be destroyed when the profound sunflower water suddenly erupted and destroyed the space ring, causing everyone to be stunned. Hali Ka quickly explained, his face turning blue as he recalled the previous encounter, a look of relief appearing on his face. If he hadn't reacted quickly, this time he would have lost more than just an arm and likely died without a burial. Where's Master Shui? Yang Kai came up and asked with a calm face. Hali Ka looked up and sighed sadly. Yang Kai's face became even uglier. She was the one who was holding the space ring, so when the profound sunflower water exploded, she bore the brunt of it. Ha Li Ka sighed heavily and didn't say anything else. He was certain that Shui Master Shui was dead. After all, she was just a third-order Saint King, and even he, a third-order origin returning realm master, could not resist the cold erosion of the profound Yin sunflower water. So how could Shui Master Shui survive after being drenched in it? She would likely be dead by now. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Do you have a map of the way down? What do you want to do? Lin Mufeng looked at him in surprise. She's not dead. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Do you want to save her? The middle-aged woman immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions and slowly shook her head, trying to persuade him. Young man, don't be impulsive. After being drenched by the profound Yin sunflower water, there is no possibility of her surviving. If you go down there, you will only be throwing away your life in vain. Oh, Ha Li Ka also said, there are many barriers down there, and with your low strength, you won't be able to penetrate them. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. Yang Kai said with a straight face. The several people in charge of the branch all stared at him and couldn't help showing a look of appreciation. Yang Kai's identity to the outside world was that of a guard of Shuiyu, so they only thought that Yang Kai was so eager to save his master that he insisted on going down regardless of the danger. Such a guard, even if his strength was low, wouldn't be a big problem. The most important thing for a guard was loyalty. All of them suddenly felt a sense of awe. The ring on Ha Li Ka's hand flashed, and a sketch appeared in his hand. Tossing it over to Yang Kai, this is something we drew up this time to avoid getting lost. If it comes in handy, take it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught it, glancing over it briefly before flying off without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the mine. He's a pretty good little guard. The middle-aged woman gently nodded as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and said regretfully, I'm afraid he won't have a chance to come back alive. He had no choice but to go. Lin Mufeng said indifferently, Master Shui is third young master's woman if she dies as a guard. This young man will definitely die. Reminded by him, the middle-aged woman's beautiful face couldn't help turning pale, the excitement brought about by the profound Yin sunflower water disappearing. Only now did she remember how to bear the wrath of the third young master, causing her to feel a little uneasy. I hope we can make up for our mistakes, Ha Li Ka sighed. Ha Li Ka sighed heavily. He no longer had any extravagant hopes of being promoted or transferred to the home star. Although discovering the profound Yin sunflower water was a great merit, the third young master's woman had lost her life because of it. Who knew if the third young master would be furious? The best result was to make up for their mistakes, and the third young master would not pursue this matter, allowing them to remain in the branch and maintain their status quo. Old Ha, you rest first, Lin Mufeng comforted. If there's anything else, we can discuss it later. That's all we can do, Ha Li Ka nodded, closing his eyes to refine the medicinal efficacies. Inside the mine, Yang Kai descended all the way down. It was impossible to tell how deep this mine was, so it took Yang Kai about a cup of tea's worth of time to reach the surface. Looking up, there was only a faint light coming from above, while the mine below was completely dark. There were numerous corridors leading to the underground. This was originally a mining area that produced some not-so-precious ores, but the cultivator of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had mined this underground area until it was a mess. The ancient ruins were discovered during this mining process, so the branch's people didn't dare to investigate at will and immediately sealed off the area before reporting the news to the home star. Shui, you had come here this time to deal with the matter of the ancient ruins. She had been very careful along the way, exploring the depths of the ancient ruins under the leadership of Ha Li Ka, gaining a lot, but who could have known that a space ring would bring danger? Too much time had passed, and the space ring had become a little unstable. So when Shui Yu's divine sense probed it to check her harvest, the space ring suddenly broke and the contents inside burst open, drenching her with the profound Yin sunflower water stored inside. Immediately, She fell unconscious, and a large number of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivators who were scattered around her were instantly killed. Only Hali Ka and a few other cultivators who were relatively far away managed to escape this disaster and quickly fled. Yang Kai memorized the sketch in his mind before expanding his divine sense and shuttling through the corridors of the mine. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at the location of the ancient ruins. He felt a lot of subtle energy fluctuations in front of him and immediately knew that what Halika said was true. The ancient ruins were filled with spirit arrays and were extremely dangerous. When they had explored this place before, they had tried to avoid these spirit arrays as much as possible, only destroying or cracking the ones they couldn't avoid. Yang Kai was anxious to save his people, so how could he have the time to crack these spirit arrays one by one? His divine sense broke through the blockade of space and penetrated deep into the ancient ruins to investigate the situation inside. After confirming and locking onto a certain location, Yang Kai tore space open. When he reappeared, he was already standing somewhere inside the ancient ruins. Continuing to investigate the route on the sketch given to him by Hali Ka, Yang Kai tore space again. A dozen times in a row, Yang Kai penetrated deeper into the ancient ruins and suddenly noticed a faint life aura, like a candle flickering in the wind and rain, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. Shuiyu. She was 1,000 meters away from where he was. But because of some obstacles, Yang Kai couldn't see her specific situation. The only thing he was certain of was that she was not dead. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed the anxiety in his heart, sat down cross-legged, and threw a pill into his mouth to supplement the spiritual energy he had consumed. Half an hour later, Yang Kai got up, tore space for the last time, and entered the void crack. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. At a glance, he saw Shuiyu lying on the ground, covered in frost. Sleeping, she gave off a unique charm, like a sleeping beauty that could captivate one's soul. From her body, a 7-colored glow bloomed, making her look like a dazzling goddess. This glow was constantly fighting with the frost covering her body, not allowing it to take away Shuiyu's last bit of vitality, maintaining a strange equilibrium. However, as time passed, this glow seemed to gradually dim. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this woman was wearing or what kind of secret art she cultivated, but it was able to keep her alive for the time being. However, if this continued in less than half a day, the multicolored light would disappear and Shuiyu would die. Yang Kai would also suffer. Chapter 1057. Inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai stood not far from Shuiyu and stared at her silently, his mood complicated. He and this woman were supposed to be enemies, but because of the soul chains, their lives were connected. Now that Shuiyu's life was hanging by a thread, whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to find a way to save her. Only if Shuiyu survived could he live. Yang Kai didn't rush to act because there were drops of gem-like liquid floating around Shuiyu, each of which exuded a terrifying power that made Yang Kai's heart tremble. When his divine sense approached them, even his threads of divine sense were frozen. Profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai immediately understood that this liquid was the profound Yin sunflower water that Hali Ka had mentioned, but he hadn't expected it to be so strange. Yang Kai quietly counted about 50 drops of profound Yin sunflower water suspended in the air, some space between them, but they still surrounded Shuiyu in an airtight manner. Trying to get Shuiyu out of this profound Yin sunflower water would be extremely difficult. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned a strong wind to push these profound Yin sunflower water away. But to his surprise, these drops of profound Yin sunflower water remained motionless. They seemed to weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he increased his strength, finally managing to move the profound Yin sunflower water a little distance away, allowing Shuiyu to safely emerge. Arriving in front of Shuiyu, Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. He didn't know how to get this woman out of here. The scene of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator rescuing his companions was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. When that icy chill had spread, even a Saint King realm cultivator had been unable to resist and had been directly frozen into an ice sculpture before falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch Shui Yu's body casually. Circulating his strength, Yang Kai summoned a mass of black demonic flame and slowly approached Shui Yu, wanting to see if his demonic flame could isolate the transmission of this icy chill. Contradictory energy fluctuations came from the strange and inexplicable demonic flames, and as they approached, the burning demonic flames seemed to have encountered a nemesis. The intensity of the flames shrank and their power instantly weakened. Yang Kai's face became dignified, and he had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Qi. The weakened demonic flames soared again as Yang Kai sealed them onto Shui Yu's white arm. In an instant, a violent clash of energy erupted, and the cold qi on Shui Yu's body rapidly spread, freezing the burning demonic flames in an instant. An icy chill spread through the demonic flames directly towards Yang Kai, causing him to pale and frantically push his Saint Qi. The frozen demonic flames emitted whistling sounds as they once again became monstrous, fighting against a cold that could freeze all things. Yang Kai's body trembled. He had never experienced such hardship before. This was the first time he had to use all of his strength to fight against an icy power. As time passed, the cold of the profound Yin sunflower water was sometimes suppressed by the demonic flames, while at other times it spread to Yang Kai's arm. The two sides were evenly matched. Although Yang Kai's strength was low, this demonic flame was a fusion of two completely different types of energy. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and as long as Yang Kai's realm was high enough, it could incinerate all things in the world. It had great potential for growth. But at this moment, the demonic flames seemed to be no match for the profound Yin sunflower water. After only a moment, Yang Kai was completely defeated. The icy cold aura spread all over his body, causing his body and mind to become stiff and stagnant. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in this and called out to the demon mystic tome, "Help me!" He had no choice but to ask the divine tree for help. The divine tree was a yang attribute divine tree and was also the nemesis of ice. "Okay," the divine tree immediately replied. The next moment, an incredible amount of yang attribute energy suddenly burst out from the demon mystic tome and merged with Yang Kai's demonic flames to dispel the icy aura around him. The cold of the profound Yin sunflower water was quickly suppressed. Yang Kai's demonic flames directly wrapped around Shui Yu's tender body, while at the same time, the yang attribute energy bursting out from the divine tree also wrapped around Shui Yu. Using these two methods, the frost on Shui Yu's body quickly melted and her pale face gradually became rosy. Her cold body gradually became warm and a faint heartbeat came from her full breasts. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy, and he spared no effort to cooperate with the divine tree. Half an hour later, the frost on Shui Yu's body disappeared, and it was only at this moment that the seven-colored light blooming from her body gradually dimmed. She seemed to have reached the end of her life. Using his divine sense to investigate her body, Yang Kai found that her situation was a little strange. Although the danger of the profound Yin sunflower water had been resolved, she was still hovering between life and death, unconscious. Yang Kai unceremoniously invaded her knowledge sea, only to find that it was completely cold, like a world of ice. The seawater was frozen, and Shui Yu's soul avatar was nowhere to be seen. Only her weak aura remained, and no matter how Yang Kai called out to her, there was no response. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what had gone wrong, so he could only withdraw from her knowledge, see for the time being. "I have to rest for a while. I won't be able to help you for the time being," the divine tree said before falling silent. This time it seemed to have paid a great price, so great that it had no choice but to enter a state of deep sleep. Not only had the divine tree consumed a great deal of its energy, but Yang Kai had also consumed a lot of his Saint Chi. If it weren't for his special physique and his inexhaustible supply of Saint Chi, it would have been impossible for him to disperse the profound Yin sunflower water from Shui Yu's body. Squatting down, Yang Kai picked her up, stretched out his hand, and tore space open before diving in. He didn't care about the profound Yin sunflower water floating in the air at all. Although it was an extremely rare treasure, Yang Kai really wasn't in the mood to collect it, nor did he know how to collect it. Above the mine, Halik Ha, after half a day of recovery, finally looked much better. The few cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had escaped with him had also barely escaped with their lives, but all of them had lost arms and legs. The most miserable of all had lost both of his arms. He was a Saint King Realm cultivator, but without his arms he would no longer have room to improve on the martial Tao. When he thought of this, his eyes became infinitely gloomy, without a trace of light. The other members of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce also wore gloomy expressions, their brows furrowed. The exploration of the ancient ruins had caused this branch to suffer heavy losses, and the third young master's woman had even died inside. This responsibility was not small, and as the branch's head, Halik Ha was inevitably punished. Old Ha, let's go back first. After we go back, we'll discuss how to report what happened here to the home star. Lin Mufeng walked up and helped Lik Ha up from the ground. Lik Ha nodded dejectedly, not having much spirit left in him. What about the profound Yin sunflower water? The middle-aged woman asked. Lin Mufeng thought about it for a moment before replying. Seal off this place for the time being. After we go back and read the ancient records, we'll bring people here to collect it. Lin Mufeng also didn't know how to collect the profound Yin sunflower water. That's all we can do. The middle-aged woman sighed slightly. Lin Mufeng immediately began making arrangements, leaving behind 2 Origin returning realm masters and a dozen Saint Kings to guard this place. A short time later, everything had been arranged. Just as the group was about to return home, the middle-aged woman suddenly turned her head in the direction of the mine and let out a light sigh. The next moment, everyone turned their heads and stared in that direction in surprise. A figure suddenly rushed out from inside the mine. It was none other than the little second-order Saint Realm Guard from before. At this moment, he was holding Snow Master in his arms, a gloomy expression upon his face as he gently floated down from mid-air. There was not the slightest trace of injury on his body. Halik Ha, Lin Mufeng, and the others' eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. When Yang Kai insisted on going down just now, all of them had thought that this young man would definitely not return. After all, his strength was too low and the barriers in the ruins were more than enough to kill him. Those barriers were not something a Saint Realm cultivator could break and avoid. But the facts were far beyond their expectations. Not only did Yang Kai not die, but he had also returned safely and even rescued Snow Master. How had he done this? The 3 of them were shocked. How is Snow Master? Lik Ha immediately calmed down and asked eagerly, She's not dead. Yang Kai shook his head. Hearing him say this, no matter who it was, all 3 of them felt their spirits shake as a sense of relief filled their hearts. What they were most worried about was that the 3rd young master of Shui Yu would be infuriated by what had happened. He would blame them for what had happened and kill them. Since that woman hadn't died, their biggest worry was gone. For a moment, all 3 of them stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. This little guard had not only saved Shui Yu's 3rd young master's woman, but also the 3 of them. But she's still unconscious. I don't know what happened to her, Yang Kai added. Lik Ha and the other 3's faces stiffened as they all rushed over and swept Shui Yu's body with their divine senses, their expressions gradually becoming dignified. They also noticed that something was wrong with Shui Yu and didn't know what to do for a while. Let's go back first. Lin Mufeng shouted. No one is allowed to reveal what happened here today. anyone who disobeys will be killed." Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai again, considered his words carefully, and said politely, "Little brother, Master Snow's injury. Can you not inform the home star for the time being? We will find a way to wake her up." He was really afraid that Yang Kai would report what had happened here to the home star. Once Shui Yu learned of the situation here, they would not be able to escape punishment. What they didn't know was that this snow master was Shui Yu herself. If they had known, they would likely have had no choice but to commit suicide. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply nodded lightly. "As long as you can save her, I can conceal this matter for the time being." He also knew what the other party was worried about. Lin Mufeng smiled happily and cupped his fists. "Little brother is too kind. Many thanks." Ha Li Ka and the middle-aged woman also gave Yang Kai a grateful look, their thanks not needing to be said. "Let's go back. I'll gather the best alchemists on Rainfall Star to investigate Master Snow's condition." Lin Mufeng called out to everyone before flying off in the direction of the branch. Chapter 1058. Inside the loft in the mountain range. Ha Li Ka's severed arm was still bleeding. Together with Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman, they stood quietly outside the loft, their faces filled with anxiety. Yang Kai stood not far from them, his expression indifferent, motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. A moment later, a dozen people suddenly poured out of the loft. There were men and women, old and young. But without exception, all of them wore a symbol on their chests that symbolized their status as alchemists. This symbol was the symbol of a furnace, one that was common throughout the entire star territory. The rank of an alchemist was determined by the number of legs they had. The symbols worn on the chests of these alchemists indicated that the minimum number of legs they had was 8. This was the symbol of a Saint King grade alchemist. There were even 2 old men who were 9-legged pill furnaces, the symbol of origin grade alchemist status. Origin grade alchemists had a very high status in the Hung Luo star field. Throughout the entire star territory, there were not many origin grade alchemists. There were only 3 or 5 origin king grade alchemists, all of whom were divided among the most powerful forces. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a great force, but it only had 1 origin king grade alchemist on the home star. The dozen or so people who walked out of the loft were the most senior and most skilled alchemists on Rainfall Star. Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng had invited these people to diagnose Shui Yu's injuries and see if they could find a way to save her. Normally, these alchemists were scattered in different locations on Rainfall Star, each of them having their own territory where they cultivated herbs and refined pills for the Chamber of Commerce to sell to the outside world. The Chamber of Commerce provided them with protection and certain resources. Their relationship with the Chamber of Commerce was one of cooperation, not subordinates, so even Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng treated them with respect, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Normally, no one dared to disturb them, but for the safety of Shui Yu's 3rd young master's woman, they had invited these people to gather together. When the dozen or so people walked out, Ha Li Ka and the others were shocked and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Lin Mufeng cupped his fists and asked, "Everyone, how are Master Shui's injuries? Is there any way to resolve them?" The dozen or so people looked at each other in dismay, as if they found it difficult to speak. Seeing their expressions, Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng couldn't help feeling their hearts sink as they realized the situation was far from good. "What is the situation?" Ha Li Ka asked anxiously. Everyone turned their gazes towards one of the people wearing the 9-footed cauldron symbol. That old man with white hair and beard had no choice but to open his mouth and say, "To Master." This old one will speak frankly. "We have investigated for a long time, but we still do not know why that Snow Master fell into a coma. We only know that she was invaded by a wave of icy cold energy. Her body's functions have already been completely frozen. She does not have her own consciousness, and we are unable to ask her anything." Ha Li Ka listened quietly. The old man continued, If you don't tell us what happened to this snow master, how are we going to save her? We also don't know what kind of pill to refine to save her. That's right. At the very least, we have to tell her the reason and what happened to her. Another Origin Grade alchemist echoed. This way we can prescribe the right medicine and refine a pill to awaken her. Ha? Li Ka suddenly wore a look of embarrassment. The profound Een sunflower water was a matter of great importance. It was a cultivation treasure that would make anyone jealous. Once news of it leaked out, it was very likely to attract the covetous eyes of many masters. Before they could figure out a way to obtain it, Li Ka didn't dare to mention the profound Een sunflower water. However, doing so would delay the diagnosis of Snow Master by the dozen or so alchemists, causing them to feel quite conflicted and couldn't help turning their eyes to Lin Mufeng, asking for his opinion. Lin Mufeng shook his head without a trace. Li Ka wore a difficult expression and said, "Everyone, it's not that we want to conceal anything, but this matter is too important for us to speak about casually." Hearing the meaning of his words, the dozen or so alchemists also realized that there were some things they couldn't ask about and didn't continue to insist. The old man frowned for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, then please forgive us for being powerless. Everyone, can't we try again?" Li Ka asked anxiously, "You are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. If even you can't do anything, then Master Snow, whether Master Snow died or not, had nothing to do with him." What he was worried about was that if something happened to Master Snow, it would provoke young Master Shui, use crazy wrath, something he couldn't bear. The dozen or so alchemists all shook their heads, indicating that they really couldn't do anything. Li Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others couldn't help looking helpless, smiling bitterly at each other. At that moment, one of the Saint King Grade alchemists said, "Sir Li Ka said that we are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. That is too flattering. We also know that there is another person whose alchemy skills and understanding of pharmacology are far superior to ours. If you can ask him to come and take a look, perhaps he will be able to discover something and possibly find a solution to this problem." Hearing this, the old man who had spoken before couldn't help raising his brow, seemingly also thinking of such a person, nodding. "And if it's him, it may be possible." The others immediately agreed, all of them sincerely acknowledging that this person was the #1 alchemist on Rainfall Star. Alchemists were a group of very arrogant alchemists. Among alchemists of the same rank, no one would admit that they were better than them. They would always feel that they were the best alchemist of their level, and that besides them, everyone else was trash. Even the pills they refined were trash. For more than a dozen alchemists to agree in unison, there was only one explanation. The alchemist who had spoken was a higher rank than them, an Origin King Grade alchemist. Li Ka and the others also brightened, but soon their expressions became bitter as they muttered, "Inviting him here will be difficult. Even if we went to pay him a visit, I'm afraid we would be swept out the door." Lin Mufeng sniffled and said, "5 years ago, when this Lin went to visit that person because I disturbed his peace, he chased me for half a month. In the end, I had to wait for that person's anger to subside before the matter was resolved. I don't want to be chased by him again." When he mentioned this past, the group of people couldn't help laughing, as if they all knew something about it. "Who was that person?" Yang Kai asked. When these people were talking just now, Yang Kai had been silent, coldly watching Li Ka and Lin Mufeng conceal the truth of the matter, listening to the dozen or so alchemists praising that person. Only now did he take the initiative to speak. The dozen or so alchemists all turned their eyes to him, but didn't answer. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a little Saint Realm brat who wasn't qualified to ask anything, so they disdained answering Yang Kai's question. Li Ka, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before saying he was a very powerful alchemist who lived on Rainfall Star, but he didn't belong to any great force. Didn't belong to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai was surprised. Li Ka shook his head. Living on Rainfall Star, but not under the jurisdiction of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. there could only be one explanation. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't dare offend him easily. However, the Chamber of Commerce has made some agreements with him. We will provide him with herbs for alchemy and give him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. All pills refined from these herbs will belong to our Chamber of Commerce. Free labor. Yang Kai's brow rose, wondering what kind of game this alchemy grandmaster was playing. Since his alchemy skills were so good, there was no need for him to spend so much effort to refine pills and then provide them to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for free. He could have just established his own sect and recruited disciples to raise his own status. You can't say that, although we don't know what that person wants. We try our best to meet his requirements. However, he does refine a lot of pills. Every 3 months, we will send people to deliver spirit grasses and spirit medicines to him and collect the pills he refined. Each time, there will be no less than 200 bottles, the highest being 500 bottles. 500 bottles. Each bottle contained 10 pills. That was 5,000 pills. Refining 5,000 pills in 3 months. This number caused all the alchemists present to tremble and feel ashamed of their inferiority. All of them were alchemists hired by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce at a high price. But even if they did not eat or sleep for 3 months, it would still be impossible for them to produce 500 bottles of alchemy, not even a third of that, unless they were refining low-end pills. Where is he? Yang Kai asked again. Does little brother want to go find him? Ha Li Ka immediately understood his intentions. Is that all we can do now? Yang Kai glanced at him. Ha Li Ka hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll take you there. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, Ha Li Ka had no choice but to bite the bullet. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and rushed into the loft, carrying the unconscious Shuiyu out, exchanging a glance with Ha Li Ka before flying out together. Staring at their disappearing backs, Lin Mufeng pursed his lips and sighed. I hope old Ha won't be chased by that person for half a month like me. The middle-aged woman also wore a worried look, secretly feeling that this matter was really tricky. As they flew, Ha Li Ka briefly explained the mysterious and eccentric alchemist to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that this man called himself Zhong'eo and seemed to have arrived on Rainfall Star nearly 100 years ago and had lived here ever since. He had reached various agreements with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and his status was even higher than that of the dozen or so alchemists. He asked us for a 3,000-kilometer territory and built his own residence in a mountain valley. Inside that mountain valley, he has carved out many medicine fields and planted many rare herbs. What he hates most is being disturbed while he is performing alchemy, so no one approaches that mountain valley. Even when people from our Chamber of Commerce deliver herbs to him, they strictly abide by his instructions and only arrive at a certain time. Ha Li Ka was afraid that Yang Kai was young and impetuous, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, and would rashly offend Zhong'eo. So along the way, Ha Li Ka explained Zhong'eo's unique status and temperament to him in detail. The more Yang Kai listened, the stranger his expression became. He felt like he had been to Zhong'eo's residence before. Half a day later, Ha Li Ka suddenly pointed to the front and said, Do you see that mountain valley? That's where Grandmaster Zhong'eo lives. Yang Kai looked forward and couldn't help laughing. That mountain valley was clearly the place where he had studied the spirit arrays before. Chapter 1059. When they were still 30 kilometers away from the mountain valley, Ha Li Ka stopped and hesitated for a while before saying, Little brother, I'll wait for you here. If things don't go well, leave immediately, don't get entangled. Grandmaster Zhong'eo is most annoyed by this kind of person. The consequences of provoking him will be disastrous. Yang Kai swept his eyes over him, causing Ha Li Ka to awkwardly explain, Little brother, you are young and your cultivation is low. Even if Grandmaster Zhong'eo is angry, I'm afraid he won't lower himself to take action against you. But if I go with you... I know. Yang Kai guessed his concerns and didn't insist, simply hugging Shuiyu and flying off like lightning. Ha Li Ka stood in place, stretching his neck as he stared forward. his heart filled with anxiety, wondering if Yang Kai's trip would go smoothly or if he would be beaten by Zhong Ao. 30 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived. Arriving directly outside the palace, Yang Kai shouted, "Senior, my family's master has suffered a great disaster and is currently unconscious. I heard that Senior is the best alchemist on Rainfall Star, so I came here to ask Senior to treat my family's master. I hope Senior can help diagnose his condition." Inside the palace, there was silence, but Yang Kai could feel the aura of life coming from inside. The alchemist named Zhong Ao was indeed inside, but there was no response. Yang Kai called out 3 times in a row, but the result was still the same. In the distance, Hali Ka's heart almost jumped into his throat as he secretly decided that if Zhong Ao rushed out in anger, he would immediately escape, absolutely not remaining. Outside the palace, Yang Kai waited anxiously. Masters always had tempers. This was something Yang Kai could understand, so he didn't act recklessly. Even Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng were afraid of this Zhong Ao, so as a little second-order Saint cultivator, if he angered him, he would definitely not have a good end. As such, Yang Kai held Shuiyu in his arms and stood outside, respectfully waiting for Zhong Ao's reply. He was also considering what to do if Zhong Ao wasn't willing to come forward. Shuiyu was unconscious, and he couldn't just leave her be. Their lives were connected, and if something happened to Shuiyu while she was unconscious, he wouldn't be able to live either. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't wait to wake Shuiyu up, then remove the soul chains and regain his freedom. Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, an old voice suddenly came from the palace. "Come in." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, not having expected things to go so smoothly, a look of great surprise appearing on his face as he carefully savored Zhong Ao's tone and found that he wasn't dissatisfied or angry, so he stepped into the palace. The gate to the palace was wide open, but there were no guards or servants. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, it seemed that Zhong Ao was the only living person. After taking a detour through the palace, Yang Kai arrived in front of a large room. From this room, a rich pill fragrance wafted out. He cautiously walked in and looked around, his eyes narrowing. This room should be Zhong Ao's alchemy room. However, at this moment, there were dozens of large and small pill furnaces placed inside this alchemy room, each of which was still warm and should have just finished alchemy. In a corner of this room, there was a large number of jade bottles, each of which was filled with a variety of different colored pills, creating a spectacular scene. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least 200 jade bottles piled up here. They were all scattered on the ground in a disorderly manner, as if they were some kind of worthless plaything. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, realizing that what Hali Ka said before was true. The number of pills this Zhong Ao had refined was truly terrifying. At this moment, Zhong Ao was sitting on an animal skin chair, holding a jade bottle in his hand, seemingly inspecting something. After a quick glance, Zhong Ao didn't find what he was looking for, so he threw the jade bottle to the side and piled it up with the previous jade bottles. There were a dozen more jade bottles beside him. After inspecting them one by one, Zhong Ao smiled and muttered to himself, "Another one, haha, not bad, not bad." This old master's efforts were not in vain. Pills are difficult to refine. Saying so, he took out a pill from the jade bottle and put it into another jade bottle he had prepared in advance. Yang Kai carefully examined the pills in this jade bottle and found that all of them had formed pill veins. This Zhong Ao seemed to have only kept the pills that had formed pill veins, discarding the rest as if they were worthless clogs, not caring about their grade or value at all. While Zhong Ao was inspecting the pills, Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb him and just stood there. A moment later, Zhong Ao finished his work and put away the pills with pill veins into his sleeve before looking up at Yang Kai and smiling strangely. "You're the little brat who stole this old master's medicine field, right?" Yang Kai blushed and awkwardly said, "A few days ago, Junior was passing by this place and was attracted by the mysteries of the medicine field. I couldn't help stopping to study it for a few days. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Senior can forgive me. Oh, no matter where it was, stealing someone else's medicine field was a very bad thing, and Yang Kai also knew he had done something wrong. It was just that he didn't think too much about it at the time, but now that the other party was looking into it, he had nothing to say. Zhong Ao was satisfied with Yang Kai's calm attitude and got up from his chair, chuckling, "Forget it, it's not a big deal. Today, you're lucky this old master has just finished alchemy and gained some benefits. Seeing that you're also an alchemist, this old master won't pursue the matter. To be able to comprehend the mysteries of the medicine field, only fellow alchemists. Zhong Ao knew this better than anyone else. What happened to your family's master?" Zhong Ao took the initiative to ask. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. She's unconscious, her vitality is frozen, her consciousness is scattered, and her soul avatar is nowhere to be seen. Did you penetrate into her knowledge sea? Zhong Ao looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhong Ao suddenly grinned strangely. Your relationship with this little girl isn't simple. He stared at Yang Kai ambiguously, his smile intriguing. Only those who were very close to one another would dive into their knowledge, see to spy on them. If Yang Kai was really Shui Yu's guard, it would have been impossible for him to have the courage to do such a thing. Zhong Ao was an old and experienced man, so how could he not see through this? Yang Kai didn't deny it and simply said, "Please help me, Senior." Zhong Ao curled his lips disdainfully. "Halika followed you here. This little girl's status isn't low. Are the other alchemists on Rainfall Star helpless? I've already invited a dozen people to investigate, but none of them know anything. A bunch of wastes who only know alchemy." Zhong Ao spat unceremoniously, casually walking over to Yang Kai and looking at Shui Yu's state. Sweeping her body with his divine sense, Zhong Ao's expression suddenly became dignified. Yang Kai clearly felt that Zhong Ao's divine sense had strengthened slightly, as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, Yang Kai also held his breath and waited. Zhong Ao's expression fluctuated, hesitating, excited, and even crazed, his eyes growing wider and wider as he muttered, "Little brat, was this little girl harmed by the profound Yin sunflower water?" His tone was a little uncertain, obviously not daring to be too presumptuous. Even so, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some admiration. The dozen or so alchemists before had all gathered together and investigated Shui Yu for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what had happened to her. But Zhong Ao was actually able to see the root of the problem at a glance. It was obvious that Zhong Ao was a real expert, nodding firmly, "Yes." "Is it really the profound Yin sunflower water?" Zhong Ao shouted, somewhat forgetting himself. "It is the profound Yin sunflower water." "Ha!" Zhong Ao's face twitched, unable to hide the excitement in his heart as he laughed. "It's actually the profound Yin sunflower water. This thing actually exists." He danced around excitedly, shouting endlessly before suddenly stretching out his hands and grabbing Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop, his eyes flashing a heart-stopping light as he eagerly asked, "Little brat, where is the profound Yin sunflower water? Take this old master there quickly. Please save her first, Senior." Yang Kai remained unmoved. "You want to talk terms with this old master?" Zhong Ao's face went cold, clearly a little unhappy as he glared at Yang Kai. "This old master can easily kill you, yet you dare talk terms with this old master." "Please forgive me, Senior," Yang Kai said with a firm expression. Zhong Ao was slightly absent-minded as he stared at Yang Kai strangely, grinning as he said, "You've got guts." "It's been many years since anyone has dared to speak to this old master like this. It seems that this little girl is really important to you, so much so that you're willing to give up your life for her?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "If she dies, I die too." This wasn't a lie, so Yang Kai didn't feel any psychological burden when he said it. However, Yang Kai's appearance and attitude seemed to have touched Zhong Ao's nerves, causing the other party's oppressive aura to shrink. After pondering for a moment, Zhong Ao nodded. Good, come with me. Saying so, he led Yang Kai through the palace. A moment later, they arrived in another room, and Zhong Ao instructed Yang Kai to put Shui Yu on the bed before taking out a brown pill and handing it to Yang Kai. Feed it to her. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and opened Shui Yu's mouth, about to throw the pill in. Zhong Ao rolled his eyes. Chew it up and feed it to her. She can't circulate her strength right now. If you don't help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies, how can she absorb it? Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao in amazement. Zhong Ao laughed mischievously, embarrassed. If it's too embarrassing, this old master can withdraw for a moment. No need. Yang Kai shook his head, put the pill in his mouth, chewed it up, and then fed it to Shui Yu with a calm expression. He had touched and seen Shui Yu's entire body, so what was the big deal about kissing her now? Her red lips were cold, but quite soft. After feeding her the pill, Yang Kai straightened up and began to savor the aftertaste. Get out of the way. Zhong Ao threw Yang Kai aside without any trace of politeness, holding a container in his hand. This container was filled with a green liquid that was bubbling as if it had been boiled. Yang Kai didn't know what this green liquid was. However, seeing Zhong Ao's confident appearance, he didn't ask and simply stood to the side, waiting quietly.